your dick hard while Jeremy's in the back screaming, you fucking retard. Come on, guys, let's get this fucking show done. Tyler's got a black and white movie to watch for fun. Moodz just trying to work with what he's got, cause JP just sits looking at Carly like, bro, this chick's hot. You must be out your mind, bro, if you don't listen to us. Just jump aboard with Jeremy and take the short bus. You wanna diss our show? Bro, we got news for you. For every joke you throw, we dish out 22. That's not a shot at you, that's a shot of Moodz. 22 shots that'll make you black and blue. We're the 22 shot crew, ready to destroy your ears. Reviewing movies all day while we drinking beer. 22 shot crew, and we're here to stay, making horror history every fucking day. Moodz is a legend for fuck's sake. They say his dick is the size of Camp Crystal Lake, and we're all wondering how much of it Jeremy can take. You wanna hear my opinion, says JP as he rants, but we all love this motherfucking Mexican. Tyler spitting out info, every little speck, every single movie, there's nothing he can wreck. He's a god amongst men, yo, that's his flex. He loves horror, and that's a fact check. We the best and the rest, that's no contest. Do you feel that knife in your back digging out through your chest? You got your top 10 list, bro, we do that shit every year. You gotta take down notes, bro, we do that while drinking beer. You got a problem with us? Well, Moodz has got something to say. I'm from Canada. So before you get mad and hit that thumbs down, remember we will lyrically leave you like a clown that's down. So don't frown, we record everything that may occur. So buckle up, fuckers. Texas Chainsaw Massacre. You think you got enough to prove we're kings of underground horror things? We'll flip you the middle finger while we take our swings. There's no drug in the world that can cure those things. Our show keeps getting better, we're ahead by far. You can listen to us while you dumping bodies in the backseat of your car. So fuck you if you don't know who we are. It's the only horror show that will forever last. So if you think we're sick, then whip out your dick and listen to 22 shots. A Moodz and Horror Podcast.
Yes, y'all, it's going down right now. Episode 313 of the Triple Shots of Moodz and Horror Podcast is coming at you live and direct with the homie JP, also known as the Mexicans. And of course, we got Mr. No Fact Check Saucedo in the house, also known as Tyler, and I be your host, the Toxic Offender Moodz. Yeah. What's the dealios? Yeah.
Yeah. Feels like it's been forever.
It actually has been.
Yeah.
It feels like
delays and the off week.
We had an off week, and then we had Super Bowl. Then we tried to record on that Super Bowl Monday, if you will, and then JP fucked that
Monday.
up.
I didn't fuck it up.
Yeah, no, JP's power went out, so we are
guess
actually
the guy
recording.
that drove into the electrical tower fucked it up.
Yeah, so his power went out on Monday, and then so we're recording this Thursday, which is like the night before that we release these. So I'll try to get it out on time. But if you're listening right now, hopefully it's sooner than later. But anyways, yeah, man, we're back in the his house. Is there lots to talk about? Maybe, I don't know. I have no idea. It feels like we haven't recorded in so long that like I don't even want. You forgot where you left off. I didn't even want to bring it up because I mean I was never fucking mad. I was honestly never mad that we have a specific troll that was trying to throw my name underneath the bus in certain groups and shit like that. I really personally don't give a flying fuck. I just wanted to state to the people out there, if you're real, you know that shit was not true. It's just a bunch of bonehead bullshit that is spitting on the internet for attention, essentially. I think that's all it's about. It's just want some attention and shit. So yeah, I just want to say fuck y'all. But anyways, you guys want to talk on it?
I mean, like, I don't like hear anything like the guy like ever like said about me. Like, it's whatever. He's a random guy, but like, I didn't like that he was going around like literally lying about a situation, pretending he was some victim.
Well, that was the biggest problem I had with it too. It's like, man, you're the one that's trolling, saying all this crazy shit on the show about Tyler, you know, calling Parker gay, and like, there's a whole pile of crazy shit, crazy posts that he's done and stuff like that. And then he gets called out after making this ridiculous post that someone sent to me on Instagram. They're like, yo, Moodz, you know, this guy's fucking talking shit about you in a group. And I'm like, really? I'm like, send me the clip or send me the pic. And I'm like, bro, I started laughing. So I'm like, bro, you do realize everything that he's saying right now is a complete lie. Like, he did send me a package and I did not ban him. I have nothing to do with that. I'm not going to say who did, but it was not me. But anyways, the fact of the matter is he's trying to play the victim here. Like, oh,
I banned him.
I send Moodz a package, and then he goes and bans me, and boo hoo hoo. He starts crying in all these groups. But a lot of people knew right away that it was a bunch of bullshit anyways. They called him out on it also. I made a post quickly in the group and I said, hey, if you guys are in that group, copy and paste, send it over, blah, blah, blah. I think Carly went in there and said some shit because everyone's seen the comments that he's made. He's made crazy posts on his own Facebook about like being proud of like abusing people and crazy Nazi shit and saying the N-word and all this other crazy flyby shit that we don't give a fuck over here at the 22 Shots, man, because we're the reals. And you know what, man? At the end of the day, we're still here because we don't give a fuck. We really don't give a fuck. Like we've had trolls worse than him over the years. And it's funny to me, but you know, if you're going to bring my name into it, I'm just going to tell you to keep my name out your fucking mouth. Keep my name out your motherfucking mouth because I am not that person. I don't want people to think I'm that person. In fact, I'm actually a pretty fucking nice guy. But all in all, man, I just thought it was ridiculous. And I love the fact that everyone's like, yeah, this guy is totally playing the victim and he's being an idiot. So call him out for it. Thank you for those comments, by the way. People.
My thing, like the biggest annoying thing about it to me is like, I hate when people do shit like this where they're like, all I did was say like. It's like, no, dude.
That had nothing to do with anything.
Like, why did you? And also, like, why don't you say I leave like on every single video they post? You know what I mean? Like, stop exaggerating, dude. Like, at least just say what actually happened. That shit drives me nuts. It's like, no, that's not like you dumbed it down so much. Like, all I did was this. Shut the fuck up, dog. Like. At least own the shit that you did.
He seems to be he seems to think it's very light to like just call people slurs. And like, dude, it's one thing you're in your basement or something with your boys, you're goofing around, you call each other slurs because it's funny, but like you can't go around the internet leaving comments like saying to people that like aren't your friends.
And he also said something like, oh, well, they say that like nothing bothers them and stuff. So I thought it's like, dude, that is a completely different thing. Things don't really bother us. Like we don't get upset about things. No. However, we also have guests and stuff too, who like, we don't really want people talking shit on our guests. Like that's fucked up.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It wasn't just.
I think when you go to one of our guest channels and start leaving slurs on their page.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
It's harassment, dude.
Like Parker,
chill out.
But that was the thing. Like he was trying to play the victim and stuff like that. And like we've seen the comments where he's like, I can't stand these fucking guys. I hate Parker. I can't stand this Dave. I can't blah blah blah. Like you're just harassing our guests now and shit. He goes over to Parker's channel. Parker's banned him on there. Because I've seen some of the shit that he's wrote. Like I've seen the screenshots. I'm like, bro, you're just straight up harassing people. But then he tries to play victim and he even said like in a comment, he's like, I might have called Parker gay once.
He might have.
I'm like, bro, it was every fucking video.
That was the thing where, I'm not gonna say who, but like one of our friends was like, I'm gonna go talk to this guy and see if he's just like a dumb enough to just like tell me stuff, and he did, and that's like what he said to love.
That was the best. Yeah, and it's just one of those things where I'm like, dude, if you just was like a chill guy and like listened to the show and like said some shit every once in a while, like nobody would care. But like at a certain point, I ain't got time for your idiotic shit all the time, man.
Yeah.
Like it's ridiculous.
I thought it was so funny that one guy that commented back and he's like, bros, I thought stuff didn't make you guys mad and shit. He's like, I just said like and made a joke one time. I'm like, bro, we're not actually talking about you, man. Your comment was cool, man. Like,
I actually still think that guy's the other guy.
You think so?
Dude, it's hard to tell because there's so many usernames.
I do think so.
This troll is using so many different usernames that it got to the point where we could all figure out which ones was actually him because of the way it was written. He writes in the same type of format and he says
that's why I thought it was him. And like I noticed when like people just wouldn't give him any attention, he would like say something in an alt and then springboard off the alt comment to like farm interaction.
Well, somebody was saying that they were in one of those other DVD groups or some shit like that, and that was happening where he would comment on his own post under a different name. So he was literally just talking to himself like a fucking crazy person.
He'll like say something like, he'll say something like,
could you not, like at that point, you're just reaching for attention to the point of like being actually kind of clinically insane. Like that's kind of insane to me. So, all in all, I don't want to spend too much time on it. I mean, we're over here laughing our asses off. We don't give a fuck. But like I said, man, don't try to throw me underneath the bus because I think there's too many reels out there that understand that like, we ain't doing this shit, bro. We're not trying to play people like that. So,
Oh, and then I love The funniest thing to me was like, he's like, I was one of the founders of the Vince Vaughn Nation. And Tony was like, no, the fuck he wasn't.
Are you? I missed that one.
Yeah, he's like, I was one of the founders of the Vince Vaughn Nation. Because you remember, like, years ago in the group page, it was like Tony and like a couple other dudes like loved Vince Vaughn and starts saying like Vince Vaughn Nation and shit. And this Lucas guy thinks that he was part of that.
How do you remember that?
I was one of the founding members
of like a running joke. Like,
yeah, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, come on,
dude. Dude, that's priceless, actually. Just again with the attention, but
I mean, the dude probably honestly needs some counseling or something. He's kind of a weird guy.
Yeah, I mean, some people have kind of looked into him and stuff and figured out maybe he's like not as young as we initially thought he was, which is really kind of disturbing in itself. Like, if you're in your 40s and you're acting like this, man, ooh, I don't know.
I don't know.
Like, you might need some medication or some.
I think he just had like the year he graduated high school or something in his like bio.
Yeah, because
like, the Facebook thing, and someone saw it. It was like, yo, this guy's like 40.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. It's like some institutionalized shit right there. But anyways, so JP, I think that you might literally be the only person, at least where I'm from, and maybe in the entire world, that thought the Super Bowl was an exciting game. Because I came to work the next day, and I was initially actually supposed to have Super Bowl Monday off, and so I had this thing all worked out with my bosses, blah blah blah. Turns out I actually couldn't take the day off. I'm like, fuck. So we had way too many people off. I'm like, fuck. So I had to go into work. So I was talking with a few people there and shit. And everyone's like, first thing I hear, man, that game was a fucking snore fest. I was like, that's literally what I said. Like, it was ridiculous. It was so ridiculous. And the kicker should have won MVP, by the way.
No way.
Dude, he had like 5 field goals. He's the only guy that did anything in that game.
He outscored the Patriots by himself.
He made like 4 chip shots. Like,
but I'm just saying,
it wasn't even close. They didn't even need him. He could have not scored any of them, and they still would have won.
But that was my thing with the game, though. It's like, so we're about 2.5 minutes into the first quarter, and they get that field goal. And the wife says to me, she's like, well, that'd be pretty funny if the first quarter ended up being 3-0. I'd win the first quarter because, of course, she had the square for it. And ended up being 3-0. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? I'm like, this is what we're getting. I knew the game was going to be a little defensive, lower scoring and stuff, but I'm like, really? Like, the whole, like, there wasn't even a touchdown until the fourth quarter. And I felt like the Pats weren't doing shit all game. I just, okay, I expected it to be like this, but I didn't expect it to be that kind of like boring.
I'm actually glad it went that way. Being a residential Patriots like hater, I cannot stand the Patriots, so I'm always happy to see them get embarrassed. And now they have 6 fucking Super Bowl losses, which is kind of pathetic. So
I mean, they also have 6 Super Bowls though, too, right?
Hey, so do we. But guess what? We don't have 6 losses. We have
I always thought that was the biggest reason why I didn't want the Pats to win again, because if they had won that Super Bowl, they would have been the best team, quote unquote.
That literally is the reason. Like, that's why I hate the Pats so much, because I watched them. Well, it all started in like fucking 2004 or something, where they fucking beat us in like the AFC Championship when we were like 15-1 and was on like a incredible run. But then watching them just dominate for like 2 decades really got on my nerves. So
yeah, it's like what it was like being a Red Sox fan, watching the Yankees whoop our ass in the 90s, and like all the fucking kids at school that were like, I just want to like the good team wearing fucking like Yankees jackets.
Just think of how annoyed you were, JP. But the Bills only beat the Pats 2 times in 20 years.
Yikes.
You think about that. You think about being a Bills fan like I am. God. Every time I played the Pats, it was always that game where you're like, I wonder how bad they're going to lose tonight. Like, it was always that moment. It was brutal.
Honestly, like, dude, I don't know how you even live as a Bills fan right now, because
it's savage,
you
man.
Literally had to live through that entire dynasty and then literally watch them rebuild from a nothing and then get ahead of you again. Get ahead of you again. They're ahead of you again in 1 year. It was like 1 year rebuild and they're ahead of you again.
That is
like, it's insane.
Fucked up.
Dude, I like I even said though, when everyone came over for the Super Bowl party, I was like, this game's like so, like, I love watching the Super Bowl, but it's so bittersweet because like the last thing in the world I wanted to see was the Patriots in the Super Bowl. And if they do win it, it would have been the biggest kick in the head, because the Bills have been a solid team for like the last 6-7 years. And then the Pats were literally the worst team in the NFC. They go from the worst team to the best team and make the Super Bowl. If they'd won, it would have been just like, I don't even know if I can do this anymore, man. You know, like,
that's how I would have felt. And honestly, like, this was the year, dude. No Mahomes,
absolutely.
No Lamar Jackson.
Absolutely.
Like, it was wide open, bro. And dude, if you would have won and got to the damn, like, I mean, it was just there for you. Like, it sucks. Like, but then again, that Seattle team is pretty good too. That's a tough team, but I also say, like, so that I didn't think the game was boring until like the third quarter, and I was like, this is ass. Yeah. But like, I don't really have a problem with like low scoring games in general. Like, I've always liked defense more than offense. So when I see like a good, like, defensively strong game, I do tend to enjoy it.
But it's fine if it's not the Super Bowl, because when you're playing square, like I tried to justify too, I was like, when you're playing squares, you got a bunch of people over. You don't want a defensive game. You want action. You want scoring. You got people cheering, fucking spilling beers, collecting money on their squares and shit. It's fun.
I care less about a good scoring game and like a close Super Bowl. I like back and forth Super Bowls, but like something like my coworker was saying, like, oh, it's the worst Super Bowl, and yeah, I think it is like one of the worst in modern memory. But there was one a few years back that
was pretty bad too. I couldn't remember.
I always think of the Denver versus Carolina was really rough.
Yeah.
I think that first the last Seattle one that they won, I think, was a blowout. But the thing is, dude, we have been blessed in the modern age with great Super Bowls, because you go back and watch the Super Bowls from the 70s and 80s, and a lot of them are fucking blowouts and boring. But there's a few, but we've had so many good ones in the last like 20 years. It's been insane. Like, we have way more good ones than bad ones. So you're gonna have a bad Super Bowl every once in a while. It kind of sucked, but it is what it is. But my big takeaway from the game is all these fucking weirdos out there that were on fucking Drake May's dick saying, "Oh, he should have been MVP, only lost by 1 vote." The entire time I was like, what the hell are you guys talking about? Like, Stafford had an amazing season.
Oh, no, I thought, never mind.
I was surprised that May got, I mean, I'm not overly surprised he got that many votes, but I was surprised it was that close, to be honest. Like, I mean,
yeah, but dude, like, Stafford's numbers were way better.
Yeah.
Like Stafford had a great run this year, and I thought he was a clear cut, like, out of those two to win the fucking MVP, because I mean, even and this goes to show too, Stafford played Seattle 3 times this year, right? I think he had like 8 touchdowns to like 1 interception in the games that they played, where Drake May scored 1 touchdown against them.
Yeah.
Like, Stafford was
a couple of picks.
Yeah. Stafford, I think he led the league in passing, led the league in touchdowns, 46 TDs to 8 interceptions, dude. Like, that is a monster season, dude.
Yeah.
Like, that is awesome, man. Stafford is, and I think Stafford is like one of the funnest quarterbacks, like, in this era of quarterbacks. Like, he's been really fun his entire career, and as soon as he left Detroit, he's actually had like great success. Yeah, obviously he became a Super Bowl winner. But he's up there now. He's like 38 or something. And I thought he had a great season. And I think that the Drake May, like, and it was so funny because, like, after the Super Bowl, nobody was talking about how Drake May should have been MVP. But before the Super Bowl, everybody was like, he got robbed. And I'm like, well, you guys are fucking weird, man. Like, I didn't see it at all. I'm like, okay, yeah, he had a great season. Like, no doubt, he had a great season. But, like,
he had a great season, but you got to also look at, like, he's this unknown quarterback that took a team from the bottom of the NFC to like the fucking
AFC.
The AFC. Like, I always, did I say NFC? Yeah, to the bottom of the AFC to the top. And you got to give him kind of credit for that, because a lot of that has to do with the quarterback. He did,
but dude, they had a fucking weak ass schedule.
No,
dude.
and that's I'm not done, and that's what I'm saying. If you look at the Pats schedule throughout the year, it was not tough. You look at their schedule next year. Guess who's not winning the division?
The Bills.
The Pats are not winning that division next year. There's no fucking way. There's no way. They're playing all the tough teams. It's crazy. The Bills will have the easier schedule, and which I don't really care about that anyways. I still think the Bills are probably going to finish fucking 13-4. It's what they're going to do, and then lose in the first fucking round. So,
So the Patriots lost to the Raiders. They beat the Dolphins. They sucked.
And the Raiders are legitimately might be the worst team in the whole NFL.
Right. They lost to us. We're not very good.
Yeah.
They beat the Panthers. They suck. They beat you guys once. Good team. Beat the Saints. They suck. Beat the Titans. They suck. Beat the Browns. They suck. Beat the Falcons. They suck.
Yep.
Beat the Bucks. They were mid. Beat the Jets. They suck. Beat the Bengals. They suck. Beat the Giants. They suck. Lost to the Bills. Beat the Ravens, who are, I would say, is a good
that
team,
first game against New England was a fucking total. It was just a fucked up game. Like, I don't even want to make excuses, but that was a rough. Like, our team was ravaged. We played like, oh my god, it was a bad game. And then the redemption, like it came around the second time around. It wasn't even a game. The Bills basically clowned them. So,
and then they beat the Jets and the Dolphins again, and then. Like, honestly, the Texans win was a pretty good win in the divisional round, but they beat the fucking hobbled Broncos 10-7.
I know. And that's when we all knew that the Super Bowl fucking dream was not happening. Because if you can't beat that team without Knicks, man, come on, or barely beat them without Knicks, it's like, come on, bro.
I know. Yeah. It's just like
I predicted a 35-10 game for Seattle, and it ended up being 29-13. It is what it is. It was pretty much
which sounds closer than
that was the problem. That's what I hate about scoreboard fans too, because a couple people are like, well, the score was like 29-13. I'm like, the game wasn't close at all. Seattle won that game. It might as
well have been 29-0.
It was the same thing. Exactly.
Well, coming from the perspective of a person that watches one football game a year, about when they gave up the interception, the first one that really like ended any hope, that's where I kind of lost interest in the game. Because before that, at least it was a close game where something could happen either way and like it could get exciting. So I was kind of locked in like the first three quarters, but once like it got to like that 12-minute mark and he threw that pick, it was like, okay,
into like triple coverage too.
Yeah, it's like this is like this
MVP,
game's
dog.
over. Like this game's
like
done.
And honestly, dude, like the thing too with that when it was I agree, that was the moment where I was like, this game's done. That interception, because at
just
first
felt like
when they scored
forever.
that touchdown, I was like, well, like it happened before, like this would be kind of crazy.
It's like something dumb could happen, like someone could cough up the ball. So
remember Seattle lost that game by throwing the ball when they
could have it was a strong defensive game, so like there was a reason to believe that they could hold them off.
The Malcolm Butler interception, that's like one of the most like I was so excited because this is like the peak of my Patriots hatred. This is the peak, right? And Seattle is driving. They had that amazing reception, and then they're like on like the 1 yard line or something. They got like the best running back in the NFL. It's first down. Yeah. I'm like, dude, they're gonna punch it in. They're gonna fucking beat Brady's. We're gonna see the Brady's mad face. I love Brady's mad face. And then Russell Wilson drops back and throws a slant and gets just fucking picked by Malcolm Butler. And everyone in the house was just like in shock. And we're like,
it was the most incoherent thing I've ever seen in a football game.
You ever seen the reaction videos of the Seahawks fans watching that live?
It's the craziest thing I've ever seen.
It's that same reaction where like they don't even like yell and get mad at first because they're just in such disbelief at what they just saw.
Everybody was. We literally said nothing. We're like, did he just throw the ball? Like, what the fuck? Like, you know,
it
was the craziest reaction.
They're like, it's like. They're so confused, like they're not even processing what happened, and then
nobody could, dude. It made no sense. Then it's like
the 5 stages of grief where they realize what happened. They start getting upset at the TV.
Yeah.
So Tyler, you still think the Penguins are looking to dump off one of their players?
Not anymore. I mean, they just like not even doubt. Like, dude, like I think they're gonna make the playoffs now.
It's because they picked up Skinner and he's been fucking lighting it up like a candle over there.
Skinner just needs to not be the person on the team that they're relying on to like put up a bunch of points.
Dude, he needed a change of face. Like he needed a change of like look.
The
It's all
problem
they
is
needed.
too is he's slow. He's not a fast player. He's actually pretty slow. So he can't really play with someone like McDavid or like he could in when he was at Edmonton. 'Cause you just like fucking can't keep up with McDavid.
Dude, we've been playing great, man.
I mean, and like now you get this
we're
big rest.
scoring. We're scoring a lot too.
Crosby had a good game
Oh,
today.
yeah. They've done well with a lot of the really small changes that they picked up to help fill out that middle depth. Like that Anthony Mantha guy's been really good for you. He's been a really good, got to round it out. Gino's having a really good season. It's probably the best Gino season in a couple of years.
We're fifth right now in goal differential too, which is
that's
always
a
great
sure
stat.
You got rid of Jari too. Like that's amazing.
I know. I've been
For Skinner,
Jari
and
for
like
years.
it's fucking crazy. I was lighting it up there.
But it's like, I mean, a whole lot less pressure. I think Skinner was just better than Jari in the first place. Like people forget, Jari was literally a season ago. They literally put Jari on waivers and sent him to the AHL, and nobody wanted him. And now they got a pick for him and a goalie that's like at least in the same ballpark, getting a fresh start back. And cut $3 million in cap. Like that's insane. They could probably make a trade and pick someone up in the deadline now, honestly. Shockingly, if they move
They'll be making moves. They'll be making
if they move someone, it might be this, and this might sound crazy, but it might be Erik Karlsson.
Yeah.
Like he's just not like
I can't say for sure because I don't know exactly what the structure is and what they need and what they don't need and stuff right now. But yeah, I don't know.
He's just not the guy he used to be.
Well, of course he hasn't been for years. He hasn't been for years.
He's just a huge defensive liability.
We're also fifth in power play, which is cool.
That's really good.
So I mean, this old ass Penguins team is going to hopefully make the playoffs
because fucking Crosby and Malcolm are still producing. Like Crosby had a great game today. He had 2 points at the Olympics. Like the guy
Crosby is unreal.
He's literally Captain like he's Captain Canada, like for a reason. Like it was crazy when they announced it. Everyone's like, yeah, obviously he's captain. This guy's done nothing but win. He's never lost in the Canadian fucking uniform. So it's like, it's pretty wild, man. Pretty wild. But he played really good.
I'm looking at the standings right now. Like Rangers are done. Like they're cooked. The Devils are fucking cooked. There's no way they're coming back.
The fuck happened to the Devils, by the way? They were supposed to be like they were on the come up.
They started out well. Jack Hughes cut his finger open.
Yeah.
So they lost him for 2 months. Dougie Hamilton just forgot how to play hockey, so he was just useless because he can't defend it. If he's not scoring, he's not doing anything. And then guys like Nico Hischier has probably been like their best player, but then guys like Timo Meier and like Dawson Mercer who like need to feed off someone as good as Jack Hughes just got exposed. And then Jack Hughes came back and he's only playing like an elite player, not a superstar, which is not helping their cause. Jesper Bratt has been fucking awful this year. He's put up fucking 87 points last year. So, and their goaltending sucks. So it's just everything went wrong for the Devils.
Yeah, the goaltending has been an issue the last few years. But yeah, man, I actually recently went down to Vancouver for the Leafs game in obviously Vancouver. And guess what happened?
You won.
The Leafs won. They broke that fucking curse. They'd lost the last 6 games there in Vancouver. It's just fucking brutal. But they won.
Vancouver could lose to an AHL team at this point.
I know. I mean, I'm not saying it's a fucking huge. I just they broke the streak. They broke the streak.
Yeah.
And plus, the Leafs actually before the break they won 3 straight. So they're
on a 3-game win streak.
They're on that cusp right now. But it is what it is. But
but I'm looking at the Metro. Like there's all the teams below the Penguins. I just don't have faith in any of them. I think
they're in a better division to make the playoffs than the Leafs are because the Leafs division is brutal. It's tough.
I don't think the Penguins will be doing this in the Atlantic.
No, that division is like with the resurgence of Buffalo. Like, man, it's a tough division right now. Every game's tough. Like it's brutal.
It's like I got no faith.
You guys might not make the playoffs.
The Leafs, the Leafs are not making the playoffs.
The thing is, the Leafs have to. Well, they got to continue this win streak. Obviously, they got to. But the division that they're in right now is not allowing them for.
It's not even mistakes. that the Leafs are so far out of the playoff picture because they're really not.
They're sitting 14th overall in the NHL, and they're actually not even in the playoffs. It's crazy.
Yeah, but the problem is like every team that's above the Leafs is also just. It's so unlikely. It's so unlikely. Honestly, the Panthers are probably the team that's just out funny enough.
Well, the crazy thing for me is that Boston was not expected to keep.
Boston is way overperforming. I can see the wheels falling off of Boston.
But Buffalo has been making that was the killer for the Leafs right now. Is Buffalo has been jacking.
Buffalo's finally playing up to their potential because there's no reason Buffalo is as bad as has been as bad as they should be.
Well, like Buffalo's good because they're winning games in their division. They're beating good teams. They're a legit team.
That team's good. They got good defensive depth. They got one of the best defensemen in the NHL, and Rasmus Dahlin. Dave Thompson's a fucking stud. That guy can put up 50 goals. Yeah, that guy can put up 50 goals. You know, their goaltending has been all right this year, but they got good depth. Like they got they got Powers, they got Byron Bowen on D. They got a good D core. You got Alex Tuch's a really good two-way player. You got the fucking Shane Doan's kids playing really well. They got a pretty good squad in Buffalo, honestly, and they just haven't really had luck the last couple of years, and they're just playing to their potential, I think.
Yeah, so, it's a pretty interesting season.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think what it's going to come down to for playoff teams, it's going to come down to the last game of the season for a bunch of teams. Yeah. It's literally that close everywhere, and it's wild, man. It's so crazy how the West is just getting dominated this year, man, by the East. It's pretty crazy.
Actually, if the season ended right now, Boston would be in.
Yeah, the West is weak. Besides the Avs, the Avs are really strong, but it's kind of crazy when you got Vegas, who's pretty much top of their division, and they would be sixth in the East, seventh. Yeah. It's crazy. The West is pretty weak overall, but I don't know, man. The Avs pretty much have a clear cut to the Cup final here, man. I mean, in my opinion,
honestly, even with Boston, if Swayman comes back, and just rocks all the rest of the way. When he's at his best, he really is one of the best goaltenders in the league. Yeah. So they can get that out of him, and things just go right. They could hold.
But I could see the Vegas Golden Knights, picking up some guys, and I mean, they always do. They're always going to be a solid team. They're always good at pickups at the deadlines and just kind of reevaluating the team in a proper way and stuff. They always do it. So
their problem this year is their defense is not good.
Yeah. Right. So I know it's been a while since we've recorded. I'm trying to remember. Any theatrical? Oh, Send Help.
Oh
yeah. So I saw Send Help, Iron Lung, and fucking Return to Silent Hill.
Yeah, you know what? I kind of passed on that. I saw Send Help, and I saw Strangers 3, which is fucking stupid. I hate using the adjective, but it's dumb. It's a dumb franchise or dumb trilogy. Everything sucks in that franchise.
I didn't watch it yet,
dude. It is so I watched part 2 because I passed on part 2 last year, so I had to rewatch it because I was like, I'm gonna go see part 3 or watch it. Part 2 had she was battling a boar. I'm like, what the fuck? Okay, whatever.
That happens in Send Help as well.
Yeah, I know. Me and Tony were joking about it. It's the resurgence of
another fucking boar
this year. But part 3, dude, I thought it was pretty bad when they started getting into the flashbacks in the Strangers Part 2 with the killers and shit like that. And then part 3 happens and there's even more. And I'm like, what the fuck, oh, man, dude, it's bad. I'm sorry, man. Rennie Harlan, I don't think he's going to be making any more movies after this shit because
they wasted such a goddamn opportunity with making a whole trilogy.
Dude, I can't even
how often do you get greenlit for a whole trilogy?
Dude, it's
in horror.
I couldn't even imagine being at those screenings that showed it as a whole. So 4.5 hours. Fuck that.
Dude, fuck that.
That is brutal to watch,
I didn't even know that happened.
Yeah, man. I was reading. I guess he showed a couple different showings. It was they did it as a whole thing because it's one continuous thing. It does. It has great continuity. It definitely does. But no, it's absolutely horrible. Fucking horrible.
Yeah, but I guess let me talk about the 2 that I saw that you guys did. Neither of y'all saw Return to Silent Hill or Iron Lung.
No,
I didn't get Iron Lung and Return to Silent Hill. I had never seen the sequel, so I was like, meh. But
I actually didn't see the sequel either, but this is a standalone thing.
I heard that after, but I still didn't really have a lot of interest in it. But
so Iron Lung was a bit long. It was over 2 hours, I think. And Carly didn't really like it. Now, I never watched Mark Johnner ever in my life. Carly did. She was actually familiar with him. Apparently, he plays video games. That's sort of horror video games. That's kind of his thing. but he played Iron Lung years ago. It was like a little indie game, and he made it into a movie, I guess. And I guess he plans on doing more of that. But I saw his video that he posted when he, like after the movie was released, he's like tearing up and shit. How like successful it was, because it was beating Send Help for like the first 2 days, and then Send Help like overtook it. But like, there was a lot of talk online about like this being like a huge win for like independent cinema and stuff, because a lot of this was like financed through him and stuff like that. And like Send Help is Disney, you know what I mean? So he literally battled Disney at the box office, which is incredible. The movie is basically about a dude who's like it's set in the future where like everything like sucks and like all the planets are like destroyed and shit like that. And they're on this one planet that's like filled with blood and shit. And he's in like this rusted ass like submarine, like down in the depths, like looking for something that he was like basically like a convict that is getting a second chance if he like does this mission. And he plays the lead character. And there's like this little button that he pushes on the wall, and it like takes a picture of what's outside and stuff. And it's very like, I would say like HP Lovecraft inspired, I would say. And it's basically like a little claustrophobic, like really mind fucky, like time, and you're not quite sure if things are happening, if they're actually happening. Like it's sort of like one of those psychological
like
type movies.
Is it like dream logic in a sense, or like
a
not
little
even
bit
logic?
there, like kind of like just somebody like you're not sure if they're losing their mind or like stuff's actually happening.
Psychological.
But I thought it was okay. Like I thought it was cool. It was an okay watch. I actually thought I think Dan and Jeremy were bitching about his acting or something. Those two guys are so weird with acting with me, because I thought he like absolutely slayed for what he was doing. Like I was like, damn, this guy, no acting history, just comes in here and acts in a whole ass movie by himself. Like I thought he did great. But yeah, I thought it was pretty decent, a little bit too long, but I could see the shining parts of the movie throughout. And I think that it was like an amazing first attempt at a movie. And then Return to Silent Hill, bro, was fucking awful. That movie sucked. First of all, it should have been called like Return to CGI, the movie, because it was so much, and bad CG in it too. Like by the end of the movie, and that was like also another like 2-hour movie. By the end of it, I'm like, oh, like it's supposed to be this like touching like thing, but I literally care so little about this that it's actually cringe that it's happening. And I've never really loved Silent Hill in general. Like I've always been a Resident Evil guy when it comes to the games and stuff like that. I do know that there's like some cool creatures in Silent Hill that are iconic, like Pyramid Head and like the weird nurses and stuff like that. And the only thing that I thought was kind of okay was some of the set design when it's not complete CG was kind of cool looking. Very like nightmarish and stuff like that. But the movie's story is basically a guy goes to Silent Hill looking for his girlfriend where they used to live in Silent Hill, and the town's all like foggy and gross and monsters everywhere and stuff. And then he runs into this other girl, and he's still looking for his girlfriend and stuff.
So even the town is CG'd and shit. Like there's
a lot of it, yeah, dude.
What?
A lot of it.
God.
A lot of it is.
There's like a part sit through that, man.
There's
That's
a part
brutal.
where they're standing on like the edge of like, I don't know, like a cemetery or something like that, and like there's one of those like big like hedge mazes, like sort of like Shining,
Yeah.
and it's just they're standing there, and it's just like you could just tell like the entire thing is like green screen.
Oh god. What the fuck?
But yeah, that movie was atrocious. Like definitely my least favorite movie of the year so far. I knew going into it was going to suck. Everybody was saying it sucked. And Silent Hill 2, which is what it's based on, is like a beloved horror game that was recently remade. And people love that game, and apparently the story's pretty good in it too. And I thought the movie was honestly it's one of those times where I sit back and I'm like, how do you guys like make this and then be like, this is fine?
Like, how do they get green lit to be on the big screen?
Like, just like in the process of making it, while they're making it, like they have to be like, oh my God, like we're in trouble here. This is not, this is bad.
Yeah.
Like, but like, I'm just like, what, like if I'm the director, I'm ashamed of this. You know what I mean? I'm like, this is trash. This is trash garbage. Like, like what the fuck, man? Yeah, it didn't do well. I surprisingly, there was a couple of people in my theater. Most of them look like they might be fans of the game. But I don't think anybody walked out of there with smiles on their face. I'll tell you that. Now Send Help, that was a bit different. I think my theater was kind of packed and people seemed to really enjoy it.
Yeah, I thought Send Help was a really interesting for us. It's interesting for us, okay? Because we all see this movie completely different. It's so bizarre.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, man. I mean, Tyler, you've got your issues with it, like for a totally kind of different reason than we would have issues, because I didn't see the movie that you're
one thing
relating to.
I've really actually learned about myself this week, because I have been thinking, like, I was just thinking, like some, obviously I have pretty niche taste in movies and some sort of way. And I kind of like was thinking, like, why is it that I have I'm really not being performative of it. Why do I just completely reject some of these popular movies that everybody else loves? And something I think I've found in common is I really struggle when movies try have some social commentary in their movie, and I feel like it's not done well. I feel like, maybe not. That's not the right word. But to me, social commentary should be challenging. And I feel like when I watch movies, when I perceive it as being like sanitized or gutless, I have like a stronger reaction to dislike than maybe somebody else might.
I get what you're saying right there, but I also understand when it comes to commentary, depending on the type of movie that it is. Like if you're watching a straight up horror film and it's not wearing its commentary on its sleeve, and it's just kind of like it's slowly fed to you, and you're kind of it's like a thinker, and you're like, oh fuck, that's what they're doing with this. That's really cool. But I think if you're watching, in my opinion, something like Send Help, where it's a dark comedy / thriller with horror elements, to me, that's just how I perceive it. I think it doesn't really matter that the commentary is like it's the commentary is worn on its sleeve, and it doesn't really bother me at all that it's not that complicated. I think you know what the commentary is 20 minutes into the movie. You know exactly what's going on.
I felt like it wasn't
not. You know what the commentary is? It's like, this chick should have never been promoted. That's the commentary.
I was listening to the
it's funny because a lot of people are like, oh yeah, this is like stick it to the boss and stuff like that. And I'm like, dude, honestly, this chick sucked. Like she might have been good at her documents and stuff like that, but she is not a leader. I would never put her in charge. Like I'm with the guy, and that tuna shit is nasty. Get that the fuck out of here.
I know, but all that shit was ridiculous. It's the joke after the fact that we already know that she's not being promoted because the guy's a misogynist fucking
character.
Yeah, he's a douchebag.
He's a misogynist fucking hand me down CEO. And it's funny, I can actually relate to this because I worked for a company years ago that basically the guy that ran the business I worked for, his dad started, right? And his dad got old and he retired, and he gave it to his son, and his son ran the business. And he was a fucking piece of shit criminal. Like the guy was like he was doing shortcuts all over the time sometimes. And he was just a dickhead. And so when I was watching Send Help, I was like, oh my God, I can relate to this, because it wasn't about promotion and stuff. I was the highest I could have been. I could have even been manager, but I turned that down. But anyways, the point is that the guy that was running this business was a piece of shit, and he was kind of like biased towards, his friends and things like that. I could see it all, and I was like, oh my God, this is ridiculous. I've lived through this before. It's crazy. But the funny thing about Send Help is like, yeah, she's kind of a misfit a little bit. She's really good at her job, but yeah, you're right. She's not a leader. She dresses shitty. She wears tuna on her face like she's fucking gross. But like but the funny thing about the whole thing is that she was never getting promoted anyways. Even if she dressed the part and didn't have tune on her face, she still wasn't getting the job because his buddy that went to the same school, Notre Dame, wherever the fuck it was, he was getting because he's a misogynist piece of shit. So it's just corporate bullshit. It's corporate hand-me-down bullshit. And they're just like, yeah, I'm gonna get my friends, more money and shit. It's typical.
Dude, I geeked out when Survivor shit started. I was like,
I knew you were
bro, I'm in the theater.
JP loves this shit.
I'm in the theater. And when they mentioned Survivor, I was like, is that what we're doing? And then the whole time I was thinking of JP watching this movie going, he's probably loving this shit, man. Because I didn't know about the Survivor shit. Right? I just thought
I didn't either. It was a complete surprise to me. And I was like, dude, that's fucking awesome.
Yeah.
For the listeners out there, I've literally been watching Survivor since fucking day one in 2001 when it started. And I've never missed a season. I've watched it all. I've even watched some of the international shows. So like, yeah. And although I have, like, as a fan of that show, I have been like really jaded over the last couple of years, not digging where the shows went and not really happy with the show, but I still watch. So yeah, that was definitely a funny moment to me because it was just like, I never thought I'd see that in a movie. And I'm like, is Sam Raimi a Survivor fan?
Dude, my favorite part in the film actually is when they're flying. They're going to their destination, right? And then he's like, yo, check this out, man. And it's her Survivor fucking audition video. And then of course the whole disaster happens. And actually that part where the dude was being a dick to her and shit like that gets hung up by his tie and he's like fucking all getting dead outside of, oh my God. I actually laughed out loud in the theater. That shit made me laugh because it was just the way it went down. I was like, that's so fucking stupid. But
I was actually a little disappointed that like one scene actually didn't happen type thing that I was expecting. But it's not really that kind of movie at the end of things. So I thought it was really fun. It was cool to see Sam Raimi do, and there's definitely like tons of Sam Raimi on it, like the vomiting and stuff like that. I'm like, oh this is totally Sam Raimi.
But even the focusing in on the tune on the face, like there's a bunch of camera work and stuff. Like there's Sam Raimi hints all over it and stuff like that. But like, there's still moments in the film where I'm like, that didn't seem that Sam Raimi to me. But
this is the other problem I had with this movie. This movie came out 3 years ago. This movie has there was a movie that came out late 2022 called Triangle of Sadness. This movie takes like all its plot points from, including the twist. Really? There was a part in the movie where she's like, don't go over there. And I thought to myself, oh, what's going to be over there? And then it got to the movie and I just laughed my ass off. I could not believe that. Like, half the movie to me felt like a blatant plagiarism.
Well, there was that weird moment in the film.
Specific gags too. There's a gag of puking on rich people in Triangle of Sadness. And they also use the gag here. It's way funnier than that because they're like on a cruise ship.
But Sam Raimi didn't write this movie, did he?
No, he didn't. And that's something I checked. I was like, there is no fucking way Sam Raimi wrote this because that guy's like,
you can tell he didn't write this
movie. He votes for fucking, he's got an Oscar vote. That guy has seen Triangle of Sadness. So like, I was like, there's no way. And maybe that's why he was like, oh, okay, I'll do this. Like, maybe he wanted a paycheck.
Well, it's funny because when you brought up the similarities with that other film, I'd never even heard of the movie or seen it. So when I watched Send Help, I just kind of took it for a Sam Raimi directed film that he didn't write kind of thing. I'm like, okay, it's Hollywood, it's Sam Raimi, it is what it is. And then you're bringing up all the shit. I'm like, that's really interesting because it's
that movie's a little more expansive. It's a whole group of people on the island, but it's the same thing. It's a cruise ship instead of an airplane, a cruise ship, and then so you have like your rich people, and then like the
it sounds like it's
people in the same exact thing, and then like the only ones that know how to do anything are the lower class workers, and they'd exploit the power system in the same way, and then it has the same twist where something is located on the other side of the island.
I'm assuming without kind of like the thriller horror murder elements.
Yeah, like that, like the whole like adversarial thing where they stop the movie and they go like, guys, monsters are created. They're not born. Like that's what it is.
Yeah.
But did you guys
go ahead.
I was going to say that I thought that was an interesting thing that one of the Bloody Disgusting guys said where they're like, these movies feel very similar, talking about Red Eye and this, because they were both like late stage career thrillers that like iconic directors made, both starring Rachel McAdams.
Oh, that's actually quite interesting. I never even thought of that actually. I was like, it was weird because when I was watching Send Help in the theater, I couldn't, it was weird. I always having this weird geek out moment with JP because I kept thinking about JP the entire time I was watching the movie. I'm like, he's got to be loving this geeky shit, this Survivor shit. And the whole time it was making me laugh. But the movie itself, actually, I thought was pretty funny. But I was about like halfway, maybe 2/3 into the movie. And it's obviously accomplished what it's trying to do. Like, kind of tag wise, like what kind of film is this? And I was thinking to myself, I'm like, man, for me, I took the movie as like a dark comedy first / thriller. Like those are the two main elements. And then it had horror elements. And I thought it was really interesting when JP, you said to me, you're like, I see a lot more horror elements in it. And I was like, okay, well, that's cool.
Well, I thought there was a couple scenes of horror in
Of course. And I felt like it was kind of thrown in because they were kind of more like
I didn't really get a lot of thriller vibes though. I feel like the thriller genre is so like weird because like what is thrilling about this movie?
I think it's, for me, the thriller elements is just the whole idea of the,
it would be the adversarial thing.
Yeah. And like
of it,
the suspense of being up on the cliff and stuff. Like, is she going to kill him? Is she going to do this? Like, that's kind of like those thrilling moments. And I'll be honest, dude,
stuff like that.
When I was watching those scenes on the cliff, man, I was getting ill. Like the heights were fucking me up. You know me with heights. I can't watch.
Weirdo,
dude. Standing on a cliff like that, man. Even thinking about it right now, it's giving me butterflies in my leg. It's weird. But like it felt like more of like a dark comedy first / kind of thriller. Like it was going to go into the thriller territory. And it had the the horror elements kind of mixed in and stuff. But it kind of got me thinking about. I was thinking to myself when I was walking out the theater, I'm like, I bet you if I went online right now and I just kind of scrolled through Instagram or Facebook or whatever, I'd find posts about what is this movie? What genre is this movie? And I go on there and I'm like, and if people are just fighting about it, they're like, and I always thought it was really interesting because we have this running joke on 22 Shots called, it's not horror. It's something we always say because it's kind of a joke. It's kind of a jab. In my opinion, it's always been a jab to those fucking gatekeepers that always, these elitist fucking horror fans that have always put their elitism on what is horror. Like you can't talk to these people like, well, that movie's not horror, fuck that shit, kind of thing. Right. And I'm like, it's crazy. But I always thought it was quite interesting when it came to like gatekeeping, the horror genre. And it got me even more thinking. I was like, what's really interesting? Because if we can probably agree on this, when it comes to like art, actual art, like paintings and shit, it's art. It's subjective, right? Mm-hmm. You can't tell. If we held up a picture right in front of all three of us right now, and it's an abstract picture, and Tyler says, I see a duck. And JP's like, I see a burrito, right? And I see like you can't tell somebody that they didn't see that. It's subjective, right? So I was thinking about horror tags because it got me thinking on this film. I'm like, I knew right away people were going to be fighting over what this movie is. Is it a horror film? Is it a dark comedy? Is it a thriller? And sure as shit, man, I'm like finding these arguments about, people are like, it's not even a horror film. I'm not going to have it on my horror list, blah, blah, blah. And it just got me thinking, I'm like, man,
who cares?
Exactly. So we need more subjectivity in this world, man. I really miss when everything was like super subjective. And I think people have lost that insight when it comes to like tags. A lot of people go onto IMDb these days or Letterboxd and they look at a film and they decide if they're going to watch it or not based on the tags. But you have to remember that these tags are created subjectively by people. Just, anybody can go in there and change them, right? So
no.
You basically can.
Not the tags.
On IMDb, they're changing all the time.
Yeah, but I don't think people have control over that.
Well, I'm just saying, but I'm saying, even if you label something, it's still a subjective opinion on what that is. So if there's a film called or labeled as horror, thriller, sci-fi or whatever, it's got all these different type of tags. I just got thinking, I was like, man, I'd love to go into IMDb and change the tags on Send Help to like fucking sci-fi, sword and sandals and fucking, whatever, mystery. I think it was pretty funny to me. But the point of the rant I'm trying to make here is that I think people have lost the fact that like still putting tags onto something is still subjective. Right. It's done by somebody that had an objective opinion or subjective opinion on what they saw. right? You have to take that with a grain of salt when you see shit. So when people argue about what's horror and what's not, it's absolutely mind-fuckingly stupid. And I want to use JP as a perfect example here, because we always see things a lot differently. And like, I would suggest, I'm not saying it's a little early in the year, but I know JP really liked this film, and I could possibly see it making his horror top 10 list at the end of the year. I'm not saying it's going to, I'm just saying it could possibly end up there. For me personally, I don't think it's that horror. And it, you know, I thought the movie was really good, but if you had it on your list, I'd be like, thank you for putting it on the list. It's not on my list. I want to use last year as an example though, too, because last year there was a film called Cloud. Tyler saw this movie completely different than everyone else, right? He saw the horror in it. He saw, you know, a lot of different things that, you know, I saw a little bit, but it wasn't horror enough for myself. He had it on his list. I left it off my list. I loved Cloud. I thought it was fantastic. I thought it was a great fucking movie. All props to Tyler for putting it on there. You know why? Because he's being subjective about it. It's his list and he's putting it on his shit like that. I love that shit. I'm so tired of people losing the idea of subjectivity and thinking that everything that they see on the internet, on these tags or IMDb and stuff, is written in stone. It's art. Art is all subjective. You can't tell somebody that the band that they love, like when I'm always bugging JP about Blink-182, I personally don't like them. JP loves them.
Yeah, but you're personally wrong is the problem.
Okay, so now he's bringing jokes. But you know what my point is, though? I've been seeing a lot of people arguing about tags lately, and I'm like, guys, make up your own damn minds about what a film is.
I get why Dave Z cares.
But you guys agree with me though? Do you guys agree? Like,
yeah. I mean, I agree. Like, I don't really
exactly. Thank you. For one time,
I have a way of looking at things that, like, to me, and I've made this argument before, that like when we're talking about horror, right?
Yeah.
Like something like another film that was on your list, Moodz, something like Shakespeare Shitstorm.
Absolutely. Yeah.
To me, that is all comedy and like 5% horror. Like there's nothing scary in it. There's nothing like thrilling in it. It's a fun movie that has gore and gross shit in it.
Yeah.
Right. So to me is like, what is more horror? Is it a pure comedy that just is made for horror fans that has like kills in it, or is it or is something like Send Help where there might be like a moment or two of like genuine fright, more of a horror film? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Where if in reality though, with Send Help, like I would categorize it as comedy first, then probably I guess thriller, then horror.
But I don't I'd agree with.
That's how I see it. I see it literally as the two. If I was to tag it as my subjective opinion, would be dark comedy thriller first, and then horror. Like I think dark comedy thriller is what it is, because it showcases those elements so much through the film. Like it. Yeah, I mean, it's got elements. It has those moments. Like even Tony said, he's like, I only saw one scene in the film that actually resembled something that he would call horror, and I kind of agree. Like, you know, and to me, that scene, which is kind of like a vision, kind of like, you know, whatever it is, I don't want to, for people who haven't ruined it, but for me, it felt like it could have not been there. You know what I mean? It felt like it was kind of tossed in there, but you know, again, it's just how you want to take it. You know, some people find things that are so frightening, you know, and others don't find them frightening at all. Like the Cloud is a great example. Like you see the horror in it. You see the idea of what these people are doing. To me, it doesn't come off as, it would be fucking crazy to have that shit happen to you. Like absolutely mind-blowingly fucked if that ever happened to you.
What was the movie that was my number 2? I always forget the title of it, which is funny because it's my number 2.
What the fuck is it called? It's the driving movie. It Ends.
It Ends.
Oh yeah, that was your number 2.
That movie is terrifying to me. Right, like that, but when you look at it for what it is, it's like mostly drama.
It's like a philosophy.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. It's very philosophical for sure, yeah.
But the movie itself was like really scary, to me. So it's like, it's always one of those cases where like, where do I put it? But the rule that I've always set for myself with top 10 lists is when I have a top 10 list, I'm more okay with putting stuff that what we call is horror adjacent or like in the realm of horror on the list.
Mhm.
But those movies will very rarely be my number one because I factor in how much of like it needs to be a horror film for me usually. You know what I mean? Like a true blue horror film or something I consider a straight horror film. And it's the same problem I had when we did Duncan's summer series show where it's like, okay, if we do a top 10 list and you put Jurassic Park as your number 10 or 9 or 8 or something like that, I'm cool with that. That's fine. But if you're telling me it's the number one horror film of the year, like I have an issue with that. Like
I only have an issue with that if someone's making like a top 10 best of like, you know, this is what the horror films are. But I mean, if it's like a personal favorite list,
yeah,
it's not.
I take that with that's what I'm saying. There's a difference in
like,
list. I just wanted to let people know that because there's a difference.
It's a communal thing. Like
with something like that, I would
representation.
See, I don't even consider Jurassic Park to be a horror film.
No,
it's not horror to me anyway.
It has some thrilling moments that you can say, okay, it's like a monster movie. But dude, like listen to the score of that movie. There's nothing presenting in that movie about horror. It's like an adventure thriller.
All it is because there were some fucking pussies who saw it at like 6 years old.
Yeah,
you know, got that nostalgic fucking.
Like I'm out there
scary.
watching Nightmare on Elm Street and shit, and these guys are
the
scared
bizarre
of
thing about
T-Rexes.
that episode too is in the same episode. Like people, they were like saying that like Fire in the Sky is not a horror movie, but Jurassic Park is.
It's like, what are you talking about?
I think Fire in the Sky is
Fire in the Sky is legitimately like scary as shit.
Someone gets abducted by an alien and it's terrifying.
But it's so crazy though. Like you could have a movie about just rock climbing. And this is where the personal, fears come into factor like big time, because if you had a film about rock climbing and like, it's, it's kind of on the thriller edge, it's like you got some crazy shit happening, but it's not like a horror film at all. It's not meant to be a horror film. That to me is scary as fuck. I couldn't watch an entire film of people hanging off rocks. Like I couldn't. It just, it terrifies me to death. Like, so what scares people is totally.
Did you ever watch that Fall movie?
No.
Where the two girls climb the big ass tower?
No. I almost watched it once.
You didn't watch that? I thought we and Carly saw that in the theater. I actually thought it was like kind of fun little thriller. But they're real high up on this fucking they go, it's like these two girls who are like YouTubers and they go and like climb things, you know what I mean? Like, and there's this like cell phone tower thing, it's like super high, and they like climb it and they get stuck up there. And I remember watching it thinking like Moodz would probably like shit his pants on this movie.
Yeah, I don't like that, man.
Yeah, that would probably make it pretty uncomfortable too.
Like I'm so bad with heights, dude. Even when I watch fucking Dazed and Confused when they climb up the fucking what is it? Not the cell tower. It's obviously not the cell tower. One of those power tower things, and I'm like, no, not doing that.
My thing with heights is I've always like if I climb something that's like kind of high that like I could possibly live if I fell off of it. That's where I'm scared. The higher I go, I lose fear because I'm like, you're so high up, it doesn't even matter.
Yeah.
you're so like in a plane. Like I'm not like I don't feel like the fear of being high when I'm in a plane.
Well, it's weird. It's weird too because people ask me all the time, like, are you scared of flying? I'm like, I'm absolutely not. I love flying because I feel like when I'm inside that fuselage, like I don't fucking feel scared at all.
I don't know. When I left Florida and I got the window seat and I was like looking at us going up and shit, it made my stomach hurt. I was like, dude, fuck.
Oh, really?
Takeoff will do that to you.
I love flying, dude.
Yeah, like because I'm seeing the earth and I'm seeing like it gets smaller and smaller and you're starting to see like the outlines of the roads and like fields and like property lines and shit. And you're just like, holy shit, like we're really high up.
Yeah, on a clear day when you're up about 35,000 feet and you're like, you can just kind of, it's like,
and then I went to sleep.
Up. Yeah.
I
can't sleep on planes, dude. I can't because I can't
just
sleep because
I realized something about myself. I can sleep anywhere.
Yeah,
it turns out. Like I remember when I was a kid and I got like left somewhere and I slept on like this church steps, which by the way was one of the worst nights of my life because even it was like September.
Well, yeah, you don't realize how in your ear all night.
Cold. Yeah,
hallelujah.
But you don't realize how fucking cold it is at night, like overnight, like somewhere with a t-shirt. Like I felt like I was hypothermic, dude. I was like, this is horrible. Like I cannot wait to get out of here, dude. This is horrible.
Yeah, that sounds horrible, man.
Me and my cousin literally.
Church.
Yeah, dude. It was just like me and my cousin were hanging out with this girl, and her grandma had recently died, and the house was abandoned next door to their house where the grandma lived, and so we were like stuck somewhere, and she like gave us a place to stay in this house, and we heard the door open, and so we like ran up into the attic, and I'm like, I don't know, like 16 or 17 at the time, and the girl's brother brought some chick there to bang, so we're like up in the attic, and like she's like, I'm not gonna sit up here and listen to my brother have sex with some girl. Like I have to like go down. So she goes down. Well, first he walks in. He's like, why is there skateboards on the bed? Because we left our skateboards down there. And then she came down and he's like, what the fuck are you doing here? Who are they? And she's like, they're my friends. She's like, get the fuck out of here, dude. And so he kicked us out. And me and my cousin like skate back to this other town. And it's late as hell at night. And this town was bad too, bro. It was just drug dealers on every corner. Like it was awful. And we're just like these young kids, and we go into this tattoo shop, and the guy let us chill in there till like 2 a.m. because he was like just chilling, and he was like, we were asking him questions about tattoos and stuff. We're just hanging out. Shit. And then we left, and then I see my uncle had just got a settlement, and he had like, he was like this skinny, like short dude, like shorter than me, like tattoos on his neck and shit, and he was like, you know, kind of like, you know, he had problems and stuff. He wasn't like a great guy. I mean, he was a great guy. I loved him. He was awesome, but he wasn't like doing the best shit in life. And he pulls up, and he got this fucking Cadillac with like dubs on it and shit like that. And he's like all the way back in his seat, like like barely can see him. And we're like, yo, Uncle B. And he stops and he pulls up, and he's like, what's up, boys? And we're like, dude, we got like stuck out here and we ain't got nowhere to go. And he's like, oh, for real? He's like, all right, be safe, and drives away, dude. I was like, are you fucking kidding me, man? Like, and me and my cousin look at each other and we're like, did that just happen? Like he just left us? He's just like, all right, be safe, man, and just.
Oh, dude, he must have had something lined up, man. He's like,
he was in it, all kind of shit, because he had just got like this big settlement for like falling off a roof at work or something, and he's like driving around in this fucking Cadillac with fucking just like he spent all like half his settlement on this stupid Cadillac, and me and my cousin are just like, damn, and then we end up sleeping behind a church like on some steps, and it sucked.
That's brutal.
Yep.
Yeah, but that's a funny story because my uncle just like drove off. It was like he said, "Be safe." Like, okay, thanks, Uncle. I'm like 16 out in like the ghetto with fucking drug dealers on every corner. Like, we'll be safe. We got our skateboards.
Stayed away from the drug dealers.
That's amazing.
Oh man, that shit was crazy, man. But yeah, back to the topic at hand. I thought Send Help was pretty good, man. I thought it was pretty decent. I agree that like the tags and the shit is kind of ridiculous. Like we have those debates all the time. Like, is it horror? Is it not? At the end of the day, I don't really care one way or the other what people consider horror or not. Yeah, it's fun to talk about sometimes.
And that's just the thing. I just have a big problem with people like just, you know, seeing a tag on IMDb or Letterboxd and just rolling. That's what it is. Like actually Dave Z said the other day, he looked up something and didn't have a horror tag. He's like, well, I'm not going to watch it. I'm like, but it might be horror to you. Dude. And I was like, and I didn't say anything in the group.
But that's the thing. Dave Z has a specific like setup, like right, he watches a limited amount of movies per year, and he doesn't, if he's like preparing for a list or something, like he doesn't want to waste time on something that he's gonna not consider horror, so he just tries to eliminate stuff that might be questionable to lessen the amount that he has to watch. I get his perspective.
Yeah, I get his perspective.
Yeah, of course he's like missing out on some stuff he probably would consider horror.
Well, that's the thing. I get his perspective completely too, but I mean at the same time, like you're missing out on some films probably. I mean, maybe just talk to us if you know, maybe if you trust us or whatever. I mean, at the end of the day,
he usually does trust us.
So I mean, you know,
dude, Dave Z's funny as shit, bro. Like the other day, it was like fucking wrenched again, man. I'm quitting podcasting forever.
Dude, I know he was like upset, bro.
Dude, like, I was just laughing my ass off. I was like, why, bro? What happened? And he's like, fucking can't. I just got all this shit to do. I can't even get a shower now. And I got to do Dave showing him like, so just go on there without a shower or just tell Dave, hey, buddy, I can't do it this time. He's like, I get anxiety. Like, I don't want to let him down, like, let people down. I'm like, dude, things come up sometimes. Sometimes you got to cancel, man.
Well, he was like, man, as long as I live with these two women, man, I'm never gonna fucking be able to podcast ever again. I'm like, holy fuck! I'm like, bro. And then Carly said, Carly pipes in and Carly's hilarious because she's always creeping in the chat and she never says anything. And then she comes out of the woodworks and says, well, then get divorced. And I fucking lost it. That's all her comment was, and I was like, fuck, divorce. So just get divorced. I'm like, oh my god, that was fucking hilarious.
And then he's like, I got the long COVID again.
Dude, so
he calls it the long COVID.
Yeah, man. He's always talking about his long COVID, his brain fog and shit. He's like, fuck, man, it fucked me up. I still got.
Listen, I thought he was bullshitting until one time when I got it, and I was like, my brain just wasn't working right, and I was like, dude, I think Dave Z was onto something with this.
No, I believe it. He says his memory shit, and it kind of is, man. Because we've had the same conversation like 4 or 5 times, and it's like, I remember like the third time we had it, I'm like, it felt like he was hearing it for the first time. I'm like, bro, your memory's really bad.
No, your memory is bad. Your memory sucks. I
just don't give a fuck sometimes.
No, like this guy brought it up again. You brought it up again in the chat and stuff. You're saying I was being a dick, saying about the fucking movie thing that we were doing where we're calculating all the movies that we did. And I'm like, dude, we literally talked about this on an episade like 4 or 5 months ago.
I know we did. I said I wanted to do my own thing. By doing, but I'm saying at the time you didn't say that. like at the time we were in agreement of what we were doing.
dude, are we really talking about this again? But anyways, I mean, no,
I'm just saying, bro.
I thought it was implied. I thought it was implied when I said, hey, man, I'm not doing that. I'm just doing my first time watches out of my discs. So whatever. I mean, if you got to overcomplicate it and explain every little minor detail, it's like, well, then, okay. But it's not that. It's not that I don't remember having the conversation.
I was being mean, though.
Well, you kind of were.
Which is false.
You were kind of on the show. You were kind of being
I was confused.
Yeah, he was confused. You guys were kind of just like miscommunicating, and I kind of didn't want to like step in and say, like,
and when you said
what's happening here.
And then you said you were like, wait, what are we doing? No, I didn't plan on doing that. And I was like, you were clueless.
No. What that came out wrong. What I decided to do, I'm like, man, I don't want to fucking just like talk about films that I've already seen before. And I understand what you were doing, but I was like, I think it would be more convenient for me just to talk about first time watches from my collection, because there's probably quite a few. So, but I mean, there's always going to be, I mean, even this time, like there's going to be discs that I watched for the first time. I'll include those. I'll do both, but
yay.
Yeah. Before we get too far away from this, I want to springboard off of the horror ambiguity tag. I did watch another 2026 movie this past weekend, and it was The Plague. And I thought that movie was amazing. And
I told your ass you were gonna like it.
I loved it, and I definitely would consider this movie horror. I've never seen a bullying movie that just ties a knot in your stomach right from the opening scene.
Yeah, I've been wanting to see this.
The whole movie, you're just waiting for something horrible to happen.
Yeah, that's like, it's one of the first movies I watched of the year, and then I think I did like Bone Temple, like the next ones that I watched, and I was like, this is gonna be a good year, man, because I thought both of those were really solid. And man, even like We Bury the Dead, I thought was like a passable, like decent movie that just could have been way better.
I watched that too, and I felt like that movie had a really cool, like my favorite parts of the film is when they're doing like the dead body.
Yeah, that's like all really cool shit. Yeah,
but then when the fucking army
right when it started, I was like, this is actually a really cool concept to a movie.
Yeah,
and then that army dude, the story goes way out into left field, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on here?
It throws me for a loop to the point where I'm like, my God, what the fuck did they run out of ideas to do in this? And I'm like, this is crazy shit, man. And I was a little bit surprised that like the relationship between, the lead girl and guy, like didn't go any further and stuff. It was kind of wild. I didn't really care for the ending too much though, but I get where they're going with that. But
did you think that the acting or the performances were really good in Plague, Tyler?
Yeah.
I think that's like one of the strongest parts of the movie.
I think like the two, like the three like central kids, I thought did all really good. I thought like Joel Edgerton's performance was like really well done and like really subtle. But yeah, man, that movie, like, the way that it's like shot and does its editing and the sound design, it's just so harsh and it stresses you out. It's like that.
I think one of the cool things about that movie too, is how relatable it is with like there's been moments in your life where you maybe wanted to like step in and be like chill or something like that, but then like you know that in certain like social situations, like it's gonna come way back worse on you if you try to be like the guy. Like I'm talking when you're really adolescent, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I thought
Like,
it did a really good job of doing a close up, like really realistic view of what it like teenage hazing and bullying is like.
Yeah. It definitely did. And I thought I was, and I think it also helped too that it was kind of like our era of
it was 2003, you know what I mean? Was set in. And
so we would have been like the same ages as those kids. So it was like really like hit the spot for me personally, just because like I was that era of kids.
I thought it really captured just like the kids of the time, well, just the way they talk, the language, the jokes. Like it felt very much like it was in 2003 to me.
Yeah, I really like that movie too. I'm curious to see, you know, where it ends up later in the year because it's a really early release.
Yeah. Thing about it too is like I think what the film suggests is like obviously it shows you like the physical manifestation of the plague, but as the movie goes on and a certain element gets removed from the movie, you realize like that's not what the plague is. The plague is this, and then it has the scene at the end where you see like the infection that's came from the plague and like the reverse power dynamics. Oh my god, I thought it was great. And the last thing that happens in the movie, that's an homage to a French movie that came out in 1999, and like the core message of that movie is to like it's like a like basically like a commentary on like toxic masculinity and like the French are in the French army in whenever that movie takes place. But like the core message of like that movie is to like go like embrace yourself against society's norms, and they do the same thing like in this movie towards the end, but they twist like the message of that movie, and it's like the most horrific way to fit this one. I just thought it was like brilliant. That was such like a whipped cream and cherry on top for me.
Yeah, that's a cool one, man. There's actually a lot of films I'm super excited for this year still to come. Like I'm hoping we're getting a banger year.
Yeah,
I think that January quite obviously is not dump month anymore.
Like, well, dump month was always considered like January and February.
Yeah.
I think that when you see stuff like Silent Hill, you're like, yeah, that's what this month.
Yeah, I get that, man.
But yeah, there was definitely some fun shit that came out in the early part of the year, though.
Yeah, speaking of one that you didn't like that I watched last night, and that was Night Patrol. I wanted to check it out.
You like that garbage?
Because I wanted to check it out because I liked the director's first film, Low Life. I thought it was really good. I really like Low Life. And I was like, okay. And I was intrigued because everybody was dumping on the film. I'm like, and that I see I'm the polar opposite of Dave Z. I want to see a film when everyone's, especially if I like the director's previous work or whatever. So I went into the film and I was like, man, I really like this idea. I think it's pretty cool. Like Night Patrol is basically vampires. They're vampire cops. But the crazy thing about it, it's not like a hidden thing. Like some of the other force that aren't vampires, they actually know that they are. They work on the Night Patrol because they're vampires. It's got a really interesting cast. Like Justin Long is in the lead. And it's got a bunch of rappers in it. It's got fucking YG's in the film. You got Flying Lotus is in there. Freddie Gibbs. And I think they all do a pretty good job. They all play Bloods in the film. But it's kind of an interesting concept, and I actually thought it was pretty good, man. I'm not joking. The third act goes a little bit cosmic and goes a little bit fantastical and crazy and weird. But I do like some of the core narratives that were happening in the film. Like I like the idea of Justin Long's partner being an ex-Crip gangbanger, and his mom is still a banger, and his brother's out in the streets and stuff like that. And he saw in the beginning of the film, he witnesses something that happened with his girlfriend. Like Justin Long pulls up there and caps this bitch and stuff. And he's like, fuck. So you got this whole dynamic with his, Crip brother being a cop now and stuff, and his mom.
It just felt so contrived. It's like, of course. That's
yeah,
what I kept saying.
Really, but even with the brother cop, like it doesn't even really overplay itself because he's kind of a non-factor, really. It isn't even about him. It doesn't really even factor in a whole lot, especially exactly how it goes down and stuff. I just like the whole idea of like capping off that Crip or the blood girl. kind of acted as like a double thing. It was more like a test for Justin Long and stuff, because the backstory with Justin Long's character is that his father was a police officer and he got killed. And, you know, he may or may not show back up in the film kind of thing. So that's kind of cool. But, you know, it's kind of an interesting setup because it's a way to get the Bloods and the Crips in this like housing project together. And the main goal is to basically just like siphon their blood into like these totes and shit. Instead of like going on like a murderous rampage, you like siphon out the blood, and their goal is to just like have blood for a while and stuff. I'm like, that's kind of crazy. But I mean, to be honest, like I haven't seen a movie in a while where there's blood and Crips involved. Like, when was the last movie you saw with Bloods and Crips? I mean, it's not really a gangbanging film. It just happens to be kind of set in that area in like Los Angeles and shit. But the whole stuff with the mom and how she like got her power, not her powers, but like how she had the ability and stuff like that. I don't really think it was even fully like explained really, but it was fantastic. Like, actually, even Jeremy even said to me, he messaged me today. He's like, man, he's like, I knew you were going to like Night Patrol. He actually enjoyed the first 2/3 of the film. He said the third act is where it loses him, falls apart. I can see that in people for sure. Cause like I said, it gets a little over cosmic and it's interesting. It's very interesting how everything kind of plays out. You don't really expect it like that, but I felt like for the topic, like obviously the theme, the messaging is that like, you know, the police prey on the hood people, you know, it's kind of very similar to Sinners in a sense. Yeah, but I just felt like for that topic, it just felt too fucking silly and like goofy. Like it was just. See, that's what I liked about it, though. I like the idea of Night Patrol officers being vampires, but set in kind of like in the hood. It kind of gave me, when the film first started with like Justin Long's character and the Crip cop. Even though in colors, it's the two white cops and stuff like that. But I was getting colored vibes because you're getting the Blood and Crips involved, even though in colors there's like Mexican gangsters and stuff like that. But I was getting like colors vibes and shit like that. I'm like, this is kind of interesting. But I was getting the same kind of Sinner vibes, like done in a different way. You know, the oppression, the cops preying on fucking blah, blah, blah. It's the Nazis, blah, blah, blah. You can make the connection, the correlation between the two and stuff. I mean, Sinners is a hot topic right now. I can see maybe they got a little bit of influence there, but again, I mean, I was really surprised at the performances by YG and Freddie Gibbs. What about CM Punk? CM Punk was actually pretty good in the film. I mean, none of them have major roles, but every time they're on screen, they're fine. CM Punk, I think, is a good actor. I don't think he's that bad. And, Flying Lotus is probably the weakest out of everybody. I thought Gibbs, surprisingly, is the first thing I've ever seen him in. He was fine. He was kind of like the leader of the Bloods at that point. YG's kind of felt like he was trying to give off like very Tupac vibes. Yeah, I mean, you get that because he's got his bald ass head and shit like that. But yeah. But like I said, it was kind of taken back. I didn't hate the movie. I thought it was kind of weak. I just didn't understand. I just couldn't understand why it was getting like 2s and 3s. I was like, wow,
you're legitimately the only person I've seen out of like 10 that likes this movie.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm curious at it because I think the premise sounds cool, and like the premise sounds real cool. That's why I was like, that's enough. Like every year when I prep, I watch plenty of movies I think suck anyway. So it's like even if it does suck, and like when I watch it, or I think it does at least, like it's at least something that's cool. It's different. You know what I mean?
There's some decent gore. There's some nasty parts.
I mean, you only gave it a 6.5. You're sitting there talking about it like it's an 8 or something.
No, it's solid. It's a solid 6.5 is a solid film. I mean,
yeah.
Like I said, the third act kind of like it kind of gave me a little bit. It got a little. I mean, 6.5 to 5 is like quite different for me, anyways. But
yeah, it's pretty different. But I could have gave it like 5.5 maybe.
I mean, I could have came out to a 7. I mean, I was just kind of. Once you sit on something for a little bit, sometimes it goes up, sometimes it goes down. It is what it is. I feel like when I give ratings, it's kind of like in the moment, because it literally is. Sure. Like it's literally in the moment. Like I finished my film, I give the rating, and then sometimes it goes. I've actually changed ratings like a couple days later.
I've done that before too. Sometimes like even like months later, I'll see I gave something like a 2.5 or something. Be like, you know what, that was a good little movie. I liked it. And I'll give it a 3. I'll do stuff like that.
I mean, personally, I'm not a big fan of like YG's music and stuff. I know he's like, he's like a new age, like Compton star and stuff like that, but I'm not a big fan. But I was surprised the soundtrack didn't really have a lot of their music in it. Like, I don't think there was any Freddie Gibbs songs that were even played in the movie, which was kind of fucking bizarre to me. But I could be wrong, but all in all, man, it's just something you don't see very often. I mean, every chance you get to see like Bloods and Crips on the screen, I was like, oh, okay. Just again, this isn't the 90s. You don't get those type of films anymore. So it's kind of an interesting idea that I thought was definitely overhated. I think Mike even gave it like 3 out of 10. I'm like, what the fuck? And I read his review because when I logged it, I wanted to see what else, like what he gave it, because he said he'd watched it. And he wrote something on the lines of, it felt like there was a bunch of different narratives that were kind of all pieced together in one like not cohesive thing. I'm like, it kind of
I didn't really get that vibe.
No, I didn't get that vibe at all. Like I felt like there was a bunch of different characters, but it all was going towards the same goal. Like it was all together. Like it was all heading in the same way. So I was like, I didn't really understand what he meant by that, but anyways.
Did you guys see that? And I know we're kind of going long on the intro, but did you guys see that Mike Flanagan is tapped to direct a fucking Mist movie?
Dude, I don't even understand this, man.
Oh, what movie?
The Mist.
Oh.
Like, why? Why do we need? The Darabont film was fucking awesome. Personally,
yeah,
I love it.
And then they did that TV series, which I'd never heard anything good about either.
No, I heard it was shit, too.
But, like, I just don't see... Like, I mean, I trust Flanagan, but at the same time, it's like him doing Carrie. It's like, I don't really like why, man. Like, you're so talented with other shit. Like, maybe he'll do something and it'll be like, holy shit, like that was amazing. But like, where do you really improve the Mist? I mean, are you going to do the same ending that they did? I almost feel like you can't do the same ending.
No, you got to do Stephen King's ending now.
Right.
So now you're just making it worse because Stephen King even said that his ending was
you like anyone who tries to like do that proper, like do that movie again, like you're checkmated by that ending.
I mean, it almost puts pressure on you to do something even better, which is like how, you know what I mean?
Yeah, amazing ending.
And so what is this like supposed to be an update? Like the movie just came out. I guess it's almost 20 years old. Was it
definitely
2007?
didn't just come out.
I know, dude. It's wild.
No, but I mean, like within the last 20, I guess it is almost like 20
Yeah,
years.
but it's like in 2006, if someone was remaking a movie from the mid 80s, you'd be like, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
20 years is still pretty close in proximity, though.
20 years now versus like 20 years back in 2006 felt like a lifetime. Like, it's insane. But speaking of Stephen King adaptations, Bloody Disgusting put out this article that said all the Stephen King adaptations currently in development, and they skipped a couple that were sort of like there's not much movement on them. Which were The Regulators, Billy Summers, Elevation, Sleeping Beauties, Later, and The Talisman, which had been announced previously, but it doesn't seem like there's any like actual movement on the project.
Oh yeah.
But these are the ones that are currently like in active development. So the first being Carrie, which is the Mike Flanagan 8-episode adaptation for Amazon. So we'll probably see that first. So we'll get a.
We have so much Carrie stuff that's the exact same.
Like, well, we had 4 Carrie movies, but 3 of the same story.
Yeah. Like The Rage is the only one that was doing its own thing.
Right. Yeah, and it's wild,
and it's still essentially Carrie. It's like almost the same thing.
The only thing that could possibly, I think, change like how this goes is it is an 8-episode thing, so you're telling the whole story of Carrie over 8 episodes, which I think you can really sort of dive deep into bullying and like that whole aspect.
It's going to be a lot of character development within the main bullies, for sure.
So I mean, it's not my
probably
favorite
a lot of story within the mom, because that was one thing that we talked about when we did the.
Yeah, you could definitely take some liberties at that point.
Remember, because
like that's a long
we had this
book.
conversation when we did the franchise, and I brought it up about wanting to know more about like the mom's backstory, like why is she the way she is? Was it her family? Did something happen? Did she fall into some shit? Like I think there's a whole story with her mom because she's fucking crazy, or maybe she's just literally crazy. I don't know, but.
Yeah. So we'll see. That's supposed to arrive in 2026, actually. So we should see it this year.
Yeah.
Probably around fall time, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
The next one is Autopsy Room 4, which is a story I've actually never heard of from Stephen King.
It is absolutely fucking terrifying, dude, that story. It's
Yeah.
basically about a dude that's like in
Wakes
the
up
autopsy
the
room, but he's still
morgue.
alive, and they're going to perform an autopsy on him. It's from it's
Six
one of the short
Stories.
stories. It's one of the short. I've read it before. It's fucking terrifying, bro.
Yeah. So from 1997, which that's actually I'm pretty that the description sounds really awesome. So
It's really
I
good.
like that one.
Yeah.
Darren Aronofsky is doing Cujo
Interesting.
for Netflix.
I'm not gonna lie, bro. Like Cujo is one of my least favorite Stephen King like
Same, dude.
story
It
and
is
adaptations.
mine too, man.
I'm
I've
not gonna
never
lie.
seen the movie.
If Dee Wallace wasn't the star of Cujo, I think I would never even think about
I've never even
that
seen
movie
it.
ever.
Listen, Cujo is a great movie. First one-time watch. The first
Yeah.
time you watch it, it is amazing.
I've read the
You're
book.
like, holy shit, this is thrilling. This is like intense.
no
like, it's
replay
scary. And then you ever watch it again, and you're like, this is like not that interesting. Like, and it's kind of boring, and the kid's annoying, and
Yeah.
you're just like, you lose. Like, it is one of those movies that works so well the first time you see it. Like, I remember the first time I seen it, it was like I was like edge of my seat type movie. And then
Yeah.
every other time I've ever watched it, I was just like, it's good, but it's like I don't want to watch it again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, Cujo. Aronofsky is a very weird name to attach to that.
He's been doing weird stuff lately. Like he just completely shifted from his earlier work.
Yeah. And then we have another adaptation of The Dark Tower. This is another Flanagan project that, I mean, if anybody's going to do it right, it's probably Flanagan. As we know, The Dark Tower is like a series of books that pretty much was like Stephen King's like bread and butter for a while there. Like I've always felt like there's people that just love Stephen King books, and then there's people that love the Dark Tower series. I've never actually given any of them a shot. I tried to do an audiobook of the first one years ago, and I just couldn't get into it.
Yeah,
But-
they're totally different than his. I've read the first three. Like, I finished up with the Wastelands. They're pretty good. I have a couple others after, but I've never read them though. So what is the adaptation? Is it just of the first book, or
Yeah, the first one, I believe.
is it like planned to do the whole series? Like, I think the Dark
Well, I
Tower would
think
work
that was,
better,
like-
not as a movie, like as a series. Like, you need to
yeah.
like break it down into like seasons. Like, the Dark Tower is so long. There's 7-8 books or something like that. You could do like 4 seasons.
Yeah. That's the thing. Like, you almost have to do it like either you have to plan it out like you're going to do like the Lord of the Rings films or something, where you're going to do all the films,
Yeah.
or you have to do it as a TV series.
Yeah. I think the episodic would be way better for that, because you can fit a lot of story into it, which these things have a fucking ton of story. Have you seen how long these books are? They're like all like 700 pages. Well, not all of them. The first book is
Not
actually
all.
slow. No,
Yeah.
the first book and the second one's a lot bigger. They kind of get bigger and bigger as they go along. They're fucking big.
Yeah, he definitely has some thick boys in there.
And I mean, I think that the first one they did, that first Dark Tower, was atrocious. Like, it was so.
I didn't even
boring
watch it.
and bad.
I didn't watch it.
I went in the
I've
theater and
honestly,
saw that
like,
thing.
I've honestly never been interested in those books because it's just the old English and the fantasy. It's not what I'm looking for in Stephen King. So I've just never really been interested in them.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
That's why I stopped out. I was like, I'm not even into these. I'm like, can't do it.
The next one here is The Girl Who Loved Tom Gordon, which is a movie that has been talked about for a really
Yeah.
long time.
I read
it's a
that
good,
one.
It's a good story. I've
Yep.
read it too. I've got it. I mean, I have majority of Stephen King stuff, but it's good.
Yeah.
I actually really like that.
Yeah, it's a survival story of a 9-year-old girl named Trisha as she struggles to stay alive, getting lost in the woods alone, with only her Walkman radio playing baseball games to keep her company. The girl's love of pitcher Tom Gordon begins to manifest hallucinations that may save
It's
her
like such a
life.
random thing that he wrote a story about Tom Gordon. Like, it's because he's a real person. It's fucking
Yeah.
crazy. Like, yeah,
This one I'm really excited for, Fairy Tale.
yeah.
A24 is taking on King with a 10-episode series. Fairy Tale is a book that is fairly new. Like, I think it's just 2 or 3 years old. I had read it, and it's one of my favorite books from Stephen King since like 10/22/63, which is the JFK assassination time travel book. A lot of similar shades with fairy tale. It's basically about this kid who's befriends this old man who eventually dies, and this man has basically a portal to another world, like in his garden shed, and he has been visiting this world off and on for all of his life, basically, and a lot of things have changed in the world, like basically similar to like the Wizard of Oz or something, where like evil has kind of swept over the land a little bit and stuff like that. Pretty awesome story. Like I loved it. So I'm curious to see how
I'm trying to locate it. Like my wife read the book recently, but it's not sitting in the collection, so she might have lent it out to somebody. But
yeah. The Mist, which we just talked about, also Flanagan. Mr. Yummy, the first short story to be adapted from 2015's collection, The Bazaar of Bad Dreams, which I don't think I've ever actually read that story.
I've read that whole book.
Yeah.
It sounded familiar, but I can't place what it's about or anything.
Dude, that's crazy, man. It's funny because I was actually thinking about this a little while ago too, about, going through the anthology books and stuff. That is the first one. Because there's like fucking 20 stories in that book, maybe?
I don't remember. I think it's something like that, though. Yeah, I got it for Christmas one year when I was like in between my Stephen King run.
The hard book.
Yeah, that's why I got that. Well, it came out like the year that I was like got into reading Stephen King books.
I have to read. I've read some of it.
I know there's a really cool story about like an iPad that like comes from the world of the Dark Tower in there. That one was cool. That's the one that like stands out to me.
This next one here is the last one, rather. Rat, which is from the collection If It Bleeds.
Yeah.
Which I've read that one as well.
Yeah.
It also has Mr. Harrigan's Phone, which was already adapted, and The Life of Chuck, which was adapted as well. I think there were 4 stories in that one. So the only story that has not been adapted, if you count Rat as being adapted, is If It Bleeds, the title story, which is funny. But that story is a Holly Gibney story, so it makes sense because there's 6 of her by now. But that, I'm always down to see.
Well, that's going to become a series though too, right? The Holly shit.
I don't know. They did one. So Holly, it's so weird, the Holly Gibney character, because she starts off as a side character in Mr. Mercedes, which is a story. And then they did 2 follow-ups books, End of Watch and Finders Keepers. Yeah. And by the 3rd book, she becomes
Dylan actually has those right now.
Yeah. Those are good. I like those. In the 3rd book, she becomes the main character, but during those 3 books, there was a side story called The Outsider, which is also a really solid book.
Yeah.
And she's in that book as well. Then she's in this anthology book called If It Bleeds. And then she was in the book called Holly. Yeah. And then she's in another one too that I can't remember, which is another straight up Holly story. So yeah, he's like balls deep in Holly Gibney.
Yeah, because I think he has like another one too or something like that. Yeah,
his last like 3 were like Holly stories.
Yeah.
Which I like her, but I am getting like very burnt out on.
I haven't got into those stories yet, so I can't really comment on it. But
Mr. Mercedes isn't that old, so that's a lot of Holly Gibney content in a period of time.
Oh,
you know what I can't get over though, man? All these adaptations that are coming out and stuff, and still nobody wants to tackle Doom McKee.
Doom McKee's so good. I know we talked about it.
It's one of the best books, like Doom that no one really talks about, man. It's so good, man. It is one of the
just like imagine just like pitching it at like the 10,000 foot view to horror fans. A man a construction worker loses his arm in an accident.
Yeah.
He takes up painting and starts to feel these mythological like feelings of being painting these otherworldly predictive things with his fucking missing arm. Does that just not sound amazing?
It does, but it plays out. It's so vivid when you read it, Ben. It's like it's so cerebral when you read it. Like the world that I was picturing and the paintings and like the scenery and everything. I was like blowing my own mind. I'm like, this would be amazing movie, but I think it would be a very costly movie to do because there's so much visuals.
Imagine like Willem Dafoe playing that guy.
Right. Yeah. Like, who would actually play? Yeah, that would be good.
He might be a little bit too old.
I mean, I would, he's probably too old now.
Yeah.
But I mean, for like, if they were going to make like a Hollywood movie, it would be somebody. It
would have to be someone like probably in their 50s.
Yeah. Yeah.
But they did do a TV mini series of The Outsider. So that was, I guess, Holly's first appearance in film or, on screen. The only other last little bit of news that I did want to bring up was since we last recorded, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre rights have indeed gone to A24. So I was going to bring it up actually, kicking it off with a TV series with a movie also in the works.
So I don't get the TV series. Like, what are they doing? Like, how is that going to play out? Like, are they just doing the first movie? Because Chainsaw as a franchise is all over the place.
If you do, I mean, the one thing about doing a TV series is you actually have tons of like content to work with, because one of the coolest fucking things about the Chainsaw series is all the family members and like the history of the Sawyer family or the Hewitt family in the remakes. That like there's all kind of fun characters and history behind that family that you can play with. Even in Leatherface, the movie that we ended up liking a good bit that never really went anywhere else, like,
which was not a surprise,
like if you're starting in like a prequel territory where they're, young and stuff, like you could do a lot of stuff with it. Unfortunately, my problem is I just don't really have time or care to watch TV anymore. So it's like I would rather just have
you checking out the Chainsaw series if it comes out, because like
I would have
to. How could you not? I think the way you do it is you maybe do a series that's like a build up, like for however long that would be till the first, till what your reboot of TCM would be. So by the time like you release this movie that's would presumably be a reboot of TCM, you have all these characters that are like super fleshed out, and you can do like a lot more of them, have like way greater context, everything.
I could watch an entire series, man. You take it back to the origins of like Leatherface and the buildup of the family, and you kind of go through this, and it kind of leads in there's so much possibilities. But I like story. Like when you watch the original Chainsaw, and then when they did the whole Leatherface thing, I was like, man, you could do so much more with that. There's so many stories. There's so many things here. But then as you progress in the film, you could incorporate, the other parts of the families and stuff.
Especially
like and even part 3. Like there's all these kind of relatable.
But that's the problem where we've always sort of had with because when they did the Leatherface film, I was always really bummed that it was just the 3 brothers, like Leatherface, the cook, and the hitchhiker. Yeah. Where it's they should have had Chop Top in there too, but because it was MGM owned the rights to Chop Top, you can't really do that. So is it going to be a similar situation with, or are they just scrapping all of those characters and just creating brand new ones?
It could, but I think that's probably what they're more likely to do.
All this rights thing is always fucking up everything. I just read today someone they're fighting over the rights who created the fucking Scream mask, the Ghostface.
I mean,
mask.
just realistically,
that's it for the Scream franchise.
I don't think it would be a good move if they just copied old characters. I think some of those characters are just really of their time. I don't think they translate as well with a studio.
That's also one of those things where do you set it in modern day or do you set it in the 70s?
I can see them
you could go either way. That's probably what they're more likely to do. But you could set it in the 70s and have this really kind of cool burn up, shattered American dream, post-Vietnam type of story that builds up to when TCM took place. And that could be really interesting too.
I think you almost have got to make it a period piece. We've seen Modern Chainsaw, and I just think that every time that it's set in a period piece, they're better movies. All of the ones that are period pieces are better.
And it's the thing is too, is if you like take away that old setting too, and you just like set it in the boonies anyway, and set it in modern times, all you're doing is just like adding more complicated things to the same setting.
Cell phones and
exactly. And then like, what do you do? Set it
internet.
like you can't set it in like any type of suburban area where everyone and their mama has fucking ring cams and shit.
Right.
Well, yeah,
So,
that doesn't apply to Chainsaw. It has to be out in the country. It's got to be fucking hillbilly country and shit, right? It has to be.
I believe that JT Malner is the one that is heading this. He's the guy that did Strange Darling, which I think is a good pick for a director.
Yeah, it's a good movie.
Yeah, that movie had a unique kind of style to it too that I could see translating to TCM well and being its own thing as well. Like also being its own thing, but translating to that style of movie well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I've always been a big fan of the TCM series, like the good, the bad. Like, I just think I've always liked the concept, and I'll be curious to see what they do. I would rather have a fucking movie, but at the same time, like, I'll take what I can get, I guess.
Yeah, I'm actually quite surprised that they didn't do a follow up to the last Chainsaw movie. But
that was the first one that was direct to video, by the way.
Yeah.
Or actually,
only way to get
talking
that
about the Netflix one or the
Netflix.
Okay, I was talking about Leatherface, but yeah, that was Leatherface was the first one direct to video, and then the other one was direct to streaming.
Yeah.
Which doesn't have a video.
No, it doesn't, and that's what sucks about it. I mean, there's a lot of bootlegs out there for it, and I mean, pretty much that's all if you want a physical copy, that's how you're going to have to obtain it. Because Netflix.
I think I just hate Netflix now.
Netflix is
it didn't have the documentaries, man.
It's the only reason why I keep it, man.
Netflix is hurting like our territory. You know what I mean? Like film and stuff we love. Like Netflix is actually more of a bad thing for the culture than a good thing.
Oh fuck! They never put new movies on there and shit. It's terrible. Like,
and when they do, they're just so cookie cutter bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, I totally watch it for the true docs and stuff. Like, I watched the Christine Jessop story the other day. It was that story about that girl in Toronto, that just outside of Toronto, that got abducted and murdered and stuff. But it's a very basic sounding case. But man, is it ever fucked up? Like, it's crazy what happens.
That's the thing about them is when they start getting these like crazy, they start going into stuff with these documentaries, and you're like, holy shit! Like, it's just
it just seems so
insane.
Basic. Like, she actually got abducted, I think on my birthday, actually, October 3rd, 1984. She got abducted, and then they found her a little while later. But it just that's when the story turns, and it just gets crazy, man. It's fucking wild, man. So, pretty fucking sad shit, actually, man. But yeah. Anyways, is that it for?
I mean, there were like the two things that I saw. I didn't really look deep or anything. I just was.
No, I saw that article on Stephen King. I kind of like glanced through it and stuff. I saw something about the Ghostface mask being in limbo with the rights and who created that, and I'm like, oh, here we go. Now that's gonna fuck up the franchise. Now they're not gonna be able to use the mask anymore.
Well, that I don't think that matters, because I think that mask existed before Scream, and they licensed it. Like Scream,
because it was called something else, right? It was
the Scream movies did not create that mask.
Yeah, exactly.
It already existed.
No, I don't think that. I'm just saying whoever had the design for it or whatever, the copyright or whatever, like there's something in limbo with it. So I don't know. I didn't really read the article, but I just thought that was interesting. It just kind of reminded me of like fucking the whole Jason thing or the Friday the 13th thing. And oh my God.
I did want to wish everybody that is listening to this a happy Friday the 13th. Hopefully you're watching some Friday the 13th movies.
Oh yeah. It's Friday the 13th. Yeah. I won't be. I'll be heading out to my cabin tomorrow. So
even better place to watch Friday the 13th movies.
You know, I probably could. I mean, I'll be outside. I'm not going to set up my shit though. It's too cold out. So
yeah,
it'll be cold out there, but yeah. Anyways, here for the intro. Anything else?
Nope.
All right. So that is going to conclude the intro, and we'll be back here with Box Office Brawl.
Let's get ready to rumble!
right, so getting into some box office brawl. What's coming out this week? I have absolutely no idea.
Well, I will tell you, but first I figure I will give an update on, we actually totally spaced and we knew we weren't recording the show, but we didn't think to look ahead and do like the other films that were coming out.
We
Obviously
fucked
The
up.
Strangers,
Yeah.
Chapter 3, and then I think there was like 2 other movies maybe.
We should have just recorded it because I didn't look at the numbers. You guys probably did though, but
I actually was actually gonna. I actually thought I had messaged you guys and said, "Hey, did you want to jump on and do like a quick box office brawl recording?" And I totally forgot, like didn't type it or something. I thought I typed it, but I must not.
yeah, I definitely did not see that if you did, but
But if you did, like,
I don't think I did. I didn't even look to see what actually Strangers Chapter 3 made. Does anybody know? Just out of curiosity.
no idea. I
No.
let the
Yeah, I didn't
numbers
check.
thing up to you guys.
Yeah, it looks like opening it did 3.4 million. And it grossed 4.4 so far.
For Return to Silent Hill?
No, Strangers Chapter 3.
Or Strangers Chapter 3. That's what I meant. Sorry.
Jesus.
So pretty bad.
That is fucking horrible, man.
So to update on our predictions from last week, I feel like we're going to get better as we go, but we're still kind of all over the place. So Iron Lung debuted with a 17 to 18 million dollar opening, which is pretty incredible, especially because our numbers were way lower than that.
Yeah, I don't think anybody could have predicted this. Like, how could you?
I think in hindsight, I was like, well, obviously, this guy got 30 million people following him. He's probably going to have some of them people in the theater. So I guess 5 million. Moodz undercut me with 4.9. Tyler guessed 8. So that ended up,
What a surprise. I got no
ended up
points.
getting a point there. Send Help ended up with 19.1 million. I was the closest with 16. Tyler guessed 15.5 and Moodz 15. So I get the point there. And then Shelter did 5.5. Tyler guessed 5. I guessed 5.2. And fucking Moodz sniped me with a 5.5. So he gets the point spot on.
What? It finished up
It
at
was
5.5?
5.55.
Damn. The only point I got was right on. Wow.
Yeah.
Yep.
So the current leaderboard is JP with 2, Tyler with 2, and Moodz with his first point.
Nice.
So this weekend, again, I have trouble with trying to figure out if these are wide or not wide releases.
You should keep track of that stat too. Sorry to cut you off, but keep track of that stat of how many people get them exactly right.
That might be the only one. It's pretty hard to do.
I know.
So yeah, we have Good Luck, Have Fun, Don't Die. I don't know if this is a wide release or not. I saw it listed on some places and some places I didn't. So I'm not 100% sure on this one. I think we said if it ends up under 1,000 theaters, we will discount it. So no matter who wins, we won't include it with the, predictions, the points. So we'll have to see on that one. It is by Barracliff Entertainment, labeled as action, adventure, comedy, sci-fi. A man from the future arrives at a diner in Los Angeles where he must recruit the precise combination of disgruntled patrons to join him on a one-night quest to save the world from a terminal threat of rogue artificial intelligence.
What's it called again?
Good Luck, Have Fun, Don't Die. And I believe since Moodz... No, we all got 1 point. Moodz did the best, though, so I think he has to go first. Is that what we decided?
Is that the
Sounds
rule?
good to me.
What is that? What we? I couldn't remember what the rule was.
I don't remember. I generally don't.
I think it was whoever got the closest.
Okay, so all right, so good luck, have fun, don't
it has
die.
Sam Rockwell in it.
Ooh, Sam
Yeah,
Rockwell.
it's got Sam Rockwell.
Directed by Gore Verbinski.
Oh, he's big. That's the Ring guy. He made Rango. A Cure for Wellness.
Mouse Hunt. The Mexican.
Yeah, he's the guy that did A Cure for Wellness.
Pirates of the Caribbean.
Oh, he did a Pirates movie too?
He did 3 of them.
Yeah, that makes sense because
Fuck, he's the guy that did all
he did
those.
Rango too. So that makes sense.
He did the Mexican. He did
So
the
I
Ritual.
imagine this almost has to be a wide release then, right?
Yeah, it's got to be. Gore Verbinski don't fuck around.
All right, so I'm gonna go. Fuck, man, this is a really hard one. It has a runtime of 2 hours and 14 minutes.
Dude,
there,
what
it's gonna
the
defer.
fuck?
It's gonna defer people from even going to the theater to see this because nobody wants their ass numb after they leave. So, good luck. We have fun, or have fun. Don't die. I don't really know how to take this movie. It's like AI, action, adventure, comedy, sci-fi. So this is like a total hodgepodge of shit. It doesn't say comedy's way far down. So
Was it? Did we look at the rating? It's R. Okay.
it is R. Running 214. That is long. Fuck, I really wish we had the amount of theaters, man. That really helps me. Director is known. Maybe there's a lot of Dave Z's out there and they're going to see this title and be like, that sounds fucking stupid. I'm not going to see that shit because I can't even remember the title. It does have Sam Rockwell. Is he a big box office sell? No.
No.
At all. He's not.
He's a good actor. He's
I was literally asking the question to myself.
Yeah.
It's kind of rhetorical for you guys. But shit, dude, this is really tough. I'm going to say this one's going to open up at 6.2. It's not going to do good.
Okay, Moodz with a 6.2. I think that who goes last?
I would assume that Tyler.
Who was off from the furthest?
JP was second.
I was off. You were the second closest to any of them with your, or no.
So is that the rule? If we all get a point, then whoever was the closest goes first.
Like that has to depend. That's got to like dictate.
And we just
the
go in
order.
descending order at that point?
Yeah, 16, 18, 19. I think I would go second because I had the closest on Send Help.
Yeah, I was still pretty far away from Iron Lung, right?
Yeah, your point was 8 million.
Oh yeah, so I would be last. I'm the worst one.
Yeah. All right. This is interesting.
It's actually harder than you think. Not knowing the amount of cinemas is a big difference.
Going second sucks dick. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of glad because I know where I like kind of want to be with this, but it puts me in a weird spot where I would have to go with that because where you could go last.
Right. Shit. I'm trying to see also what's coming out I'm trying to judge it by my theater, like the one that I'm not sure if it gets like a lot of stuff. Like usually it only get like the more popular stuff if it's getting it or not, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So okay, I don't have time to do that. Let me see. Okay, so do I go under or over is the question. Let's see. I'm gonna do 8.
I'm gonna actually take the over on that. I don't hate him going 8. I'm gonna go 9.
So JP went 8, and then you went 8.2. So I'm the low dog on this bitch.
I'm going 8.9. I said 9 actually, but I'm actually gonna go 8.5.
8.5 for you? Okay.
Yeah.
Now there's a long ass fucking pause in there. I'm just gonna keep it. I don't care.
Okay, so the second movie here is one that I've actually seen a trailer for. It's called Cold Storage. It's a horror comedy. It is directed by Johnny Campbell, who did a movie in 2006 called Alien Autopsy. And he worked on television outside of that. Starring Georgiana Campbell, Joe Keery, Susie Bacon,
Liam Neeson.
By Studio Canal, and it's about 99 minutes, rated R.
Well, and it says "end Liam Neeson," so he's on the back of the poster, so maybe he's not billed as top. Body horror, dark comedy, splatter horror, comedy, horror, sci-fi. So this has a lot of horror tags. Again, going back to the intro, take it with a grain of salt. This might be straight up comedy.
Who's the director?
Some guy who did one other movie.
Johnny Campbell.
I don't know who that is.
You know Johnny Campbell.
Johnny Campbell.
Everybody knows Johnny Campbell. Come on. He worked on Dracula, the TV miniseries recently.
Oh, that Johnny Campbell.
This guy has done nothing but TV, really.
Oh.
Alien Autopsy in 2006, which I'm not familiar with, but pretty much his entire body work is TV episodes. Like he did an episode of Westworld, which I'm a big fan of the original film. Never seen anything in the TV series. Heard good things, actually. Dracula would never even have a moment of thinking watching that shit. But yeah, he's a TV director. So what do you guys got?
So does that mean I go first, Tyler?
Are there 3 movies?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I would go first to the last one. That makes sense. Okay. Yeah, you'd be second.
Okay, so I think that this one is... So I think this one is getting a less wide release, like a lesser wide release than the other one, but I honestly don't know. I'm just basing this off of how many showings are at my theater. So I'm going to go and say that this one is, I'm feeling a solid 6.5 million.
All right, so I would go second this time. Moodz will go last, right?
Yeah.
That would make sense. Okay, so, all right, I'm going to take the under on you. I'm going to go 5.
Oh.
Okay. So Tyler's at 5. So
I'm kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place because under below. 5 seems way too low.
Mm-hmm.
But do you want to go over me? Is the question.
Yeah. Yours was at what, 5?
Yep, 5.
5 flat.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna go 5-1.
Damn.
Because I don't think it's gonna do. Yeah, no, it's gonna be 5-1.
All right. What do you got for the last one?
So this one is.
Oh, that was JP's was at. He was at 5, right?
JP's at 6.5.
Oh yeah. Okay, so I was trying to go over JP.
Oh, so you want to go 6.6?
No, that's what I meant. I forgot.
Okay,
I thought
so you want to
JP.
go. Okay,
Yeah.
so you want to go 6.6?
Yeah, I'll go.
Okay.
See, I don't think it's going to do under 5. Like that seems way too low. But like we're right at. See these middle things. I'm like the way things have been performing. I'm like, I don't know, man.
Like the thing is, we've been way off. Like last week, we've been way off by like we keep thinking it's going to be real low, but like even the lowest one last week was 5.5.
I know, but with you going 6 point something, and then me saying like 12 makes no sense. Like that makes no fucking sense for me to do that. I have to just go right over if I'm picking the over under, right?
Well, I mean, if it makes 9 million, then and you pick.
It still beat you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. You have to just go on the over. So yeah, I'll take the over.
Damn, I'm like fucked twice. All right, so the last one is definitely this has like one screening going on in mind, so it could end up being like a situation where it's not really. So what we need to officially say? Are we discounting the movies that are under 1,000 theaters or not?
Oh yeah, I say we just throw them out if they're under 1,000.
Yeah.
Okay. The Mortuary Assistant, which is a film that is rated, it does not say, by Seismic Releasing. Follows Rebecca Owens, a mortuary science graduate who takes a night job at Riverfield Mortuary. What begins as a routine job turns sinister as she faces terrifying supernatural forces. It is horror, and let's see who's in it. It is. Oh, it's based on a video game. How about
Oh,
So that's a big
that.
popular thing right now, right?
That's the bingo.
Directed by Jeremiah Kipp, who has directed Slapface and the Avant Gardener. Oh, that's a short. Never mind.
Okay.
The Gee Witch, the Gee.
This guy's directed nothing but shorts.
Story.
Okay, so he
Nothing
hasn't
but
directed
shorts.
shit. Who's
Nothing.
in it?
Yeah, it does seem like he's pretty much directed nothing but shorts. Who is in it? It is Willa Holland, Paul Sparks, John Adams, Mark Steger. Not really anybody.
I feel like this is going straight to DVD, and you're just like, or straight
Yeah,
to fucking.
I think it's going to be one of those like Shudder films that sneak in or something.
It might get thrown out, but I don't think this is gonna make very much money.
I love this, man. It's like tagged as body horror, folk horror, monster horror, psychological horror, supernatural horror, and horror. I bet you it's a straight up comedy.
I'm gonna start the opening volley with 3.
All right, Moodz.
I'm gonna go with a 2.9.
All right, so I really either fucking make it to where Moodz has no chance, or I go above. I mean, virtually no promotion. I have to go below.
You're just picking which one of us doesn't have a chance.
Yeah. I'm gonna go at
I wouldn't overthink it. I think this one's getting thrown out.
2.8, bro.
Fuck's sakes. Come on.
Fun video game.
Like just sandwich, man. Like just the meat in that sandwich right there.
What did you say, Tyler? 3?
3.
All right. Yeah, you virtually have no shot, buddy.
Yeah, nothing. Unless it actually lands right on 2.9.
2.9, bro.
Like 2 weeks in a row.
That would be fucking insane.
You're the
I should win a
sharpshooter
prize.
that
If you ever get
happens.
sandwiched in between
It
bids
should be double points.
and you fucking get it right, like that's
Yeah.
great. Like I mean, completely sandwiched.
Let's make that a rule. Yeah,
Yeah, you get double points if you get that
If you get
right.
it right, bitch, you get double points if you win.
if you're in the middle and win, you get double points.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like I mean, a complete sandwich.
It has to be
Like
something
2.8
like-
and 3.0. Like
It has to be
2.9.
something like this, like
Yeah.
within like let's say like within like 0.2 or something.
Okay. All right, we're just fucking making up all kind of new rules for podcast.
Just like it's like
Hey,
hitting
man,
the
it's our game. We
jackpot.
can do what we want.
It's fun.
Yeah.
It's just fun, you know.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. But yeah, Mortuary Assistant could get thrown out, but you know, yeah, it's kind of funny to see some like it's tough to know what's actually like. Like the way that I look at it, I saw a bunch of trailers for Cold Storage, so I'm like, okay, that has to be a semi wider release because why would I be seeing a bunch of trailers for it? You know,
Right.
it actually looks really fun. But another thing too is this week there's not really a lot of like notable other releases.
Mhm.
Like Worthing Heights is the number one.
Well,
like,
Wuthering Heights is going to be the big one for sure.
yeah, and then under that is Goat, which is an animation film, which is I don't think a shared audience with anything we're covering. There's a 2 hour and 20 minute action movie called Crime 101. That's going to be an IMAX.
Oh yeah, I was looking at that. It's like got Chris Pine in it or something, I think.
Yeah. So, who knows?
Yeah.
So, yep, that's that. That's that.
All right. So that is going to conclude Box Office Brawl.
I am the devil, and I am here to do the devil's work.
They will say that I have shed innocent blood. What's blood for, if not for shedding?
I like to dissect girls. Did you know I'm utterly insane?
Have you checked the children?
What do we do?
Why don't we just wait here for a little while? See what happens.
All right. So getting into the dub. What we watch portion of the show. We're not going to explain this anymore because we're just going to get into some fights about it. So what y'all watch in the last, I guess it's been like 2 weeks, right?
I know. Yeah. I really didn't do much, so I'll go first if you guys don't mind.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Let me pull up my list here. I did get to a couple of movies on the 100-year challenge, which I am officially out of the silent era. I'm happy about that. Fucking Man or Woman in the Moon was like a 3 fucking hour silent movie.
Yeah, that was a bold choice. When I saw you pick that, I was like, that is a bold.
Damn,
that is a bold
3
decision.
hours. It's great.
There's a lot of short.
It's like 2 hours 40 minutes.
What year was that?
29, I think.
Yeah, see, like he could have done something like picked a nice like 70-minute Charlie Chaplin or Buster Keaton movie. He's like, nah.
Well, I saw Fritz Lang's name, and he's very notable. So I was like,
yeah.
I didn't even look at the runtime.
Yeah, you could have picked Metropolis for 27.
That movie, though, it is a good movie. I don't know if you've seen it before. Woman in the Moon.
No, I haven't seen it.
Yeah, it is a good movie, and it's actually like extremely ahead of its time for what it's doing.
Yeah, Fritz Lang was insane in the early days. He's one of my favorite directors of all time, actually.
Like it made me like kind of like wowed that it was so accurate to space travel, and it was still like decades away from space travel, like landing on the moon. Kind of crazy.
Yep.
But yeah, I'll save that for our sideshow. But I did watch that, which was pretty long. So outside of that, I didn't watch a whole lot. Oh, you got to be fucking kidding me. Actually, somebody else needs to go.
Okay.
My list didn't save. I got to add this shit back to the list.
Okay. Let's fire up then. So I'm cutting my list at what I would have had when we would have recorded on Monday. And so there's a couple I've watched but I'm not going to save them for the next show. So this is going to be January 26th until February 8th are the dates for these. So we're going all the way back to prepping for the top 10 show for Sin Bin. Starting off with Bang the Drum Slowly. I watched my Cinematograph 4K. I know this is a movie JF's kind of a champion all year. And I didn't really care for it, but it was fun enough to watch. Next up from Criterion, this was a 100 Years movie. I got The Funeral from Yuzo Itami. This guy is the guy that made Tampopo, and this was kind of just like this comedic family drama over the weekend of a funeral of one of the family elders. And yeah, it was a lot of fun. This movie was great. I had a good time with it. Back into that Simbin prep. I got breaking into the Sato set Volume 2. I watched Area on the Gazes, and then right after that, I watched Love Minus Zero Equals Infinity. We talk about that a bunch on the Top 10 show, so no need to get repetitive. But these movies are really cool. I really like this director's style, and I'm going to keep picking up the sets. Getting back to Criterion, this was not a first time watch, but it was the first time. But I pulled this one off the 4K shelf, and it's from Fritz Lang. It's his 1953 film, The Big Heat, and this is just a wicked, intense noir film. I remember being taken back by this the first time, and it's been probably close to 2 years since I first saw it. But there's a lot of violence against women in this movie. It's got Lee Marvin, and his hair is brown. So that was a sight to see. And he does something so heinous to a woman in this movie. It's so fucking awful that it's just shocking. I remember being appalled by it the first time too. And this movie's awesome. It's like 88 minutes of just pure mayhem and just kicking ass. So I definitely really recommend that movie. That's a good intro noir. Still from Criterion, this is another 100 Years movie. It's Certain Women from Kelly Reichardt. This is a 2016 movie. It's just like a little anthology about 3 different strong, independent women from the West. It's got Kristen Stewart, Laura Dern, Michelle Williams, and Lily Gladstone. This was good. This movie was really good too. I liked it a lot. I like Kelly Reichardt's style. She's a very, very slow, quiet, and meditative. And this is just like it's just a really like soft, solemn movie that had it just all comes together at the end. But as far as an anthology, it doesn't have like a wraparound or anything. It's kind of just piled on each other, and that was one of the worst elements of it to me. I will say that. Then another rewatch from Criterion. Oh man, this was an awesome Saturday night. I watched. My girlfriend fell asleep way earlier than she usually does, and I was like, I want to watch some badass man movie tonight, and I pulled off my 4K of No Country for Old Men. I haven't seen this movie in years. I've seen it several times. It's like since this came out in the last 20 years, and man, this movie it's so timeless. This movie is fucking awesome. Yeah, it's something. It's never been one of my favorites, but I always like love this movie, if that makes sense. And yeah, it's just as good this time around. I know everyone's seen this movie, but yeah, this movie's awesome. It was a great watch after the last few years. It's still a great year, and I got another 100 Years movie. I got Fish Tank from 2009, directed by Andrea Arnold. This was a movie from the Netherlands, and it's one of those 13 or out of control like girl type movies. But this one's a little bit more grounded, and since it's not American, they go a little bit more heinous with things that happen. Michael Fassbender's in this, and he does something that's like really fucking heinous. And the movie's just a lot more, a little bit in your face and intense. But I thought it wasn't as good as maybe some of the other movies they just talked about, but it was still pretty good. I liked it. Then I got another one from Fritz Lang, the 1952 film Rancho Notorioso. This is also a 100 Years movie, but this one stars Marlene Dietrich. And I talked about a movie last episode called Destry Rides Again, also starring Marlene Dietrich and James Stewart. This one had Marlene Dietrich alongside Arthur Kennedy as like you're starring too. And this movie is kind of exactly what Destry Rides Again is, but just not as good. It even has the same exact ending, and I kind of just like looked at this screen like I just saw this last week. What the fuck, man? But it was all right. That was one of the more disappointing watches of the challenge so far, especially from my boyfriend Slang. You don't want to watch him. You don't want to watch your boy make a mid movie. Then I had this coming from 1980, getting back to Kino. Oh, that last one's Warner Archive, by the way. Getting back to Kino Larber, pulled out a sweet 4K watch of Night of the Juggler. This movie fucking ruled. It's got Josh Brolin's dad, James Brolin, in it. It's got Cliff Gorman in it. This movie's absolutely unhinged. It's about this ex-cop who's absolutely nuts from the start. His kid gets kidnapped in error. They're meaning to kidnap some billionaires' kids and extort them for money. And yeah, James Brolin just unhinged and just tracks this guy down. It just kicks ass for like fucking 90 minutes straight. This movie's amazing. A lot of fun. Definitely recommend that one. Kino Lorber 4K looks great. Then I got one from Def Croc. I got The Devil's Bride from 1974. And Parker is actually the one who recommended this movie to me at Wasteland. He pointed out to me at the table. He said, I think you'll like this movie. And I did. This movie's it's a musical. And you kind of doesn't even matter. Like, the thing about that's interesting about this being a musical, they don't just have like scenes and then they break into song. Literally, the whole movie is just singing. Like, it just never, the music and singing just never stops. But the filmmaking this was really fucking good. It didn't even matter what the words of the songs were. You could watch it without subtitles and it wouldn't really have any difference because this movie is just very visual. It's got a lot of iconography. And it's just this story about this little religious town inviting in the devil and then chasing him away. And really enjoyed it. It's definitely going to be a special interest type of movie, but I liked this movie quite a bit. Okay, going from a label I don't have much from it. I think it's Arlabos, something like that. But I watched a Blu-ray of the 1990 film Twilight from Gregory Fehor. This was a 100 Years movie as well. I found this movie when I was looking at prospective years for what we could have had for a retro year a couple years ago. This is in 1990. This is a Hungarian movie that's about an inspector that assigned to a case about tracking down a child murder, and his descent into madness and his life unraveling and his obsession with this and continues even after he's been taken off the case. And this movie was amazing. You could tell right from the opening shot, you got the same. It has this amazing like crane shot of this big vast forest. The movie's in black and white. It's all fucking murky, and it's classic. It's very Bellatar inspired Hungarian slow cinema. The takes are super long shots. They linger long before the action starts, and they linger long afterwards. The movie just dread in a fucking nitrous bottle, and I fucking loved every second of it. It goes super, super dark. If we ever get 1990 for a year, watch the fuck out. This movie's amazing. Back to Criterion. I cured a giant blind spot of mine. And it's Peter Bogdanovich's 1973 film, Paper Moon. This is a movie I'd never seen. A very beloved American classic starring Ryan O'Neal and his daughter Tatum O'Neal about a Prohibition-era con man that gets stuck with a girl that with nowhere to go that may or may not be his daughter, and they just end up being this unlikely duo and go on this journey across the country together trying to get her to this destination. And this is such a well-written movie. It's legitimately funny. It's tense. Like it's got very endearing characters. Like, this is just an all-time classic. If you haven't seen Paper Moon, this is like one of those movies that if you watch and don't like it, like there's something wrong with you. Amazing movie. So piggybacking off of the Hungarian movie Twilight I talked about that really blew my mind. I mentioned that it was inspired by director Bellatar. And Bellatar is very notable for 5 films he made between 1988 and 2011, and they're some of the most influential movies of all time to this very slow, bleak type of cinema. And I've seen a lot of movies inspired by him, made by people that studied under him. But I've always kind of avoided admitting I've never seen a Bellatar movie. That's also kind of a crazy blind spot for me. And I think to a degree I've been a little bit intimidated to watch his movies because they're very, very challenging. They're very, very slow, very languidly paced. They're all black and white, and they're all movies set in this like timeless old time that are extremely bleak and pessimistic. And and they're just completely marred by all those trademarks. But I knew it was time after I finally saw that Twilight movie. And man, like this movie I think this is the best movie I've seen in years. This is one of those movies that even if it's just the smallest iota, I am genuinely a different person than before I watched this film. It's about this circus that comes into this war-torn communist town and starts to create civil unrest. And it's a very dense and very subtly complex movie, but it's got some of the most amazing cinematography I've ever seen in my life. Like 2 of my favorite shots I've ever seen in a movie are in this film. I was just completely captivated and blown away by this. It's what I mean by languid pacing in this movie. So your average movie has about 1,200 shots in it. This movie has 35, and it's 2.5 hours long. So all your takes for the most part. They will go on for 10, 15 minutes, and it's marred with all these things, and you're just following this character, and you're never just sitting there just watching these things fill classically. You're literally just following these people around, like through a crowd of people, walking literally like 10 minutes down the road across town to knock on the door and then walk in and have a conversation with someone. And it just creates this intense realism and in this atmosphere that's just so thick and so dreadful. Like, this is the kind of movie that it reminded me how amazing movies can be. Like, watching this movie, like, it made me relate to humanity in such a way that it made me think about, I'm very fortunate to be born where I've been born and live the life that I've lived, but there's perspective from people around me, like someone like Bellatar, who's Hungarian, and they were under Soviet communistic rule until the late 80s. So when you have a movie like this coming out in 2000, they're still not they're still recovering from this communistic rule they lived under for 50 years, and they're still struggling with their own identity. It just, the difference between me being someone born into a horrible situation like that with no hope and like no chance for a future is just simply circumstance. But like, I feel like with a film like this powerful and this meaningful to me, like it's amazing how you can connect like those two cultures and those two things without with someone that's completely different from me. And I thought this movie was amazing. I don't know if we can say the title of this movie. I kind of just jumped to it. It's called The Werkmeister Harmonies. It's from the year 2000. But yeah, I've been thinking about this movie since I turned it off, and it's just one of the most amazing pieces of art I've ever seen in my life. I immediately went and bought 2 more of Bellatar's films after I watched this, and I think this guy just had a lot of incredible, amazing things to express about, like, the human spirit marching on with the world crumbling around them in the face of nothing but like hopelessness. And this is one of those movies that just made me feel alive. And I thought it was genuinely one of the best movies I've ever seen. So that's all I have to say about Werkmeister Harmonies. And going to my last movie, I finished off the Gothic Die set from Radiance Volume 1 that I started a long time ago. And I saw it, The Bride from Hades. It's a Japanese film, obviously. It's just a samurai not a samurai, but it's a traditional Japanese ghost movie with classic ghost images, and it was really good too. I like that one a bit. I watched that one right before bed. Pretty short movie, awesome. But that was 15 for me in that period. I believe it's a little bit more than one a day, so I'm happy at the pace I'm going at.
Fucking felt like 100 though, bro.
I know.
What are you at now?
I was just gonna ring these shit off. Not like that's the problem, man. We can't fucking review these things in minor detail because it goes on like 3 fucking hours, man.
Yeah, that's 31 total for me thus far. I have a couple more I've watched. I just dude, I needed to talk about Werkmeister Harmonies. Just that no,
it's cool, man. It's cool. You got a mess to clean up now because I'm pretty sure you cummed everywhere. But
yeah, it was just such a special movie to me. I had to say something about this movie.
Okay. My list is very short, so it won't take that long. So the first 2 movies that I checked out that were sitting in my collection for years, like I'm not even kidding, like 13 years or something, 12 years, somewhere crazy like that, are 2 DVDs, and it is Premonition and Infection. So I own that, like you talked at the beginning of the show, Moodz, or before the show, if we own the DVDs. I did own those DVDs, the same 2 that you have. So we'll be talking about those in a moment. And then I did decide to actually just jump into some Vinegar Syndrome stuff that I got in this month's titles. I'm trying to make it a point to actually watch them as they come in a little bit. Try to hit most of the releases I pick up, just because last year I got way behind.
Yeah, I'm trying to do the same this year too with that.
Yeah. So I popped in The Gambler from Cinematograph.
Oh,
and
hell yeah.
I really liked this movie. This movie was really good. It's a more realistic look at just gambling addiction. And it's who's the star of it?
James Caan.
James Caan, yeah. James Caan's really good in it. There's some really interesting, like right at the beginning, the stress of losing everything. He's like in the whole like 44,000 or something like that. He goes to his mom and has to ask her for money, and it's a really like serious movie. There's not a lot of like laughs or fun into the movie. It's just like kind of depressing and stuff. I've never been like a big like gambler. Like I don't have that in me where I get like
either.
itchy to gamble and stuff like that.
Right.
I'll play some sports bets here and there just for fun, but I've never had that like that itch that needs scratched with like gambling. I have people in my family who are big gamblers. It just never appealed to me. I don't know why.
I have some close friends that like when we were younger, they kind of fell down that path, and I was just not interested.
Yeah. Like right at the beginning, just like one of the first things is like he is in the whole 44,000. He's like, I just need $1,000 more. And it's like, bro, like you're not gonna win back 44,000 off of your $1,000. You know what I mean? It's crazy.
It's an addiction.
It's a really good movie. I really enjoyed this. Great cinematograph transfer on that one as well. I think it was a 4K, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think so.
So yeah, I did. I that was the first cinematograph I watched of the year.
Yeah.
So pretty good one. Then I popped in. This was I picked up the AGFA release. This I guess it would be last month at this point. It's releases, January's releases. The AGFA was a double feature of Herschel Gordon Lewis movies, which I did not know they were Herschel Gordon Lewis movies when I picked this up. And I do not like Herschel Gordon Lewis. Like I've decided I'm not a fan of his work. I like a couple of his movies, like the one from 1964,
2001 Maniacs. Yeah, I watched that one.
But most of his other stuff I've seen, I'm actually not a big fan of. And these two movies are Blast Off Girls and The Girl, the Body, and the Pill. The first one, the title of the release is The Blast Off Girls, which is the worst movie of the two. So, I mean, I'm watching it like this is fucking garbage, bro. Like, did you watch it, Moodz?
I haven't seen it yet. No.
Oh my god, it's like it's a 1967 or something movie that is like sort of like capitalizing on like the Beatles and like the garage bands and stuff. It's just about like a CD producer who finds this like garage band and exploits them, but it sucks. It's boring, and I couldn't pay attention to it to save my life. Just a bunch of scenes. It's one of those movies where it's just like a bunch of scenes. Right. You know what I mean? Yeah. And I was like, dude, this is bad. Like I was not, and I'm looking online, I'm seeing all these like, 5 out of 10 or like 6 out of 10 reviews, and I'm like, you guys are fucking high, dude. This movie's horrible. So yeah, did not like Blast Off Girls at all. I gave it a 1 out of 5.
Damn.
But the other movie on the disc actually wasn't so bad. It was called The Girl, the Body, and the Pill, and it basically follows this teacher who is teaching hygiene in school, like sex education and stuff like that. It's set in the 60s, obviously, and she's getting in trouble for teaching about like contraception and like the pill and stuff like that, and the school board doesn't support it, so she starts teaching the classes at her house because some kids are interested. And then it's like follows all these different characters. Like the one girl is struggling with wanting to stay pure, but like her boyfriend wants to have sex with her and stuff. And it's like it's like a one of those fucking school movies. Like what do they call those? The films they would show in school, like to Reefer Madness and shit like that or whatever. Like
educational.
Oh, the educational fucking
like those. It kind of feels like something like that. But it's kind of cool because you're like this town and there's like all these different characters that you're following and stuff like that with each of their own problems. I actually thought it wasn't too bad, and it ends kind of very dark too. with like rape and abortion and stuff. So that one actually wasn't so bad, but it was the like bonus feature movie almost. So it was like I was like, this is fucking weird. This should have been the title.
Yeah, it's bizarre.
But yeah, overall, that Agfa set there, not the best one. Definitely not. Two Herschel Gordon Lewis double features. But the pill, the girl, the body, and the pill was, I thought, the much stronger movie. One thing I will say is they have those very like old, like shitty looking film reels where it's like tons of scratches and colors and stuff like that. They're just like a really rough print.
Yeah.
And I kind of like looking at those sometimes. And then I did pop in the VSU of Tank Girl from 1995. I'd never seen this before. It stars this woman who was driving me nuts because I couldn't figure out Lori Petty, who I was just like, where have I seen her before? It turns out she's in a lot of stuff, but the thing I was thinking of was Orange is the New Black, which was like that Netflix prison, women in prison.
Oh, that girl, Laura Prepon.
No, Lori Petty. You're thinking of the chick from that 70s show.
Yeah, okay. I thought that's you were just pronouncing your name wrong. Yeah, okay. I don't know who this is then.
Yeah, she's like she looks totally different in this, I'll tell you that.
I was thinking like, wow, isn't this movie like way older than that?
Yeah, it's 1995.
Okay.
Yeah.
She plays an
like,
older
damn.
lady. She plays like an older lesbian lady in Orange is the New Black.
Oh,
but it's the
okay.
voice. She has a very distinct voice. And I'm just like, I know I've heard this voice somewhere. But it's basically about Earth and there's a lack of water and shit like that. And there's this girl that's like, it kind of like is, it reminds me of stuff like Turbo Kid and stuff where it's just this like quirky, like, you know, anti like establishment type movie and just like a, you know, sort of post-apocalyptic and like there's just like quirky lead character, Tank Girl and stuff like that. And I thought it was like okay. It's not really my cup of tea per se. Ice-T is in it, and he plays it. He's like all in makeup and shit. It's kind of funny, but you recognize his voice right away. It got Iggy Pop in there. Like I can see this movie being a lot like this is Naomi Watts is in there. Malcolm McDowell. I can see this movie being other people's like favorite thing. Like just something that they loved when it came out, and it's just always championed it. It's just not really like something that I loved. It was okay. It was like fun, but you know, I didn't love it or anything. So yeah, that is all for me. Just the I guess 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 watches. I'm up to 25 now.
All right. So for the first time watches from Dis in my collection, so starting off with the 1964 film directed by Terrence Fisher, The Earth Dies Screaming. Had this one in the collection for a long time, never checked it out. Man, this movie is short as fuck. Did you guys watch for 64 yet?
Yeah, it was one of the first movies I watched.
I think
it
I've
might have
seen
been
that
the first one
before, though.
Yeah, I was taken back by this because like I love Terrence Fisher and his movies are generally not this short, but it only runs about an hour long. It's like, you know, it's horror sci-fi kind of thing about this pilot that lands in this Earth and it's like it's all fucked up and there's like a bunch of killer robots and shit and they got to figure out how to like, you know, defend them off and stuff. And it's actually pretty good. It's like, but for it's an hour long. It just seems like you could do so much more with the story. I mean, I kind of liked it though. Did you end up liking it, Tyler?
Yeah, it was okay.
Yeah, it's actually not bad for what it is. It's like it's got pretty decent characters in it and stuff, and you know it flows pretty good for like an hour long. But
I think I watched that early because of how short it was.
Yeah, I mean it's actually pretty well made. I mean it's Terrence Fisher, right? Come on.
Yeah.
Then I watched this short film called Goat Witch. I mentioned this on Sinbin actually a couple weeks back or whatever. And the guy that directed The Demon's Rook, it's just like a short film that he did, I believe, right after that. It's like a folk horror kind of thing. And it's really dope. It's really short though, but really love that shit. So if you got the Demon's Rook Blu-ray from who the fuck put that out? One of the sister labels for on the Vinegar Syndrome site. It's the bonus feature on. It's really good stuff. So more Vinegar Syndrome stuff here. Men from the Gutter, directed by Lam Nay Choi, of course, who is responsible for directing so many damn good movies. Ricky O, The Seventh Curse, The Cat, Erotic Ghost Story. Her Vengeance, man, we've talked about tons of these movies. It's basically like it's more like an action crime kind of thriller film. Basically about this good cop and this bad cop and stuff, and they're hunting down this crime boss, and then you got this assassin that's all mixed in it too. He's hunting down the crime boss also, and everything kind of comes to like fruition and stuff. Pretty fucking wild film. I really enjoyed it. Great soundtrack to the movie. Good shit, man. It's one of the new VSA releases. Fucking awesome though. I really enjoyed that. That guy's like makes nothing but great films. Heading back to 1964, another DVD in my collection I had sealed, which is called Pyro, The Thing Without a Face. From 1964. You'll see a common theme here of 64 and like 2004 films and stuff like that. So this was one that was actually released by Troma, and I think it was like the worldwide release of this. It didn't really have any type of release before. DVD looked completely fine. It's kind of like a really early version of like Fatal Attraction. I know that. Yeah, dude. It's kind of like this dude that's like, he's got a good life and stuff, and he's married. He makes this kind of fatal mistake of like getting all hugged up with this chick, even though he loves his wife. He's not like trying to leave his wife and shit like that. They don't have problems. Anyways, she kind of takes offense that, he's kind of like, still with his wife and shit. And she goes to burn down the house with her in it and stuff. Anyways, he ends up saving his wife, or not trying to save his wife. His wife ends up dying. He gets all fucking burnt up and shit. And then the story just goes crazy from there. It's actually quite ahead of its time, to be honest. Very interesting film. It's pretty decent. It's pretty decent for what it is. I kind of enjoyed for, what it is, but it's definitely one you have to check out for yourself. And then getting into, who is the guy that fucking presented all these films here? What's that guy's name? What is it? Hideshi Hino. Theater of Horror. So all these films are from like 2004. So all these movies made their debut on October 3rd, 2004. My birthday. That was my 24th birthday, which is kind of cool. So I watched, I kind of watched them in sequence. I took a little bit of a break, but I watched, the first one in the set, which if you get the box set, it's got this image on the cover, and it's a movie called The Boy from Hell.
The Boy from Hell. Yeah, this one was cool.
This movie is fucking awesome, man. Basically, it's about this kid that gets decapitated in a kind of like an auto accident, per se. I mean, there's a new movie that has a very similar scene to it, which I thought was quite interesting. Tyler, did you think of that when you watched that?
Dude, I honestly don't remember. I watched this in October.
But just like a kid getting killed, like in a car accident.
Oh yeah, actually, this is one of the things I definitely do remember, because that's like, something you don't see.
Yeah,
I remember this getting really wild at the end and like really surreal, and I was like,
I mean, it's done a lot cheaper, and it's like, fully decapitated kind of thing, but like, the death scene in Hereditary is, kind of brutal, but it has the same type of vibe to it. So this one basically is about this kid that gets killed in this, this accident kind of thing. And, the parents have a way to bring him back and stuff. And that's what happens. They end up bringing him back kind of thing. But he doesn't come back as like the normal child. He comes back as like this hideous, like kind of monster and shit. This movie fucking had me howling, dude. And he's like thirsty for blood and shit like that. But it's funny because like the kid, when he dies, is like a kid, right? He's a kid. But when he's a monster, he's clearly like a midget in makeup, and he's like body's all bigger and shit. It's just fucking, it's flat out hilarious. This movie had some pretty good kills, some pretty good gore. The soundtrack in this was very reminiscent of like listening to like fucking Goblin and shit. It was awesome. The soundtrack was amazing to this. It totally took me back. I was like, that's fucking wild. But The Boy from Hell was really cool, man. I think this might have been my highest rated one, but I really enjoyed this shit, man. It was fucking good. And I will say all these movies, part of this set. So I probably should say, actually, the he's not the director, Hidesho, Theater of Horror. He's the guy that wrote all these stories. He's an artist. He does like, magmas and stuff like that. And so all these stories they were just adapted for the screen and kind of thing. Anyways, the next one was Dead Girl Walking. Basically about a girl that like dies, but she's still walking. She's still kind of walking around. And the thing with this story is that, she's quite clearly doesn't have a pulse, and she's walking around. She's dead. So she starts to rot, and her parents they just can't fucking take it anymore, man. She stinks. And they finally make the decision, like they've got to get rid of her and stuff like that. It's a pretty interesting story, to be honest. It's like, it's hard to take it serious, but it is what it is. Then the third one in the box, it was called Lizard Baby. And this one is basically about this guy that writes movies, like a screenwriter and shit like that. And he gets hired on to write this horror film, but he can't fucking write horror films. Like it's not his thing. Right. But then he ends up writing this, the story about like basically having a baby that's like a lizard kind of thing, because his wife is pregnant and shit like that. And they actually end up loving the script. But then it comes to fruition. It comes, it's essentially, it's like art imitating life kind of thing. And it's super fucking goofy. The lizard is super goofy looking and shit. And it's just like bizarre. And it's kind of played for more comedy.
The lizard looks ridiculous. I watched this on the plane back from Wasteland.
Yeah, it's one of my least favorite ones in there, but I still enjoyed it though for what it was. But it's goofy. It's just got this weird vibe to it. And another thing I will say about all these films that are made for this series, that they're all kind of like DV shots, so they have that DV look to them. Then I took a break from the series and I watched The Monster of Camp Sunshine, or How I Learned to Stop Worrying. Blah blah blah.
The nudie movie.
Oh, dude, this movie's fucking ridiculous. It's basically about these girls that go to like this fucking nudist camp. Anyways, there's like some scientifical shit that's going down and stuff. Anyways, this guy ends up spilling this like solution shit into the water, and it turns like I think it's the gardener. Is that what it is? The gardener into like this monster, and he starts killing off people and shit.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. It's
so goofy.
It's such a fucking stupid movie. I couldn't help but enjoy it. It's like not even good, but it's fun. It's fun as hell. It's like,
and it's like all naked chicks.
It is. And it's funny to see 1964 with that much. It's funny because
I was taken back by that.
They were definitely shying away from showing vagina and pubic hair. So they had to shoot everything from the back or like on angles where the legs were up and stuff. Like there's no vajiji shots or no muff shots. And it's kind of funny, but there's a lot of fucking nudity. It's great. Like the whole movie's got tits.
Yeah.
So then I went back to the box set and I watched The Ravage House. This is actually probably the best movie in the set. Even though The Boy from Hell I thought was my favorite, this is probably the best one. It's basically about this guy that he's like a teenage kid or whatever, and he's like really good friends with the sister and shit. And he ends up catching this disease, and they don't know what the fuck it is. They really don't understand what's going on with him. And so he's all bandaged up and he's all like monstrous like and shit. And so the word gets out that he's sick, and the village people are like paranoid that, he's probably got some like crazy disease. So they don't want him around and stuff. So like the parents have to make the decision, like, what do you do? Like, do you get rid of him? Do you like, dispose of him, blah, blah, blah. And it's like the way this movie shot so crazy because they don't focus on the sick child as much as they do of all the other kind of, all the other things that are going on in the film, all the other like type of commentaries and shit. And I thought this was really well done. It was really well done for what it is. It's probably not going to be everyone's cup of tea, but if you actually think about what's happening, it's really fucking sad. It's sad, but it's just, I thought the filmmaking was quite unique because, like I said, they didn't focus on, the infection, the visual of the infection as much as they did on like, the effects of it and stuff, the effects it has on people and the psychological effects it has on other people and, the family effects. And it's actually quite good. It's actually quite well done. So I really enjoyed The Ravage House. That was pretty interesting. And then we've got this one kind of took me for a loop. It's called Occult Detective Club. It's like the Doll Cemetery. This one was weird. It was about these people that kind of join this occult club for like deceased stuff and shit like that. Anyways, they go and do so I think that like the backstory is with it that this person was like killed by drove into suicide and stuff like that. Anyways, this one's very incoherent at times. Like it's actually hard to follow. So basically somebody dies from the suicide and it's like this legend and stuff like that. Anyways, they go and investigate it. Anyways, they kind of get sucked into like this whole kind of alternate reality with all these dolls and all this crazy shit. And it's like, what the fuck is going on? Like I was even scratching my head while I was watching. I was like, this is very Japanese, but like even for, narrative wise, like I'm like, what the fuck? Do you remember this one, Tyler? Like it was actually
I watched these like in October.
Yeah, it's kind of a trip. And I actually looked up a couple of reviews and people were the same thing. Like, that's, you know, you kind of get the gist of it, but like, why is this shit happening? Why is this? There's like some points where they get sucked into this world where one of the characters says that only we can go back right now and you're going to have to stay here. And I'm like, why did they have to stay? Like, why can you go back? And it's like not explained. I'm like, what the fuck? It was like weird. And like, I got the consensus that like, a lot of people had the same feeling. They're like, no idea why that was happening. But overall, it wasn't bad. It was kind of visually pretty cool and stuff like that. I thought it was decent. And then I watched the final one in there called Death Train. And this one, for what it is, I thought it was pretty cool. I like shit like this. It was very predictable from the first 5 minutes of the movie what exactly was going on. It did not ruin it for me because remember, this is 2004. We've seen other films like this. It's basically about these three girls that are going to they're going somewhere on the train. They're going to like art gallery. I can't remember where the fuck they're going. But anyways, something happens on the train and they get into a big accident and they all like they survive and shit like that. And then yeah, it kind of goes from there. I don't want to really this one's one of those things you can't really say a whole lot about, but you know, it kind of plays on the whole life and death thing and it's very psychological and shit, but it's actually kind of cool. It's pretty decent. I like Death Train a lot, actually. Then I watched, I've had this one in the collection for so long and I don't know what the hell took me so long to watch it. It's a spaghetti Western called Requiescant and it's directed by Carlo Lazzani and it's also known as Kill and Pray. 1967 spaghetti Western and it is phenomenal. It's actually one of the best spaghetti Westerns I've ever watched in my life. I fucking love this movie so much. It's amazing. The movie starts out with like these kind of like Confederate generals that are kind of taking over this area in like southern states or whatever, obviously in the south. And they basically massacre this entire fucking, you know, this whole land, everybody, all these Mexicans, everything. But this one boy survives and he kind of stumbles out of this whole massacre, which is fucking brutal at the beginning of the film. He stumbles out of there and he's picked up by this like preacher and his wife and their daughter and stuff like that. And he's raised by them. And so he has this very kind of like low key demeanor to him and stuff because he was raised by a pastor and, you know, they're good people. Right. So he doesn't remember or know anything about his massacre. So anyways, one day his sister that he's like, you know, very, very close with, she runs off with like the circus and stuff because she wants to like go and do something else. She's kind of sick of her life. Anyway, she gets caught up in the wrong people and basically she starts getting pimped out. She ends up in this whorehouse and stuff. Anyways, he goes out there to save her and shit like that. And then he learns of the people that are involved in like, you know, what the prostitution, all the shit were responsible for like killing his whole family, kind of learns and kind of comes back to him and stuff. And like, as you know, it turns into this whole like him versus them type thing. And it's fucking awesome, dude. There's some great ass scenes in this film. It's amazing. Like the guy that plays the lead in this film is so good because his demeanor is so low key. It's so subtle and so soft and so sweet at times. And it's such a like weird adjective to use, but he's like very like kind and sweet and stuff. And like the way he has his gun he has it just tied up on a rope and is like hanging off his leg and shit, and becomes a joke in the film a couple different times and shit. But he's like natural shot. He's a natural shot and it just goes fucking bad. The whole third act in this film is fantastic. If you've never seen this film, highly recommend it. Arrow put this out on Blu-ray years ago.
Yeah, I'm aware of this movie. I knew it had an Arrow.
Yeah, dude. I don't know why. I mean, it was the only one I hadn't watched. I mean, there's still a couple more. I mean, I have massive Arrow collection, but it's one of those older ones I never watched. And holy shit, dude. Amazing. Fucking awesome. Also watched Premonition and Infection. I had seen Infection before, actually. So I'd never watched Premonition before. Getting into the Shaw Brothers collection, volume 1, Five Fingers of Death, which is just fucking Tarantino written all over it. Tarantino basically stole.
Yeah, I remember like when I watched it, I was like, "Hey, I've seen this before."
Yeah, it's like, you know, the Iron Fist, right? You know, the red hands of death kind of thing. But I mean, you take the musical cues from here, even the whole eye ripping out the eyes and Kill Bill and shit like that. And
yeah.
You know, it's about this dude that just goes off to like, you know, go to this art school and stuff, you know, to learn martial arts and fight in these competitions and stuff. And of course, like there's other dojos or whatever you want to call them out there. And there's a leader and he's all corrupt and shit. It just becomes a huge thing, right? It's fucking awesome, dude. It's like a 10 out of 10. It's fantastic.
The final fight in this movie is like fucking insane.
It is, man. It's the whole movie's fucking, the choreographed fights are so good. It's so fucking good. Well, actually seen that film before. I put on here, but I'd actually seen that one before. And then the second one from the set's called The Boxer from Shantung, which I'd never seen before. Heard about it It's a Shang-Chi film, which, you know, I mean, just name a movie. He probably directed it, man. When it comes to Shaw Brothers, this guy is one of the most prolific.
Yeah, I've seen a shitload of movies. By
Yeah,
him.
dude, this guy, like, you could just go off and name 30 films that are fantastic from this director. But this is one I'd never seen from him, which I don't understand why I hadn't. It's from 1972.
I've heard good too.
Oh my God, dude, this movie's fucking insane. It's basically about this dude that like goes to this town, you know, with hopes of, you know, just making a bigger life. And when he gets there, he meets this like gangster. And he's like, yeah, man, I want to be just like that guy kind of thing. But, you know, he doesn't really have a bad bone in his body and shit like that. Anyways, but he can really fucking fight. He can super fight. So anyways, one time, one thing leads to another. He ends up entering this competition where, it's like it's such a weird thing. It's like this big white European dude that like can't be knocked over and shit. But if you can knock this guy over or beat him in a fight or whatever, you win $20. It's obviously period pieces. They're Shaw Brothers films. Anyways, that's what happens, and it kind of sets off this chain reaction of like what he said before. He was going to be big time. You know, he was going to be rich and shit like that, and he becomes rich and becomes like this kind of crime boss. And it's like this old school like Shaw Brothers like mobster film with like crazy kung fu. Anyways, it all comes down to like, you know, you got these two different gangs, they're all involved and stuff like that. He's caught in the middle. And I would say the final act in this movie might be one of the greatest things I've ever seen in my life. I don't want to ruin anything, but he literally fights for a while with a hatchet hanging out of his gut. It's fucking absolutely batshit insane. Like, there's so many fucking deaths in these movies. Like, it's 40 minutes of just insane. But this movie runs probably just over 2 hours. Never a dull moment. It's fantastic. Fucking one of my favorite watches I've actually had in years. I love this movie. Can't believe I'd never seen it before. One we'll be talking about on Sin Bin, so I'll keep it short, but it's Ty West's first film from 2007, Triggerman. This is prep for next week's show on the Sin Bin. It's a very simple premise. It's three friends that go to the bush to hunt, and they start getting hunted. And yeah, so I'll just leave it at that. I thought it was actually quite interesting. It's an interesting film to watch because it doesn't really have a lot of dialogue. It really doesn't. Like, I would say probably the last like 30 minutes of the film, there's not even a word spoken in the movie. It's got Larry Fedison in a fucking cameo in the film, and like, it's crazy. I could see people not really like it. It would be very decisive, I think, but all in all, kind of enjoyed it though. I thought it was kind of cool, but I think Tony is reviewing that one. Yeah, I think Tony's doing that one. All right. So those are like mostly first time watches. I think I talked one or two, a couple that I'd watched from my collection that I'd seen before, just that were brand new. What the fuck was it here? I was gonna say Dr. Orlow's Monster, but I'd seen that Blu-ray before. Oh, The Horror of Party Beach. I watched that Blu-ray for the first time, 1964. What is this? The first musical fucking creature feature ever made? Like, what the hell is this?
That movie sucks, I think.
Dude, it's a prequel to Humanoids from the Deep for sure. I'm watching this movie going, this feels like Humanoids from the Deep, man. It's crazy. It's kind of ridiculous, but I enjoy it for what it is. I think JP is just very whatever.
I think I might be thinking of a different movie, honestly.
It's kind of, I think it's dubbed as like the first like horror musical, or I don't know. It's got some weird shit going on, bro. Another disc from the collection. Oh, so 2000 Maniacs. I hadn't watched the Blu-ray from my collection, but I'd seen it before, obviously. 2000 Maniacs was remade in the 2000s or whatever. It's like JP said, is probably actually one of his better, Herschel Gordon Lewis's better films. I'm not the biggest fan of Herschel Gordon Lewis either. This is probably one of his more competent films. It has such a bizarre storyline, and it just like it has a pretty cool twist to it also, which you don't really see coming from like him because it's kind of clever. The guy was known for not really liking the genre that he was doing and stuff. He was doing it for the money. You know, I mean, Parker always flips out about it and shit like that, but I can see, you know, he doesn't really have a lot of heart in it and stuff like that. But 2000 Maniacs, it's actually not that fucking bad.
I think it's pretty good, honestly.
yeah, it's actually not bad.
The barrel kill's fucking dope.
You know, I watched a lot of movies.
Did you pick up Blast Off Girls?
Yeah, I did.
The egg fight? Man, I can't wait till you watch that.
Yeah. You know, I'll get around to it. So I watched this. I've seen these ones before. What else did I watch? Oh, I watched Terra Firma, the obviously seen before. the Vinegar Syndrome 4K, my God, that transfer is phenomenal. And that movie is so fucking awesome. It is amazing. It is basically like Troma's version of being like super meta, self-aware. It's a crew of Troma filmmakers, of course, led by Lloyd Kaufman, who plays a blind director in the movie. My God, dude, this shit is so fucking funny. It's so gory. It's so
I'm actually
stupid.
really looking forward to revisiting that.
Dude, I forgot about the cameos in the end of the in the end of the movie with the hermaphrodites with Trey Parker and Matt Stone. Like, this is 1998, and they have these cameos in the credits. It's fucking hilarious. This whole movie is so much fun. I feel like you could watch a lot of Lloyd Kaufman's movies. I always say this when I review his movies or talk about his movies, but you could watch these movies 10 times and still not catch every little joke. There's a million things going on. There's so many characters. Everyone's on point. Dude, it's amazing. Terra Firma is absolutely outstanding. It's
we'll definitely be talking about it next week.
Yeah. Then I also watched, I was doing prep. I was getting ahead of the game here. So as you can tell with Trigger Man, Terra Firma, and I also watched The Great Silence 4K, which is, it's classic shit. It's probably, not only is it one of the best Westerns, it's probably one of the best like nihilistic movies ever made. It's beautiful. The setting is so unique for a Western because it's set in the snow and shit like that. It's phenomenal. What can I say? The Great Silence is absolutely fantastic, but and that's probably, I'm not sure how many that is. I did a lot of rewatches, man, a ton of rewatches of shit in my collection in the last couple weeks. So just a lot of prep, man.
Fucking did a lot more than me. This
64, 2004, 64, 2004. It's just a lot of fucking prep, man. But I'd watch a lot of my shit, man. And plus, I've been watching the odd film off the Tarantino list. Like I watched The Big Gun Down again, which is phenomenal spaghetti Western, 10 out of 10 also on that one. Phenomenal shit. I can see why it's one of Tarantino's favorites. I rewatched Dead and Breakfast. You guys ever seen that from 2004?
Yeah. No, I haven't watched that one yet.
Funny enough, you actually sent me a copy of that movie, when we first became friends.
Yeah, I still have the one with the lenticular cover. I don't know if I sent you that one too, but I got that one. That movie's fun, man. I like the songs in it. The songs, it's kind of like a musical slasher film, but it's fun. I don't know. I like it. It's fun.
So I really need to start getting on 1964. I'm not really too worried about 2004 because I got the whole summer to do that.
64 is coming quick, dude.
But 64 is coming quicker. So I am gonna start on that. But I had a question for you guys. One, did either of you guys able to find the movie called Wo Quan Thi?
I haven't looked yet, but that's on my list.
Yeah,
what's it called?
Because I'm having trouble with that.
It's like a 2-hour Indian movie
from 64.
Yep.
Okay. No. Yeah. Oh yeah. I don't know. I can't find that one either.
That's on my save for the end list.
Yeah, I was having trouble finding that one.
I got
there is a version on YouTube, but it does not have subtitles.
Okay.
But I'll look deeper on that one.
So I'm not too sure. I mean, my list on Letterboxd, and that list is only basically films that were first time watches. I think I might have cheated though. I think Five Fingers of Death is in there. Yeah, so it's not completely accurate, and Infection's actually in there too, which is, I've seen that before. So it's saying 44, but then there's definitely more because from discs that I've seen before. I don't know. There's a lot. Been doing a lot of watching, man. I'm like, honestly, dude, I'm having a fucking crazy year, man. Like, I know I can't compete with Tyler because he watches like 9 movies at work every day. I can't do that. I'm already at 118 this year. It's crazy.
I'm actually really not too high.
I think Tyler's at like 170 or some crazy shit.
I never compete with you
169.
Yeah, dude. Like I saw your total and I was like, what the fuck, bro?
I'm probably at like 55.
Yeah.
Which actually isn't too bad for me.
Yeah, no, he's in a slow time. He literally watches 5 movies at work all day. That's what he does. It's crazy.
I cannot watch movies at work anymore.
I literally can't watch movies at work.
So nothing is going on. It's so cold and freezing and snow. Guys, 1.5 foot of snow on the ground.
Although this morning,
you want to talk
cold, bro? I don't have heat in my office.
Yeah.
I'm fucking free.
I
The
got
other
nuts.
day, it was like 53 degrees in my office, and I was
Bro,
like, this sucks.
It's just
I don't
nobody's
have
doing
heat in my office either because my
nobody's
office
doing
is
construction.
outside.
So like
yeah, but at
nobody's doing
least you're
construction
dressed for outside.
now.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I also drive a van right now.
There's just no one doing construction, so like we just like don't have like things to like order. We don't have things to deliver. It just sucks. It's miserable. But it's starting to warm up and the snow's starting to melt. So once
the movie
rubber
watching's
band-
going to go down.
Oh, it's gonna be like out. It's gonna drastically just stop because like once the rubber band snaps, like it's just done. It's like then I'll go back to in the summer. I have trouble maintaining even like a one a day like pace period because when I get home I just pass out.
So what you guys planning on watching some Friday the 13th movies tomorrow?
I always do.
I'm watching Marty
Friday the
Supreme tomorrow.
13th, I go by that I don't watch a Friday the 13th.
I'm watching Marty Supreme.
Where did
tomorrow.
I actually leave off last year, though?
I nonchalantly said to Mike, I'm like, every Friday the 13th, I just watch Nightmare on Elm Street movies. He's like, well, that's a good idea.
Well, I actually just got my 4K set in the mail the other day.
Yeah.
I end up biting on the little set, and then like today,
well, you
I
can't
see
get the
that
bigger
they're
one now.
Well, I just saw today that they're reprinting that, but it's not going to, instead of red, it's going to be black, and then
Yeah, it's going to be
other
different
shit.
color for the second present. Yeah.
Yeah, but
I'll probably end up getting that too, actually.
It was down to like 60 some bucks. I used like 25 rewards points.
Ooh, that's a good price,
or
man.
something. So yeah, I ended up pulling the trigger on it finally. So, you know.
Ah, fuck, I'm going to be out my cabin tomorrow, so I'll probably just be sitting by a fire, pounding beers, listening to tunes.
Pound movies.
But it'll be cold out there. It'll be in the negatives.
Watched.
So I'll be sitting out there warmed up, but I'll have a big fire going, so I'll be all good. I don't care. Plus the booze helps keep you warm. It's not really the best thing to do.
When was the last Friday the 13th?
Last year. That's the smart ass answer right there that I came up with.
Well, this is the first one of this year.
And Tyler, you'd seen Straight Jacket before, right?
Yeah, I have the Blu-ray.
Okay. Yeah, Joan Crawford's performance
that's in
is
my
like,
save till the end.
dude, I love her performance in the film because like I think this was kind of about the time where she started doing films like drunk, I swear. Like I think when she's drinking in the film, she's actually drunk because like she went through this whole thing like in the 60s where she was shit faced in every film, right? But her performance is amazing. I love like Straight Jacket's a good William Castle film, man. It's good.
Yeah.
I did Jason Goes to Hell last? The hell.
Ugh, just give
That
it
means
up.
I got X next.
Give it up. You're in the shit. You're in the shit.
I love Jason Goes to Hell, but X is. But I feel like I just watched. No, I watched X. They showed it I watched it driving in the summer. So
Did you pick up that arrow?
I guess I did. I picked them. I have all
You
three.
guys are
of these
gluttonous,
Fridays.
bros. You guys are gluttonous. I'm totally happy with that Scream Factory box set. I'm like, don't need any more.
I will always buy
I'm
Jason movie
fine
in
with
4K.
I'm fine with my screen.
You have to hold me down.
Oddly enough,
while I
I'm
buy a
actually
Jason
drinking out
movie
of a
in 4K.
Friday the 13th cup right now. That was not even fucking planned. I swear to God. Look at that. Literally, it doesn't really look at you. It does. It does when you
So
look at
last year I did 1 and 9 for some reason. I usually go in order, but maybe I'll switch it up and do some different shit this
I
time.
usually run between part 3, 6,
You know what I've never done?
3 and 6.
I've never watched them backwards.
Ooh.
Maybe I'll start watching.
Well,
them backwards.
I know you have ADD, but you're not dyslexic, so don't bother with that shit. So at least I don't think you are. But
Maybe I'll do the remake because I still have that remake sealed in that 4K that came out from a while ago from Arrow.
yeah,
Maybe I'll watch that one.
those are hard passes for me. But I'm cool. I'm not that gluttonous. Kind of. I am. I swear if another
Alright.
Anyways, that's gonna do it for the dubs. And we're gonna get into these featured reviews here in a minute. Yeah.
And now
feature presentation. All right, so getting to the featured reviews here on episode 313. We're going to take it back all the way to 2004 for selfish reasons. With the film directed by Norio Tsuda. Probably didn't nail it. And it is called Premonition. Not a very original title, to be honest.
Is this one first?
It is first.
Yeah.
Dude, that feels so weird.
Yeah.
I watched them the other way.
No,
I watched them
didn't.
this
I
way.
told you to watch them in this order. That's the way they played in the double
I watched
feature.
Infection first.
Shut the fuck
The reason
up.
I did that though was honestly because the whole reason I thought to bring these movies up is because I was watching a lot of or reading / I think somebody actually did a top 10 of 2004 video.
Yep.
But I was just like researching lists and somebody had both of these on their top 10 and they said Premonition was better. So I was like, I'll save the better one for last.
Oh.
Yeah, so the history with these two films is that, yeah, we talked about it earlier, but they premiered on October 2nd, 2004, and they were like the first two in this like series of films. I think this might have been the only ones that played together, but it is what it is. Pretty cool.
So it was an actual double feature in Japan.
Yeah, so October 2nd, played Premonition, then Infection. Actually pretty fucking cool. I had to look up the director, who is, like I said, Norio Tsuda, I don't know. And I was like, I vaguely might know the name, but yeah, it came back to me when I looked it up and I was like, oh yeah, totally. He did an episode of Masters of Horror in season 1. He was the fucking last episode of Dream Cruise and he did Dream Cruise.
Which is a Hall of Painter.
Yep. It's the worst episode, I think, in all 3 seasons.
Oh no!
I don't think there's a worse episode than Dream Cruise. It's fucking
Fair-haired child. I didn't really care for.
Yeah, I think this one was like. I think this might be the only Hall of Painter, so it must be the worst one out of the first 2 seasons, anyways. But yeah, so I was kind of taken back by that. I know he worked on some shit back in the day, like the Scary True Stories shorts and stuff like that. That was from like the early 90s. I actually have that set. I've never actually watched those.
He did Ring Zero as well.
Yeah, the birthday one. That's pretty much all I know him from. So going into this film, I was like, oh God, what the fuck? Like he did Dream Cruise. I'm like, oh, I had no expectations for this movie whatsoever. So synopsis: a newspaper predicts the deaths of a man, family members, and friends. So I couldn't fucking help notice right away watching this film that not only did it come out in 2004, which is the same year that The Butterfly Effect came out in. Did you guys get that? Yeah, isn't that interesting? Yeah. I'm not saying that they stole. I mean, the idea of The Butterfly Effect and the idea of Premonition and stuff like that is a long time thing. Yeah, it is interesting. Yeah,
but this is also based on a manga from the 70s.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just saying, like, there's the idea of the premonitions and shit like this has been around forever. But you're right though. It was based on a manga, and but it's interesting. They both came out in 2004. Manga, whatever you want to fucking call it. But they're very similar. They're totally different type of movies, but they're very similar where they go, right? It's got the same type of storytelling because, if you want to play,
with the ending,
if you want to play, if you want to try and change the past, it's going to have dire consequences, and it just keeps getting worse and worse and worse. Like if you've seen The Butterfly Effect, man, there's nothing really good at that. But I like how this one does it though, because in The Butterfly Effect, it's more about, Ashton Kutcher's character. He's able to relive these past events through reading through his diary and stuff like that, right? It kind of takes him back into this time. In this version of Premonition, it's not a vision that you're getting. Like some versions of Premonitions where people have these visions and they can predict things and they can see the future or the past or whatever it is. In this version, you physically see, I mean, it's not physical, it disappears, but you get like this newspaper clipping and it tells you what has happened, right? It's this premonition. And I'm like, that is a really cool idea. It's like this physical, like, it's like this, okay, well, this has already happened. We're going to let you know kind of thing. And I'm like,
it's like a piece of news of the future.
Yeah, it's super cool. Like, I love this, man. So basically it's our main character here. He's driving down the road with his wife and his child. And I thought this was really interesting, but so she's in the front seat driving. I don't know if you guys thought this was weird, but I totally thought this was so weird because you'd never fucking see this where I live. You'd never see a woman driving. And this is not like a masculinity thing or whatever, but you never see a woman driving with the dad in the back seat and the kid. Like generally you'd both be in the front seat with the kid in the back seat.
At first I was just like, oh, he just wants to work on the computer. But then I'm like, well, he could have did that in the front seat too, like in the passenger seat. Yeah, but I agree. Like that is something that you would not ever really see.
I'm not sure if that's a Japanese thing. I have no idea. Maybe it's a cultural thing. I have no idea, but you just wouldn't see that around here. Probably in America too. But so anyways, he's got to send this email off and that's cool. And he's like, I can't do it. It's too slow.
I think he's like doing some sort of like fucking hotspot with his old flip phone that he's trying to like plug it into the computer and use his data to like send the email. But then he's like,
it's not
this
working.
Shit ain't working. So he's like, did you see? Which also is like crazy to me because I'd never seen any shit like this.
Yeah, me too. This is what I was leading to
here, where he is looking for a phone that he could hook up his laptop to and send it to. Nobody was doing that shit in 2004 here. I'll tell you that.
It might have been Japanese technology, but it's crazy because they literally turn around on the road and they go back to like basically what we know as a phone booth. It was just a phone booth.
Yeah, but also she does like make a deal with him to where he'll sing with them.
Yeah.
He does it because you get the sense that he's like an overworked dad who's like neglecting his family a bit.
Yeah. He's got a, tit for tat kind of thing, right? So anyways, he goes back to this or they find this phone booth where he can apparently hook into the internet to send his shit off quickly, but even we visually get to see it's not sending very quick.
It's not very quick at all.
So, but I still thought it was very interesting that you could just like pull over on the side of the road in the middle of nowhere and hook up your shit to an internet and send some shit off. I'm like, this is 2000 fucking.
I know.
It's
like when we watched Dow Code Santa Claus or whatever.
Yeah.
Talking about that fucking weird thing. And we're like, we definitely didn't have that shit here.
But it was crazy because we had people comment that lived over and they actually knew it was real. It was a real technology. Yeah. So this is probably happening in Japan, which doesn't surprise me. They're always ahead of the game.
And actually the director got the idea from seeing one of those things.
Right. Yeah. So he's in the phone booth and then all of a sudden like this newspaper clipping, like, it just comes to him, like it just shows up out of nowhere and stuff, and it says that a kid was killed in this accident. It was his daughter, like at that moment that he's living. And right when we get that information, boom, the fucking car is nailed by a rig, and they go over there to save her, and it fucking explodes, and the kid burns to death and shit, like in front of the parents. It's fucked up. It's super fucked up.
When they did that, right? Like this is like the first 5 minutes of the movie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, dude.
Dude, I was like, killing a kid. It was a cold opening too. They straight up blew up a kid on the screen, a cold opening, and I just was immediately.
What's brutal is the kid's like screaming like mommy, daddy, and all of a sudden it blows up, and then like the CG, like there's a little bit of CG there, and like there's
it's not the greatest CG, but it's effective enough, and it's just like if the movie had the sack to do that, I'm not going to criticize it.
I do like the fact that like when it blows up, it blows that piece of glass and it cuts the wife's face, and that kind of plays out through the film and stuff. I thought that was really cool. But yeah, the opening to this movie is very, very dark, and like the kid dies and shit like that, and basically it kind of sets off this chain of events where it jumps 3 years into the future, and now the parents are not together. They have divorced, obviously, due to, they just can't live with their lives together and stuff like that. It makes sense.
One thing that I just kind of want to note about this movie, too, is very reminiscent of the time after Post Ring. There are a lot of movies that follow this. Like, there's a lot of investigation going on in this movie.
Yeah, I like investigation. Yep.
Yeah, and like I always go back to The Ring with that because that's kind of what that movie is. And afterwards, like we saw a slew of, and this one isn't as like boo ghostly and stuff, but we saw a slew of Japanese movies that were following that sort of formula with different, you know, plot points to sort of tell that narrative with the investigation stuff. So I was getting like a lot of Ring vibes from that.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of investigation.
I've noticed that a lot in general with 2004. I've watched a lot of Japanese movies already in 2004, probably close to 10, if not more. And that's a very prominent trope, I'd say.
Yeah, and if you go a few years before, there's a lot of them there too.
Yeah, there's a lot of really interesting things here. So it kind of it jumps forward to 3 years later, and you know they're separated and stuff like that. And the wife, what does the wife do again? Or the ex?
She's like a journalist or something.
Yeah, she's a journalist.
Like I think she's like an investigative journalist or whatever. Anyways, she's like investigating like this one woman. Like I thought this was very interesting part of the story because I don't know if it's totally flushed out perfectly in the film, but like this woman that she's investigating has this ability to take like Polaroid pictures of her thoughts. And they explain it a way where there's these certain people that have been given this gift where they can see these things, and
it's clairvoyancy.
It's like clairvoyancy. Much. It's like this very cosmic type deal and stuff like that. But like they literally show her taking a selfie in 2004 with a Polaroid camera, and it comes out as being like the Eiffel Tower or some shit. And she's like, oh shit, that's crazy. Like you have clairvoyancy, you can see like different things and stuff like that. So it kind of plays into the whole aspect of like the premonition aspect and stuff like that. And then of course, like, you know, on the flip side, we've got, you know, the ex-husband and stuff like that. And then, you know, he's kind of doing his day-to-day life and stuff like that. And then all of a sudden the premonitions start coming to him once again. And so what's happening in the city at the time is there's basically a serial killer roaming around.
Oh yeah, and that was like another like cool little plot point that they threw in there.
It's cool because it plays into it, but it plays itself off that into like where the whole third act goes. It's kind of cool how they do it. And so basically in the city of Japan, like apparently there's a lot of fucking crime in Japan. But there's a dude going around like randomly stabbing people, like knifing people and shit like that. Anyways, one day he gets this vision. He sees this paper clipping of someone that he knows is going to be knifed and shit like that. So he's getting these, you know, these premonitions again and stuff like that. And so, you know, he kind of tries to stop that, but then, you know, that doesn't really go as planned. Anyways, he ends up getting back with the wife in the film, like kind of like they kind of reemerge and stuff like that. And I don't really want to give away the whole film. It's kind of hard to say certain things without giving everything away, but I really like this movie. I thought this is really good.
Yeah, I like this movie quite a bit too, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, I fucking really like this movie. I like all that type of shit, like changing the outcomes of things, like you said, the butterfly effect.
It is
Final Destination. I've always really been into that plot point, and this one was a pretty unique way to tell the story. I like the newspaper clippings. I like the guy with the videotapes and how his whole thing plays out.
My favorite part of the movie is what you just brought up, actually. So when the husband and the ex, when they get back together and they start kind of investigating everything that's happening and stuff, they come across these videotapes of this dude that was having these premonitions. And this is really fucking thought out and really cool because he has a video diary of, you know, his life and stuff like that. And basically it goes from him being like, you know, a certain age, and he starts like kind of almost like rotting and stuff like that. And what was happening was they learned that this guy was changing the destinies of people. And by doing that, it basically makes you kind of like rot away and change, because in theory, like when you change people's fates, you change the whole reality of things. And I thought that was such a cool premise because it plays into the whole third act of now our lead character, which is the husband, has to make this decision because he sees this premonition that something might happen to his wife. And like, does he save her or does he not? Because he knows the consequence. But the whole morality of the movie is like, you can't play God. You can't change fate, because if you believe in fate and you change fate, there's a whole downward spiral to that. You change everything in its path, right? And the way it plays out is like, it's very consuming and it's very touching almost. And it's crazy. And it's like, I love movies where you know the decisions that you're going to make might not be the best thing, but you're still doing it morally right. He's doing the right things, but it doesn't have the right consequence, or it doesn't have the right results. And the way this one played, like the whole third act, dude, is insane. Like with the vehicle and shit, like it's fucking wild, man. It completely reminded me of how shit goes so crazy and how it doesn't really work out in the butterfly effect. You know what I mean?
Depends what ending you watch.
True.
Yeah.
True. But
I think
this one has one ending and it's not great. So, but I love that whole idea that they show you that if you start to change the fate of people, it's going to have effect on you. Unfortunately, you were the one that was gifted with this, but you have to make the decision that you're not God. It really makes you think, because if you play God, it's going to have effect on you. But who's not going to try to change the fate of someone they love if they potentially died? Like that's the question that everybody would fight with.
Butterfly effect, like where he goes to meet his dad, and his dad had been down that road before, is like basically tells him like, you literally can't do this.
Yeah,
it will end bad.
I think this movie is fantastic. I think it's insanely underrated. Like, who's talking about it?
I never really heard anybody talk about it except for that guy that I saw do a top 10 of 2004.
I shouldn't say it's underrated. I think it's so I hate when people say that and they mean like, I think it's underseen. It's an underseen movie. It's not underrated, because I just think a movie that's underseen can't be underrated because it hasn't been seen enough.
But what was different about this to me that I really liked about it is when you got to that investigative end, though, they came across like multiple people that have dealt with the same thing.
The kid was cool.
You see all the different fates, where like then they learn about all the different possible fates that this guy could be going towards, and how all these people handled it, and it gives you like that. That's what like builds where for him to make his own decision, but it doesn't like. The film makes it so there's not a deterministic ending, because you're seeing all these possible things and all these dark things that have happened to people that are possessed of the same issue. Yeah. And one thing that works for me too,
but it all ends up in being the same thing. It's not good. Changing fate is not good for you.
It's just, it's even if you go beyond, even if like you don't even like apply it all the way to that, like, because not every person that have this power change fate.
The kid did though, like the kid, right? Like he went from being like 12 years old to like 60 in 6 months kind of thing. It was the same fate that he had.
Yeah, but like the polar.
No, like I don't think he was changing fates. I think that kid, like, it just the power, it consumed him, and he just kept writing and writing and writing and writing.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, with him, he wasn't changing fates, but
that's what I mean. Like,
he was overcome with the ability that he just.
So it's like these people all like him.
See, the way I took that though, I think when you have the ability and you see the visions, I think once you kind of acknowledge that you have the visions, you keep fucking getting them more rapid. Hence that kid where they were coming in so fucking fast, but he was locked up. He couldn't do anything. So he's in this room and it consumed, like when they talk about like he was writing shit on the walls with like, was that the one he was like writing with? Oh, maybe not, but he like totally consumed this whole thing.
Just like, I don't want, like, I'll try to like avoid like giving like, cause that seems pretty dark, so
it's pretty fucking
not to like talk about it.
Right. And I was like, oh, wow, that's really fucked up. That's crazy. But I think it just overconsumes and you just can't help it. Right. Because once you've accepted it
like
just
becomes like an addiction.
Well, that's why
it becomes rapid in you. It's almost like this. It's almost like this inherent evil that is coming at you. And like, you just can't, if you acknowledge it one time, it's like, it just gets more and more and more. Right.
Well,
it's like the old saying, if you ignore a bully, they just go away.
It's like you can do this thing, but then like you're just like, if I like, no matter what, like I'm gonna end up like the kid if I don't do this. And then you have like the guy that like his wife was studying, and then he has like his wife was studying the guy that like eventually they led to his house. But like that was the guy from the beginning, where his wife was reading all his work and like all his published things.
Yeah, for sure.
Actually doing the first hand. So then you get like that guy has a more objective view of this, but like there's no. It's just interesting how there's different fates to people that have like been bestowed this.
Mm-hmm. And it plays out like it has one of those type of endings where you're like, yeah, That's satisfying. Not for everybody. Like
Well,
people are not gonna, I think it's dark and
what really works for me too is like is the husband. He genuinely seemed like this was like too much for him, and he was terrified. Like he wasn't this tough guy, this typical like strong like male character leading the charge. It was like this guy well, it was very clear. This guy he carried this like almost cowardly character that was just carrying on because he had to know. And yeah, it was a good take on that character, and I think like it ultimately it helped make the story like maybe scary.
I mean, he obviously wasn't fully a coward. Like he was generally in love with like he misses his kid, obviously, and his wife and stuff like that. Like there's genuinely emotions there, and I do like the fact that he even questions it too. Like, what do I do? Mm-hmm. But I mean, I love movies that put you in that position because if it's any of us, you have that ability to save your wife. Do you do it? For me, I've been with my wife for, over 22 years now, actually 19 years married in a couple days. I would probably sacrifice, if I could save her, I would sacrifice myself.
Would you? So would you?
Because even knowing the consequences, I would do it because, she's better than me anyway. So, what the fuck?
I agree with that.
Jesus fucking, you're such a dick. You're such a fucking dick.
No, I just love Aaron.
Yeah, everyone does.
But would you? Okay, would you sacrifice yourself for your kid and wife, or would you
definitely for my wife
from the kid? And
my kid's been blood sucking off me forever, so fuck him. But
I'm like, dude, I think I would take the wife.
Yeah. Well, I mean, my situation is different though, because my kid's is adopted, so I could probably do without him.
Wow, dude.
But I mean, I don't mean it like that. I'm just saying, if I had to make a choice, that's what I meant to say. If I had the choice between the wife, I mean that sucks. I love my kid, I really do. But if you put me in a position,
but that's not the question. You're not choosing your wife or your kid. You're choosing you and your wife alive versus you dead and your wife and kid alive.
Yeah, I would take the death because that would save her then.
Yeah, but she would still be saved. If you chose living, you would just be with her.
I hope one of your kids' friends listens to this. You just your dad said on the podcast last night he could do without you.
You know what's fucked up?
Aaron's gonna beat you up.
You know what's fucked up? Sometimes they fucking listen to the show when they're driving around too. Like if they catch that part, that's gonna be real fucked up. Kid's gonna be dropped off a hawk. He's like, "What the fuck?" He's like, "What the fuck?"
The time, you're like, my kid's such a pussy.
What about you, Tyler? What would you do?
I mean, my wife.
I think you're just obligated as the man to take the L. It is what it is. It's been a ride.
Yeah, but in my point of view, it's I chose not to have kids. I ain't doing this shit.
Well,
I'm just kidding. Yeah,
but
I think you have to sacrifice yourself, unfortunately.
Well, would you with Carly?
Sacrifice myself with Carly so she can live with our kid?
No, say there's no kids involved. It's just between you and her. You have a vision that she's on a train and she's gonna die.
Yeah, dude, I'm gonna have to kill myself.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's just how being a man. It's just how being a man works. That's
I think it's.
Yeah, I mean, I would have no problem with it because, yeah.
Unless you're a man who can't find his ID and fucking throws yourself on the floor. That's a secret reference.
Yeah, I don't know the fuck, man, but yeah, no, I really like the way this one plays out and shit like that. I don't want to give away the whole third act, but it's pretty fucking wild. It's pretty wild.
Honestly, I didn't really have many issues with this movie at all. I thought it was I was into the story right away. It starts off with a bang, and then I was just very curious. And then they kept just throwing more interesting things into the narrative. And I was like, oh, this is just cool, man. I really like this. Because it could be a super generic type thing, but I feel like they went the extra mile to make it cool and interesting.
For sure. I really like the the whole Polaroid thing, like, you know, taking pictures of like the mine and stuff like that. I thought that was really cool. I like shit like that. But you know, as for the film itself, like overall, like it's 2004. I watched it on a DVD.
Me too.
You know, I mean, it doesn't look like how you'd expect. I mean, I'm sure if this one got a Blu-ray release,
I watched it on the Daily Motion.
You know what I was kind of bummed out about when I popped this in though, because I'm very you guys know me. I'm Blu-ray 4K. Like I don't buy DVDs anymore and stuff. However, these DVDs from like 2000 to like, you know, 2007 or something like that are like so nostalgic to me. But one thing that I was disappointed in is the cool thing about DVDs from back then is they usually played some previews for other DVDs where this one did not have that.
But yeah, I remember that. You're right.
But I kind of like that. Some of the other 2004 DVDs that I've got to for this show, for the 2004 show, have like previews to other movies at the beginning, and it's just like that doesn't exist anymore. You don't really see that happen.
It does have it in the features on my disc. It has trailers.
Okay, I mean that's different. I guess
I definitely have some Blu-rays, some studio Blu-rays that have that.
Yeah, they were kind of still doing it at the beginning of the Blu-ray cycle too.
You know, the cool thing about these Lionsgate releases, man, this was the Maple thing through Canada and stuff, but like these DVDs, like they're still original cases. They are bricks.
They're solid.
They're fucking
all,
bricks,
all your
man.
old DVDs feel like you can just grab a DVD from like, you know, 2010 or something like that and just feel like that it's mostly air.
I hate that, dude. I hate that. Those eco cases.
Dumbest shit ever.
The coolest thing about this double feature, man, if you pick up the DVDs on the back, it has the cover art for the other film. And it's like also available from J-Horror. Fucking sweet, dude. It's like a total like double collection. It's awesome. I will say though, the one thing about DVD, man, there's still a lot of DVDs out there that have amazing sound mixes. Premonition sounded amazing with the 5.1 mix. At least on my system, it did. It sounded fucking amazing. I was getting shit all over the place, and I'm like, fuck. Like they were panning shit. I was like, damn, dude, this thing sounds amazing, dude. They did such a good job with this. Like, it's amazing when it gets me going, when I turn and look and I'm like, oh, fuck, that was the sound on the movie. I'm like, holy shit, that's really good.
This is another, like, just era where there's just shit stuck on DVD, man.
Yeah.
Just, like so much shit stuck.
Would this not be a dope double feature Blu-ray? Like,
yeah,
it would be fucking amazing. Like, put some trailers in the middle, like make it a Grindhouse thing, but do it like a J-Horror thing. It would be fucking awesome, man. I would pick that up in a second because Premonition is a hidden gem. A little bit, isn't it? It's kind of hidden. It's kind of a hidden gem.
A little bit.
So really, really fantastic film. JP, what do you give this one? Unless you guys have anything else on it.
No, I'm good.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed this one. It was one I was looking forward to, and one of the main reasons I suggested this as a show, just because I thought it was cool that these two movies were released together. And yeah, overall, I think that Premonition is definitely a movie that people should seek out and see. I'm not sure what the DVD runs for these days, but Tyler said he watched it on Vimeo or something. So it's
Daily Motion. I just Googled it.
Motion.
The DVD's cheap, man. You can get it for super cheap.
But I'll give it an 8 out of 10.
Tyler?
Yeah, I thought this movie was pretty good. I actually kind of expected it to be generic. And it surprised me. It showed its nutsack right away. And I really enjoyed it. It's definitely probably be seeing this in the playoff round. 7.5.
Yeah, I'm also in at an 8. Very, very good. Again, great concept, great execution, good stuff, man. Good mix. 8 out of 10. All right, so that is going to be Premonition from 2004. All right, so moving into the second of the double feature, also from 2004, directed by Masamaki Ochi. Fuck, dude. Stop. Just stop. Don't even try to pronounce these, man. It's crazy. What did he do? Oh yeah, he's the guy that directed Shudder. And the Shudder
remake only.
Wait, he only did the remake? That's
I thought I thought the guy did both Shudders.
No, Shudder's a Thai movie.
No, I thought it was the guy doing an American remake. Okay, for some reason I'm thinking something else. Anyways, yeah, he did this guy did the Shudder American remake, or the remake, I should say.
He did 2 of the Ju-on movies. Are these movies?
I did a quick glance. I didn't really recognize too much there, but yeah. Anyways, all right. So
he did Ju-on: The Final Curse and Ju-on: The Beginning of the End.
Oh, okay.
So, and those are later Ju-on movies, 2015 and 2014.
Yeah.
There's so many of those things.
It's nuts.
It's like a complicated franchise too.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, all right. So yeah. So Infection from 2004. Infection takes place in a dark, isolated hospital where a doctor's mistake has led to dire consequences for a patient. All right.
First thing I got to say is the shaky screen is definitely one of the choices of all time.
The shaky screen?
Yeah, did you guys not have that?
Yeah, definitely got a shaky screen. He was handheld. It was all hand. Most of the movies
was like the screen pulsed the entire movie. It's like doom, 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 doom. It was like a major choice.
So yeah, I mean, I'm trying to. I mean, obviously the point probably was it's kind of like a heartbeat.
Yeah,
inside a hospital, like the lifeline.
Yeah, it's definitely intended to create some sort of feeling or like anxiety.
It totally anxiety
in the movie
to get you. It's like a life and death thing. Like your heartbeat is your life and death, right? So
it's just such an odd choice. Like I don't think I've ever seen that choice done before.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. Yeah. So this is like an interesting film because you don't really know where. I mean, you kind of have an idea of where it's going. It's called Infection. Like, well, it's got to be an infection film, right? So this one, like, it takes place in like kind of a dilapidated kind of hospital where it's
the shittiest fucking hospital ever, dude.
Dude, they're understaffed. They've got rentals that are half done. There's pipes showing everywhere. There's people that are being, admitted to the ERs that they're turning away and shit. Like, it's just out of fucking control. Anyways, they end up putting this one guy in this one room. Anyways, there's like this burn victim in this room, and some shit happens, and that they have to give him like some type of like fucking something chloride solution or whatever. Anyways, apparently the nurse fucks up and gives the doctor the wrong shit. Anyways, they end up killing this patient. Like they flatline this dude, and so there's about 4 or 5 of them in this room, and they come to this conclusion where they need to kind of like cover this up because it's going to be like malpractice and it might be their jobs. Maybe they pull their fucking medical degree, kind of shit. So they come up with this plan where like, hey, no, we got to like write up a different, cause of death, blah, blah, blah. And then shortly after all this type of shit happens, this patient like basically starts to liquefy. Like there's some type of infection that's happening in the hospital at the same time. And this patient like liquefies, and it's like starting to spread through the hospital where people are catching this infection, and it turns into like this body horror thing. And yeah, that's pretty much what I'll say about the film. Right. So your guys' thoughts on Infection?
I thought it was pretty solid. It was kind of messy, but I really like the look.
I don't think it's messy at all. I mean, I think once the reveal happens in the film, it's like, yeah. I mean, I don't even see how it could be messy. I mean, it's visually messy because there's a lot of fucking goo gore and shit. I like the effects in the film.
I like the look of like the goo gore, yeah.
I mean, the fact that people are literally like liquefying, like bodies are liquefying and they have no idea why. I think it's kind of cool. I think the best thing about this film actually kind of is the reveal, because I really did not see this coming. at all when I was watching the film. Like I will say it caught me right off guard. I was like, shit, that's crazy.
What do you think of like?
And I'd seen this movie. You know what the crazy thing is? I'd watched this movie before and completely forgot about it. I remember
I think it kind of caught you off guard because it's a little out of pocket. I like it. It's fine. Like, I like it
because it's not. Cool. It's not like a infection movie like you would think. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And when the third act rolls around, it like changes a lot of things. You know.
Well, it changes the entire film. This is a hard one to talk about without ruining it.
I know.
I felt like overall it was kind of supposed to be like a commentary on like the monetization of hospitals.
Well, it's also like
I didn't really think about it too hard.
You do something bad, like hide somebody that you.
Yeah, it wasn't like a heavy, but I think you have like the horrible, like you kind of have the evil like doctor, like kind of subtype in it, and it basically it starts by like rejecting a patient, and it felt like that's kind of what it was. Just it wasn't like this like overly like commentative type of movie. It was mostly just like this. I guess it's more of a mystery at first because, like you said, you don't know why the infection's happening. But the look of it, like with like the green, like pulsating through the eyes, and just the goo of it, the way like it.
I think this movie also manages to create like a pretty like interesting atmosphere. Like I think
it feels like they pretty much shoot the whole movie in the dark. It feels like.
Mm-hmm.
It feels phenomenal, man.
I think like the pulsing screen thing at first, I was like, dude, this is awful. But then like as I got settled into the movie and like it actually helped with the atmosphere. So I actually don't mind. I would never love to see people try that again, but
it works for this though, man, because it's a lifeline. It's a lifeline, but like it's giving you one thing, but it's not necessarily exactly what you think it's going to be. You know what I mean? You know, it's like a lifeline in a hospital, which makes complete sense. And then the movie may or may not go super psychological.
Did you guys kind of feel it going that way at a certain point? Like,
no, I felt like it was a little out of. Maybe if I watched it back, there might be more signs.
No, I think when the reveal happens, and then like the doctor, obviously there's that scene where he's like talking. He's having that conversation with the other doctor, like the main doctor in the film and stuff, like the guy that overheard their conversation in the room and stuff like that. And then there's this whole big fucking reveal and stuff like that. I think it's pretty wild. I mean, it honestly,
I actually felt it going that way.
It translates
really because I almost felt like it was a little bit of a rug pull.
No, I don't think
know,
so.
Man. I just got a vibe all of a sudden. I was like, I think I.
Well, if you got the vibe, it's gotta, there's definitely an argument it exists. Then maybe I'd feel differently if I watched it back, knowing where it goes.
I didn't see that. I mean, honestly, even rewatched it, like I'd seen this, I couldn't remember it at all.
But that's why, like,
it was like even watching it for the first time. Like I'd seen this before.
I didn't have a problem with it because it was different. Like I don't know how often, if at all, I've ever seen that sort of concept explored. So I really don't have any issue with it. But I did feel like they were just like,
no, I don't think so though, man. It's plain on the fact that like if you're a doctor and some shit goes fucking totally south, totally raw on you and shit like that, like it has a major effect on you. It could be psychological. I mean, how many I mean in North America, like the highest fucking suicide rate of professionals is dentists, for fuck's sakes. I don't know why. Maybe they have just a lot of pressure on them and shit like that. But I'm saying doctors probably not far behind. A lot of pressure on them. When shit goes wrong, you react to it mentally, man. I mean, especially if you care about your patients and shit like that, like psychologically, it could have a devastating effect on you. And sometimes you do shit that's it's out of character, it's out of mind, it's out of sight and shit like that. And I feel like that's kind of what this movie's exploring a little bit with the fact that like there's this tragic situation where this doctor really does care about his patients and it just does not go the way it's supposed to go. And it's a downward spiral on that point. And I feel, but it's kind of crazy because there's the major reveal in the film and then there's the end of the movie too, which I think is kind of cool too, because does it come back into reality? Like I don't know. It's fucking cool, man. I really like this movie.
It's a little ambiguous, which I also kind of like.
I don't think the ending, I mean, it's ambiguous to the point where you could think it is, but also at the same time, it's like sometimes that nightmare reality might bleed into reality, even though it's not nightmare reality really, but like it kind of maybe bleeds back into it, hence the last scene in the film and shit like that. I think there's some really cool reveals. I think there's some really good effects in this film. I love green goo. Just call me fucking weird, but when you start throwing in green goo into films and people like liquefying and shit, hospital atmosphere, pretty interesting. Like I love the character of like the main doctor. Like he's so mysterious and shit like that. And when the reveals happen, you're like, oh fuck, that's really cool. It's fucking sweet how they did that, how they wrote that. I was really invested in this movie, man. I loved it.
So also like one cool thing about this being like a double feature and stuff that played in theaters, this movie totally feels like a midnight movie.
Yeah.
Like something that you would see at some art house theater at like the last showing of the night, like at midnight when they used to do that. They used to do like the Thursday night screenings that we get now used to only be at midnight. Like, you know what I mean? So the midnight movie is completely gone.
Yeah. Sucks.
But I always used to love the idea of like catching some like weird, obscure little movie late at night. And this totally fits that vibe because at first I was like, dude, I would totally do this movie first, then Premonition if I was screening these. But then after thinking about it, it's like, okay, you got this like good, like serious movie. And then you kind of get this more like bonkers, like late night, like fever dream movie at the end of the night. So I think it kind of works that way more than I initially anticipated. But I actually really like this one as well. I watched this one first, and I think that like the atmosphere and just like this, I love movies set in hospitals too, so that's always a plus. And just this like dilapidated, almost like dystopian looking hospital really adds to like the whole atmosphere of it. And then I like movies too where like characters are working like the night shift or something, and just like the eeriness of it. And that totally has a vibe throughout this movie as well. And I love the green goose stuff as well. And just like the weird, dreamlike nature of that the movie ends up being, and how you have like this concept of like, okay, this infection is happening, like subconsciously, like mentally it's happened. The infections happen mentally and not like virally. Which is kind of interesting.
Yeah, it's such a cool concept, man. One of the funniest part, like this movie is actually quite dead serious. Like it doesn't even play itself as like comedy, but there's this one fucking part in the movie that made me fucking laugh. I don't know if you guys got this, but when they go to check on the dude that's like, you know, like fucking disintegrating in his bed, shit like that, and he's not there, and the guy goes, like, where did he go? And the other doctor goes, well, maybe he escaped. And the guy replies, he goes, with what? No muscle tissue? Literally lost my shit. I was like, of course, right? He was fucking goo. So funny, dude. That was hilarious, man. But it plays off like super serious though. It's fucking so fun. I love that type of comedy, man. It's great. Man, the scene where the fucking chick like starts stabbing herself with the fucking syringes, bro. Come on, man. Oh, dude. That got on my nerves a little bit. I was like, no, I don't like. I've seen people shoot heroin. I don't like. I'm not afraid. Like I get needles all the time because of my blood shit. But watching other people do that shit, I'm like, nope, can't do it, man. But that was fucked up, man. She's like stabbing herself with the fucking needles. I'm like, oh, dude. Some good kills, pretty good shit happened in this film. Good effects and stuff. Like it's like body horror. It's like a melt movie. Like you could throw this in with like fucking Body Melt and like all these other type of movies, man. It's good shit.
Yeah, good old melt.
Good old melt body horror shit, man. It's crazy because this one has like a lot of different tags you can put on it. Really, It's like JR. I mean, is that really a tag? But it's psychological. It feels like a slasher film at times. It feels like a body horror. It's crazy. There's so many different elements to it. It's pretty cool. Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's a tough one to talk about without.
It is actually. This would be a great one to just like go balls to wall. Like This would be a fun one to do like a commentary on because it's actually like it's serious, but
Yeah.
like there's so much time you could just talk about shit though. It'd be fun.
It's also one of those cases where like sometimes where when we're reviewing movies, if it's something that's like more popular, we'll go deeper into spoilers. But then like I feel like nobody's really seen these two.
Yeah.
So it's like you don't want to give away like everything.
I mean, we could probably just spoil the whole fucking thing because no one's gonna listen to these reviews anyways. So every time we do Asian shit, people are like they're doing Asian movies. Oh god.
Well, they're gonna love next week.
Fucking Asian movies.
Next week's even gonna be more obscure.
Yeah.
But yeah, we've done a couple of like I was looking back because I could have sworn we did a Japanese horror volume 1, and because I'm like I swear I used the flag before because I had whenever we did Italian Horror Month I found a bunch of flags. I found a bunch of flags that are like similar style, like that sort of like spray paint look. Yeah. And I just saved a bunch of them for different countries. Like I have one for Australia and obviously Italy. And I used the Canada one when we did the Canucksploitation, Australia. But I could have sworn I used the Japanese one before. And it turned out I did use it before, but it was I think it was at the Evil Dead Trap movies maybe or something. I'd used it on another like Japanese-esque show that it was like a trilogy or something. And then we have done a Takashi Miike show in the past as well, but I did not use the flag on that. So I guess this is officially the Japanese Horror Volume 1. But yeah, I feel like sometime like we've done some Hong Kong. I feel like for as popular as Japanese films are, we haven't really done as much as we probably should have over the course of 300 episodes. We definitely have done some. But,
I mean, we've talked like when we did the old dubs and shit. Like, there's some films.
I mean, yeah, of
course,
like, we've talked about tons of Japanese movies,
yeah,
but we haven't really did a lot of shows oriented on Japanese horror. So
we should do
nice
bonker shit, like all the shit that you don't like, man. Like fucking just that.
We did the Tetsuo as well.
Oh, we did Tetsuo. Yeah,
we did the Tetsuo trilogy. Actually, you might not have been on that show, Moodz.
I was on the Tetsuo show.
Was you?
Yeah.
I know that was the era where me and JF was doing a couple of shows by ourselves.
No, I did the Tetsuo show. Yeah, I think I did.
Yeah, but we, the bonkers ones, I don't know, man. Some of those things are a bit rough for me. Yeah, like I think like Meatball Machine and shit.
Which is like it's totally bad shit, man. What is it? What's the other one? Machine
Girl?
Yeah, Machine Girl. Oh, that movie's fucking bad shit, man. It's crazy.
Tokyo Gore Police.
Tokyo Gore Police. I love that movie. Oh, dude, there's so many. Man.
I remember for the 1 year we drew, I watched the ass zombies or whatever.
Zombie toilet ass or zombie ass.
Toilet
that
movie was ridiculous.
I skipped that in 2011.
Dude, it is so much fucking
you would
fun.
have probably fucking laughed your ass
fucking
off,
funny, dude. Tyler, really? Like you love to laugh, man. That shit is funny as hell, bro. It's gory and gross, and oh man, it's amazing.
Oh, I skipped it.
It's fun.
I actually liked it.
It's fun.
Back when I watched it, it's nasty, but
yeah.
But yeah, Infection, pretty good.
Who went first? Tyler, you go first.
Yeah, I did think this movie was pretty good, but I also definitely think it was a step down from Premonition. So I'm going to give it a 6.5.
Which order did you watch them in, Tyler?
Premonition first.
Ah, you did it that way.
Yeah, that's what Moodz told me to do. So I was like, okay.
I said this is the way they play.
I don't listen to Moodz.
But that's the way they played as a double feature. I looked it up. I looked up the dates. I was doing fucking intel. I was doing intel on here. You should fucking comply to it, man. So we're on the same fucking page. You always make me look like an asshole. I'm like, fucking guys doing intel. I'm gonna do my own thing. But yeah, Infection, I really enjoyed it too. Like it's weird because I think Premonition is a better movie, but
You had more fun with this one.
Infection is one of those films where I don't know, man. Hospital settings.
I think if I had a choice, like if you're like, yo, pick one of these to rewatch in 6 months, I probably would pick Infection.
Yeah, exactly. And that's how I kind of think though too. And hospital setting in this dilapidated oddball hospital, and it's like weird because like they're full, but like they can't take more patients because like they have no supplies, and it's like it's weird, dark, and I love the way this film just feels. It's crazy, it's creepy, it's very psychological, and it's cool, man. It's an 8 out of 10 for myself also, so really enjoyed it.
Yeah, I went ahead and gave it a 7 out of 10. A little step down from Premonition, but I think it's definitely a pretty fun one. I'd definitely watch this again. I could see myself watching this every few years.
And that's the thing, man. It's like I give both movies 8s, but they're totally different 8s to me. Like
it's
totally
fun.
different.
I think next time if I ever watch these again, I would watch them in a double feature, like one after the other. I watched them days apart on this one.
I watched them one after another, actually.
That's pretty
I
cool.
watched this as a real double feature.
Yeah, I think that's the way you got to do it, man, to be honest. Wouldn't that have been cool, man, to see this in 2004? Just like
I felt like they showed the endings of both these movies, just how they got a little surrealistic, showed some similarities too, and I did think that made for a nice like connecting thread of a double feature.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah,
right. So that's Infection from 2004. And also the conclusion of episode 313.
Which is a Friday the 13th show. Like, that's kind of cool.
Oh, that's actually crazy.
That's
crazy. I'm sure we're going to get a comment like, you guys didn't do like no Valentine shit.
Dude, but honestly, like we should have
give you enough romance movies a month ago.
Is there even any more that we can do? How many more Valentine fucking films is
no? Well, Valentine, no, but there's a million.
We have never done Lover's Lane.
Romance horror. Yeah, we have. Didn't we?
No, I don't think we did Lover's Lane.
We haven't. We've one of the movies we did on The Curve. The Curve.
No, it wasn't that one. We have not done a lot of Valentine. We did one last year because Companion and of course Hard Eyes came out.
Yeah. So
and then we've done the My Bloody Valentine,
and then we did Valentine.
Right. So we've covered all the bigger ones, but like there is Lover's Lane, which isn't great.
Yeah.
And then
I'm not like super. Oh, we got to do more Valentine's.
No. I mean, it's just we've only done like 3 shows in like 13 fucking years. Like that's what I'm saying.
Next year we should do like just some romance horror or something.
Some bromance.
Romance.
I thought you said bromance. I was like, what the fuck's a bromance?
Yeah, we could do a Valentine's special next year. We do all the other fucking holidays all the time, except for Thanksgiving.
Yeah, I mean, we miss St. Patty. We've only done a couple of St. Patty's ones. We did Leprechaun.
We did Irish horror for St. Patty's Day before.
Yeah, we did Leprechaun. I think we did Red Clover one year. Was that one that we did?
Did we ever do? I don't think we did Red Clover.
Yeah, I think we did.
There's like a couple of shitty Leprechaun movies that aren't like Leprechaun movies out there. We could do like a fucking generic Leprechaun show.
I'm pretty sure that we did Red Clover. It might have been like a solo review. Like it was like St. Patty's Day.
I've seen that movie a couple times.
There's 5 more Irish horror movies.
Irish horror would be cool to do.
We
did 2 volumes of it, I think, right?
I watched Dead Meat the other night prepping for 2004. It's an Irish film. It was released on the Fangoria Gore Zone line through Media Blasters years ago in 2004. Mm-hmm. Yeah, man, I popped that shit in. It's not like mind blowing, but it's a zombie film. Tyler will hate it because he doesn't like zombie films, but it's not bad though. It's fine for what it is.
Now our like regular themed special show for March is March Madness.
So March Madness. Speaking of March Madness, are we going to announce that?
Yeah, sure. I think we announced it last year, said we were probably going to do it, but we did decide to do remakes. So we will be doing a bracket for remakes. Should be a fun time.
And we're doing all remakes. We're not we're not breaking this into like, you know, modern and old school ones.
Yeah, I think we kind of, and also there were a few situations where like you have like Frankenstein or something, and it's like, well, there's so many adaptations. I think we just picked like a couple of Frankenstein ones.
Yeah, we kind of just use discretion.
Yeah.
Well, we're doing
Same thing
64
with
films,
Dracula.
right?
Well, we haven't officially decided yet. We
Yeah.
could do a 128 bracket as well.
So it's
it-
going to be 2 shows then, because I
see,
some
that's
of them
the
we
thing
could just
that I was kind of wondering, because like obviously with the directors we had to go through everyone's filmography and like spend time discussing their individual movies, where we're like, okay, Hills Have Eyes versus Black Christmas, like
Yeah, there's way less nuance.
yeah, it's not about the director, it's about the film, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah,
And there's
you're not
way
really
less
talking-
nuance to it, and there's gonna be way
Yeah.
more squash matches.
Yeah,
I think that like we should have made a rule where like if there's a film like just that might exclude some, it also will exclude like
Honestly, to get
the
to
shitty-ass
128,
new
I was
Christmas.
really stretching it, and I was already really stretching it to get like 128.
yeah. I don't think there's very many things missing.
Yeah.
okay.
One thing I notably left off was the Diabolic remake, because I do not want to fuck anybody to like. You can only watch that movie once when it's like as amazing as possible.
Do you have
Kinda
shit
like, I
like-
guess like you're talking
Like the
about,
Long Weekend remake on there.
Yeah, I think that is.
I
on
think-
there,
Okay,
actually.
so like there's some random remakes where I found out on the show
Yeah.
while recording one night that there was a remake for. I'm like, what the fuck? They remade Long Weekend. I had no idea that was a
there
remake.
is. I know one I noticed you didn't have was Patrick.
Oh, I don't think I even knew there was a remake.
I think it was called Patrick the Awakening. So it was like,
Oh, I didn't know. I thought that was a sequel.
I'm pretty sure it's a remake. I can't. I've
I
seen
didn't.
it,
I was
can't
like
really
combing
remember.
through remake lists for it, so I might have just not.
When did
seen
that come out?
one.
Like 2014 or something like that.
Yeah, I don't think I. Yeah,
I think I own it on DVD.
like. Do you have Shudder on there too?
Yep, Shutter's on.
Yeah,
Because there's a fuck ton of remakes.
It got
bro.
to a point where like quality discretion was just like no longer a thing, and it was just
So-
like popular movies.
Hmm.
You want me to just Want me to just go through the 128 real fast?
I mean, if you want to.
Honestly, it's going to take too long, because then I got what year was this one? You know, what I
yeah.
mean?
We'll save that
I mean,
when we do a reveal of the
Yeah.
bracket or something. But yeah, I mean, I think it'd be pretty easy, because like I mean, most like the first like round would be like The Thing versus Castle Freak or something. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? It's
Like,
gonna be
squash
like
matches.
yeah, just squash matches.
So how are we going to determine the brackets on that?
I think you got to
so
go
we're
by
doing-
rating.
We're doing it by fucking either IMDb rating, average rating, or by Letterboxd average rating.
So the
I would
highest
go
will
by
go against the
Letterboxd.
lowest kind of thing, like
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
kind of yeah.
I can just sort if it's on Letterboxd. I can just sort the list right here, and then it just ranks it right for me.
So just pick
Yeah,
one or the
that's
other.
true.
Just pick one or the
Yeah.
other, because if
Let's
it's
see, we're
easier on
doing
Letterboxd, I
Letterboxd.
would probably do it. On
I was
Letterboxd.
thinking IMDb for like if I was doing it by hand, like I did with the directors, where I did an average rating. IMDb worked pretty good because the numbers were bigger spaces. Like you would get a lot of 3.3s on Letterboxd, but
Right.
on IMDb it would be like 3.3
Yeah.
and 3.7. It was like a bigger gap.
It's just harder to figure out on IMDb.
All right, you guys want to hear the number 1 seed and the number 6 and the number 128 seed?
The number 1 seed is definitely probably like The Thing, or
I
like,
was going to say it's got to be the thing.
It's The Thing.
Yeah.
You want to know what the 128 seed is? It's actually
I'm gonna
pretty funny.
say it's something like the fucking
My
Stepford
the
Wives or
Fog
something.
remake.
Firestarter.
I
Well,
mean,
the Fog remake has got to be right there. Like maybe
Fog remake is
127.
a 62nd seed.
Shut the
Also-
fuck up.
Yep. Or not
Also-
62nd. I'm sorry, 126.
Oh, I just said 127.
Yeah.
I was
so you're
one
gonna
off.
laugh. You're gonna laugh. You know what 127 is?
so this
the
is a
Prom
question.
Night remake. Or no. April Fool's Day.
Think propaganda.
This is a question.
Fucking Black Christmas.
I have a question.
Yep.
Oh, is it really?
Yep. JP's got a question. Hold on.
Because it's not a fucking movie. It's a piece of shit.
So, are we picking these based on what is the best at being a remake or the best movie? Because that
I would
could
say
change
best
things.
movie. I would just say best movie.
Best movie.
Yeah. Because not
I
every
don't know.
remake
That's a
has
good
the same
question,
goal.
though. Is a good remake? No, it's got to be movie because I like when remakes do their own thing.
Yeah, like every
Yeah,
remake
but
has a
that
different
could
goal.
be a best remake, right? Because it take a concept and do its own thing.
I don't know.
Type thing.
If anyone's still listening, what do you guys feel? Drop comments.
Or do we factor both of those? Because I'm trying to, like, I think if you pick the best movie, it's more predictable, obviously, because we know, like, everybody knows what we like and stuff like that. But if you do the other way, it's sort of like, well, it could change some things, but maybe we do a combination of both where we try to factor in both things.
We need to disclose that, the fact that The Thing was brought up as the number one seed remake. So adaptations are included.
Yeah.
Because people are going to freak out and be like, The Thing's, because you have
idiot.
those fucking cornball, fucking elitist fucking people out there that'll be like, The Thing is not a remake. It's another adaptation. You know what? Go fuck yourself, bro. Like, seriously. It's the
Tyler
second
had
film.
The Thing from 2011 on this list.
If I had it on there, I hit it by accident. Because I'm pretty
you
sure
did have it on there. You did, and I said, "Hey, The Thing is not a remake."
No, it's a prequel.
Yeah, I would have known. I do that. I wouldn't have gotten that rock.
It's
probably
called The
just hit by
Thing.
And if you have The Town That Said Dreaded Sundown, that is
We
not.
decided. Yeah, we
He did
decided
have
that.
that
One.
on
I did
there
have
as
that
well.
one.
No, it's a sequel.
wow.
It's.
I know. I told him
It's
to
like
take it off.
we kind of thought we're like, you know what, that really is like a legacy sequel before it was cool.
Well, it actually plays in right from the original one. Like, it actually has.
It's
It's a sequel. It's a sequel. People just get misconstrued, but. But anyways, yeah, the thing. I'm not doing this conversation with a million people, so
It doesn't even matter. I mean, there's 128 movies.
yeah. No, but The Thing is a top contender to be, isn't it not?
Yeah,
but we included adaptations,
Maybe
Um,
knows.
and then I think that's it for that. And then I guess next week we can announce that show. We're actually gonna just stay in Japan. We're gonna do a volume 2 of Japanese horror. We kind of had a short week this week because we had to record the show way late into the week. This is like the latest we've recorded a show since we used to do them on Fridays.
I don't think we ever recorded a show on Thursday before.
No,
Dude,
it was just like
I think Thursday was a slot at one point in our history.
Have we
I
officially
truly
recorded on every single day?
I think we have recorded on every day, but the only day that I don't think was actually an official
Tuesday.
2 days that were never official show days, and I think it was Tuesdays and Saturdays. Like, I don't think we've ever like consistently recorded on those days.
No, we recorded on Saturdays for a while, I think, though, didn't we?
I feel like we never did.
I know Tuesdays, definitely not.
I think our first, man, dude, the further we get away from the start of the show, like when we started the show, I'm losing all memories from those early days. But I think our first ones were Sunday or Mondays, I think.
You know what's fucked them? No, we definitely recorded our early, like the first season was at nighttime, because I remember recording not in this room. It was out in there, and I was just using the fucking the microphone on the computer. And it was at night because it was always dark. Couldn't tell you what day that was. I swear it was Sundays though, but
I think we moved to Sundays pretty quickly, but I think when we first started, it was like Fridays, and then it was like Mondays. I know we did Mondays at some point because I remember getting home from work and doing them.
Right. It's been a while.
Yeah, I think actually it was before I like really started, but the first couple like things I guessed it on, I'm pretty sure were Mondays.
We've been recording on Sundays for years. We actually have been. Like, it's been years and years because
But we used to do Sundays before this too, and we moved. I think maybe with Parker, we moved to like Mondays or something like that.
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
But we were, I think, out of all the days, Sundays. But we used to actually record at like fucking 11 p.m. on Sundays or some crazy shit.
Yeah, dude, it was so late. Remember, we'd fucking go because I didn't work Mondays, and it was like, right, man, it was so late for you guys, and it just got so like there was a lot of shows where
There
we
were
would go
literally
like 3-4 hours, and it'd be like 3-4 in the morning. It's
5
crazy.
sometimes.
Yeah,
I remember
Damn.
Jeremy used to raise hell about that.
Oh my God.
I couldn't do that nowadays. There's no way I could do shit.
Yeah.
Starting.
No, I mean I couldn't do that now. Not on Sunday. I got to be up way too early on fucking Sunday or Mondays. So,
but yeah. So next week we are doing some more obscure movies, I guess. Both came out in the year 2004, both Japanese, and they are connected films. It is The Locker and The Locker 2, right?
yep. Yeah, we have a short week here, and we got Sin
The
Bin
movies
and-
are short, and we have Sin Bin this week, and we did this show way late into the week. Then the show releases tomorrow, or it usually does. I don't know if Moodz will have it up in time, but literally the show would come out in 1 hour from or did you do it Canada time, midnight?
No, it should be up in an hour, so it'll be Friday morning for you guys, midnight, 9 o'clock my time.
Yeah.
So
Which
right
is
after we get
hilarious.
off here, I'm gonna quickly edit this, bounce it down because GP already got me the.
This actually might be
I'll get it down.
closest show ever to
Closest
being
to air.
recorded and released. Like, you know what I mean? Like the time in between recording and release. I think this might be the record for the closest release
I mean,
show
you
ever.
Because we
couldn't
record
really
on
do
Sundays, I put it up on fucking basically Friday mornings. Like it's 5 days. And but the thing is, I do the edit the next day, usually every day. Like on the Mondays, I have the show done. So, but our release day is on.
Yeah, and then I just
Friday.
get yelled at for thumbnails on fucking Tuesdays and Wednesdays, even though I always say I do them on Thursdays.
I know, but there's certain times where I'm like, I need it because otherwise
I
can't
like
do
when
it.
there are certain times where you need it and you give me a heads up, like, hey, if you can try to get it
Like
done
this week.
Yeah, I sent it to you a day early this week.
Yeah, I know. I was impressed. I was super impressed with that.
But yeah, that's the thing. Like I like to do them on Thursdays. It just like works for my life. But this was a pretty easy one, so I just threw it together. Some of them are more complicated. Some of them are. Sometimes they could be more complicated, but I'm just lazy. You know what I mean? So, or I can't find right images or pictures or something, and I just get frustrated, and I spend an hour on it.
Is there
I'm like,
two different artworks for the locker? Like 1 and 2? Because I've only ever seen the DVD.
Dude, I don't know. Yeah, who knows?
That's
but
fucking hilarious, man.
all right, that's gonna do it for episode 313.
Yeah, GP's doing the stretch, so he's got to go eat.
Yep.
Yeah, I got to go edit the show. All right, guys, that's going to conclude the episode. Like JP said, as usual, deuces.
Peace.
That's all, folks.